Chapter 82. On Wednesday morning, Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin finished their exercise. They took a shower and had breakfast. It was 7:30 in the morning. Qin Baobao was about to wake up. She didn't have the habit of exercising in the morning, but she had her own exercise program. She had 2 hours of dance practice every day. Now the company had relaxed the requirements for her. She didn't have to practice singing and dancing like those backup female artists. Qin Baobao practiced dance every day, mainly to maintain her figure. In her own words, in order to prevent Qin Zhe from turning me into a fat pig, I have to keep exercising. Wang Zijin talked and laughed with Qin Zhe while eating breakfast. Under Qin Zhe's intentional diet, her gastric problems had improved a lot. Qin Zhe could clearly feel that Wang Zijin's feelings for him were no longer just love his dog. She really saw him as a friend. More than a friend but not yet in love. Well, she might also see him as a younger brother. That would be a tragedy. He was trying to figure out Wang Zijin's thoughts. This sister was a bit hard to get. It was good to be dignified and generous, but she was destined to be stubborn in some aspects. Don't even think about playing the role of a domineering CEO. Maybe it would take time to develop feelings. No, it would take time. There were many kinds of love in the world. Love at first sight, a blow to the heart. Wang Zijin was neither. She was a rational girl. If he wanted to capture her love, he probably had to gather bits and pieces bit by bit and open his heart naturally. A news app on his phone pushed the news at 8 o'clock sharp every day. Qin Zhe looked at it and was stunned. Qin Baobao and a mysterious man show their affection in public. Since this news app was more reliable, it was impossible for there to be outrageous fake news. Qin Zhe took it seriously and clicked to check it out. He skimmed through the article briefly. It said that Qin Baobao and a mysterious man were acting intimately and were photographed by someone at the TV station. There were pictures and the truth. As he continued reading, he saw a picture in the article. Qin Baobao was holding onto a mysterious man's arm, and the mysterious man was holding onto Qin Bao's waist. Qin Baobao tilted her head and smiled sweetly. That was not the point. The point was that the mysterious man was extremely familiar with it. F***ck, isn't this me? Qin Zhe recalled the day he left with his sister. He was wearing a light blue t-shirt and black casual pants. That's right, it was him. When was it secretly taken? Qin Baobao could barely be considered a C-list celebrity. It was normal for paparazzi to have their eyes on her. What are you looking at? Wang Zijin put her leftover steamed buns on Qin Zhe's plate. Seeing him frowning and pondering, she curiously moved her head closer. She and Qin Zhe were like real brother and sister. They gradually got along and blended with each other in the details of their lives. Qin Zhe picked up a bun, stuffed it into his mouth and handed the phone to her. Wang Zijin looked at it and couldn't help but smile. You're in a scandal? Yeah. Qin Zhe drank his soy milk and didn't pay much attention to it. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin didn't take it to heart. It was normal for celebrities to have scandals. Who didn't have a few scandals? Some female celebrities were even more ridiculous. They would change their boyfriend after filming a movie. However, at noon, Qin Zhe found that he was wrong. The scandal between Qin Baobao and the mysterious man Qin Zhe became more and more intense. All the major websites, all the consultation platforms. It was very popular. Immediately after, a long article was published on the internet. The title was, Qin Baobao's rumored boyfriend suspected to be a rich second generation. The full text was, yesterday the popular female singer Qin Baobao was photographed at the entrance of the TV station showing off her affection with a mysterious man. The goddess is taken. Qin Baobao is an artist under Xingyi Entertainment. In just a month, she became famous with a few original songs, a hot body and a beautiful face. After the news was exposed yesterday, many otaku's hearts were broken. Here, I would like to say that it's normal for someone so beautiful to have a boyfriend. However, I would like to say that someone on the internet exposed Qin Baobao's mysterious boyfriend, who is suspected to be a rich second generation. Look at her luxury car. TSK, a beautiful, rich and handsome man. It's a match made in heaven. Why are all the beautiful women in the world matched with tall, rich and handsome men? How can otaku endure this? The article didn't seem to have any excessive wording. It was just complaining that a beautiful woman matched with a tall, rich and handsome man. However, Qin Zhe felt a deep sense of malice. First of all, for celebrities who relied on their looks, whether male or female, once the existence of a lover was exposed, their popularity would be greatly affected. Fans couldn't accept their idols becoming someone else's thing. They felt that their idols were polluted and impure. Because of love, they hated and turned from fans to haters. Such examples could be found everywhere. Therefore, many celebrities chose to hide their marriages. Qin Baobao could become popular not only because of her original songs, but also because of her goddess-like looks and figure. It wasn't too much to say that she relied on her looks to make a living. In the article, in addition to the back view of Qin Zhe hugging his sister, there was also a picture. In the picture there was no sign of the siblings. There was only a bright black Lamborghini with a mosaic license plate number parked in front of the TV station. There was no direct evidence to prove that this Lamborghini was related to Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe. However, there were too many keyboard warriors among the netizens. They were used to following the crowd. The evidence wasn't important at all. Life is already so difficult. Why do you still want to give me a blow? My goddess, you can't have a boyfriend. Qin Baobao is also a superficial woman. I suddenly don't like her anymore. When you're famous, you'll be with a rich man. This is a realistic society. I've always been a loyal fan of Qin Baobao, because I think she has a very clean temperament and is beautiful. She's my dream lover. But why does every woman want to marry a rich man and be with a rich man? Materialism makes me despair. I won't support her in the future. Not long after, a certain entertainment gossip Weibo posted a long Weibo post. Recently there's a very popular variety show, I Am a Singer. Star Art Entertainment's newcomer, Qin Baobao, has also become popular with this show. In just a month, her popularity has reached the C-list. Recently, someone exposed Qin Baobao and a mysterious man entering and leaving the TV station. They acted intimately and drove a $1 million luxury car. It turned out that there was someone behind the goddess. The reason why Qin Baobao could become popular so quickly was because of several original songs that shocked the audience. From Invisible Wings to Blue and White Porcelain, each one was more amazing than the last. The source of the songs had always been a hot topic among the netizens. There were also many speculations in the industry. According to Qin Baobao herself, the source of the songs was her brother. Today the tip of the iceberg was finally revealed. First, let's analyze what Qin Baobao said. From the first to the fourth episode, among the 5 songs, 3 were excellent and 2 were gold hits. The quality was frighteningly high. Some senior composers said that a person's inspiration was limited. It was a common phenomenon in the entertainment industry that good songs were hard to find. Then, could a person write so many high-quality original songs? The answer is yes. Unless it was a senior composer who had been in the industry for decades, it was impossible to accumulate such a number of works. In other words, for a nobody to write 3 excellent songs and 2 gold hits in just a month, it was too ridiculous. Secondly, let's analyze Qin Baobao's identity. According to reliable sources, Qin Baobao graduated from Fudan University. Not only is she a goddess, but she's also a top student. But if she didn't graduate from a professional class, it would be harder than ascending to the sky if she wanted to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Unless she took a shortcut, you know what I mean? At this point, the plot was laid bare. It was very clear that Qin Baobao relied on her connections or her body to get to the top. There was a lot of scolding on Weibo. There were those who loved her deeply and those who just wanted to join in the fun. There were also those who were hired by unknown opponents. To be honest, Qin Baobao disappointed me, very disappointed. Why can't she escape the stereotype of a rich man? Society is too realistic. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. How can a newcomer get on the stage of singer? Someone must be supporting her from behind. We thought too highly of her and the entertainment industry. Anyway, we're used to it. Beautiful female stars are always like this. Qin Baobao's Weibo was also flooded with countless scolding netizens. I like you so much. It turns out that you already have a rich man. But why did you lie? Upstairs, don't joke. What do you want people to say? I have a rich second-generation husband, so I have so many original songs. It doesn't matter if you have a rich man, but you keep saying that your brother wrote songs for you. That's shameless. I'm here to watch the fun. Qin Baobao, quickly express your thoughts. Watch. Excited onlookers. Soon, the flames of war spread to Qin Zhe's Weibo. Haha, this is someone's alternate account. I envy people who have 2 Weibo accounts the most. It's so interesting to do a double act. When I think of the 2 Weibo interactions that were exposed, I feel embarrassed for Qin Baobao. This woman is too fake. She said that her brother wrote the songs. Where's your brother? You should find him. Nonsense. There's no brother. Even if there is a brother, he's a scapegoat. Get out of the entertainment industry. Chapter 83. Star Art Entertainment High-Level Meeting Room. In the middle of the room there was a long yellow wooden table. From the general manager to the various department managers and deputy managers, There were about 20 people present. The head of the meeting, Star Art Entertainment's general manager cum CEO Huang Yitsong, slammed a document on the table, spittle flying everywhere. Kang Xian, what the hell are you doing? Shouldn't you clarify this kind of groundless rumor? Huang Yitsong was Star Art Entertainment CEO. Calling him CEO wasn't quite accurate. He was the general manager cum CEO appointed by the board of directors, but the CEO position didn't exist in Star Art Entertainment. It was a misconception that the CEO, general manager, and president were lumped together. Huang Yitsong was in his early 30s, younger than Kang Xian. Of course he was handsome, but he wasn't too serious. He often had scandals with female celebrities and his work was more offline. He was the playboy type. Fortunately, he was capable. Otherwise, even if he had a major shareholder as a father, he wouldn't be able to sit in this position. Kang Xian expressionlessly wiped the spittle off his face. He picked up the document and looked at it. It was a printed document about Qin Baobao's scandal online. CEO Huang, our PR team has already clarified it, but it's completely useless. You also know that netizens generally lack rationality. Moreover, the contract clearly states that she can't have a boyfriend. Speaking of which, Qin Baobao has breached the contract. I suggest we ban her. Ban your ass. Do you have evidence? You believe the rumors online? Huang Yitsong's style of speaking was also unusually fierce and offline. Kang Xian, you're the company's deputy CEO. Can't you see this? A Lamborghini parked outside a TV station, and the person involved didn't even enter the country. You believe this kind of unreliable news? Kang Xian lightly said, I know CEO Huang appreciates Qin Baobao, but it's also true that she's in a PR crisis. We're having a meeting now to decide how to deal with her. I personally suggest we ban her. Huang Yitsong unscrewed his thermos, took a sip of tea and thought for a moment. Okay, let's not talk about the scandal first. Let's talk about how to deal with Qin Baobao. Everyone has seen Qin Baobao before. She's not bad. She sings well too. She's a good seedling. I said that she has the most potential among all the artists we signed this year. Does anyone have any objections? Huang Yitsong looked around at everyone. Seeing them nod, he said, business is business. Since we have confirmed that she is a high-quality product, let's talk about the investment and cost. You are all veterans in this industry. How much money does it take to package and promote a C-list celebrity? Take Su Lu for example. Back then, how many resources did the company spend to promote her? On the other hand, Qin Baobao's investment was almost zero. All we did was provide her with the platform of pop star. In just a month, she was already considered a C-list celebrity. A small income for a huge profit. I don't think I need to tell you how this deal is. Every celebrity faced a public relations crisis. A few years ago, when Su Lu lip-synced, how much resources did the company spend to settle it for her? Could it be that they were going to ban a potential stock just for this? I don't think that's how business works. He looked at Kang Xian, who was expressionless. The purpose of this meeting is to hear everyone's opinions. I know everyone is busy, so I won't spend too much time on this. Let's make a decision. Those who agree with banning Qin Bao, raise your hand. Those who disagree, don't raise your hand. Kang Xian and his confidants raised their hands. Those on Huang Yitsong's side, as well as those on the neutral side, did not raise their hands. No one was a fool. They could see the situation clearly. Banning a potential newcomer for such a small matter was not worth it. The number of votes was less than half. The ban proposal was rejected. Huang Yitsong slammed the table and shouted, "Get the hell out of here and contact the media." At 2 in the afternoon, Xingyi Entertainment's public relations released a statement condemning the rumors online and calling on netizens not to believe them. They also reserved the right to pursue legal responsibility. In short, it was a very formulaic statement with no sincerity. Under the influence of people with ulterior motives, not only did it not clear the matter, but it also made it worse. It's starting to wash the floor. Haha, it can't be washed clean. There are pictures and the truth. How do you expect us to believe your words? The Lamborghini is fake. Okay, I'll believe it for now. But who is that man? The fungus is already black. How can it be washed clean? Qin Baobao, get out of the entertainment industry. Get out of I Am a Singer. Qin Zhe's phone kept ringing. It was a message from the Dorm 303 group. Zhao Baliang, did you see the news today? I didn't expect Qin Baobao to be such a person. Lu Ziqiang, get out. My goddess is not that kind of person. Zhao Baliang, yo, you've become Qin Baobao's brainless fan. Lu Ziqiang sent a funny emoji, love at first sight. Li Liang, booty legs and a seductive face. Anyone who sees her will fall in love at first sight. I'm not rich, otherwise I would also want to go undercover. Get out of here. Lu Ziqiang sent a furious emoji. Zhao Baliang, hurry up and apologize. Say you're wrong. Otherwise we can't be brothers. Li Liang, it's normal. Which female star doesn't have a rich man? Did she find a poor loser and marry him? Don't make a fuss. Zhao Baliang, but why did she deceive the audience's feelings? She could have just said that the company gave her the resources. She obviously has a guilty conscience. What a bad character. Li Liang, that's true. It's a pity that her brother is the scapegoat. She really has a brother. Lu Ziqiang sent a series of bashing emojis. Li Liang and Zhao Baliang ignored this brainless fan and continued chatting. Li Liang even sent a picture of Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe side by side with a silly smile emoji. Did you notice that this man looks a bit like Qin Zhe? Qin Zhe. Zhao Baliang ridiculed mercilessly. He's a bit taller than Qin Zhe. His hairstyle is a bit shorter and his posture is a bit straighter. Other than that, he's a bit similar. After more than 2 months of training in Qi cultivation, Qin Zhe's height had increased by a few centimeters. His physique was strong. At first glance, his back looked quite straight and handsome. Qin Zhe's lips curled into a smile as he typed, "Stop fooling around, isn't this me?" Li Liang sent a laughing emoji. "I give you full marks for this." Zhao Baliang, 666. Lu Ziqiang, "Qin Zhe, get out of here." Li Liang joked, "You don't say. Doesn't Qin Zhe have an older sister?" Qin Baobao has a younger brother. In fact, the two of them are biological siblings. Haha, I can't make it up anymore. Lu Ziqiang, there are at least 800 people with the surname Qin in Shanghai. My goddess said that her songs were all written by her younger brother. Look, this is someone else's younger brother. Our Qin Zhe, I just want to laugh. Looking at his roommates ridiculing him, Qin Zhe was angry and amused. He finally remembered that they weren't his friends on Weibo. The 3 roommates didn't use Weibo. If it weren't for Qin Baobao, he almost didn't use Weibo himself. Therefore, they didn't know the ID hashtag standing afar watching childhood hashtag. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat and he typed, "Do you also think it's normal for her to be with a rich man?" Li Liang, of course. Like I said, if she doesn't have a rich man, should she marry a poor loser like you? How many female stars in the entertainment industry marry into rich families? How many female stars dream of marrying into rich families? Qin Baobao is not one of them. Locking the phone screen, Qin Zhe came to a realization. Since Qin Baobao was with a rich man, and a rich second generation at that, and not a rich uncle in the traditional sense, it was a common thing in the entertainment industry. Why was the response on the internet so intense? It was as if an A-list star had an affair. This didn't make sense. The answer was obvious. Someone was hiring the internet water army to buy news and smear Qin Baobao. Popularity was the life of a star. If her reputation was damaged, her popularity would change. A newcomer who debuted not long ago, even if she quickly became popular, her foundation was still shallow. In layman's terms, although Qin Baobao gained a large number of fans, their loyalty wasn't high. It was easy for them to be affected by negative news and betray her. So who wanted to smear Qin Baobao's reputation? Qin Zhe had some guesses in his heart. There were only 2 possibilities. 1. Xingyi Entertainment's competitor. 2. Qin Baobao's competitor. In the room, Qin Baobao was also on the phone with her manager. Her sister's tone was very harsh. What's going on? Is the company's PR a freeloader? What's the use of a few words? My Weibo is exploding. I don't know when I became so popular. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be in a good mood. Li Yanhong, Baobao, you don't really have a boyfriend, do you? F***ck off my boyfriend, Qin Baobao said angrily. He's my brother. I'm urging the company for you. I'm keeping an eye on the PR team to buy news and hire internet water army for you. Please, Sister Li. I'll be recording the show in a few days. The public opinion online has a big impact on me. Baobao, I've heard the song you rehearsed. Good, it'll definitely be popular. Public opinion will have an impact, but it won't affect it too much. Qin Baobao hung up the phone. She was so angry that her heart hurt. She angrily threw her phone on the bed. The door opened. Qin Zhe came in with mung bean soup and comforted her. Drink a bowl of mung bean soup. It'll cool down. He cooked different kinds of nourishing soups every day. Sometimes it was rose sago, sometimes it was snowy coconut milk soup, and sometimes it was barley mung bean soup. After it cooled down, he put it in the freezer. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin both loved it. Qin Baobao took the bowl and drank a few mouthfuls. She glared at her brother and pursed her lips. At least you have a conscience. I know about what happened online, Qinzhe said. It's all your fault. You always want to take advantage of me. Now it's all over. Qin Baobao felt wronged. Don't always push the blame to me. You agreed to let me hug your waist at that time. Qinzhe didn't argue. He sat by the bed and massaged his sister's shoulders. You have to have confidence in your song. Speaking of the new song, Qin Baobao smiled. She was very confident. She didn't panic because of the new song. And the new song as her spiritual support was dedicated by her brother, who was diligently massaging her. Without her brother, Qin Baobao wouldn't be where she was today. Thinking of this, his sister suddenly changed her attitude and said softly, "Ace, I'm not blaming you. I like you the most." Qinzhe looked at her strangely. Based on the deep foundation of knowing each other since they were in diapers, his judgment was, one who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Qin Baobao was neither evil nor evil. She was purely trying to impress her brother. She sighed and said, "You're 23. At this age you should find a girlfriend. But you're the only male in the family. You can't go with the flow and indulge in women at such a young age. Most of the time, dating in college doesn't end well. Dating in society also doesn't end well because you don't have the capital. If you have a girlfriend and she asks you for a house and a car, what will you do?" She meant that he should continue to be a single dog. That's what she meant. "Our family doesn't lack houses," Qinzhe said. Although the rich and powerful were all foreigners, the locals also had the advantage of being a local. They didn't lack houses. "How do you not lack houses?" Qin Baobao glared at him. "Girls nowadays are so precious. They don't want to live with their in-laws. If you get married, will you let your parents move out?" Qinzhe found himself speechless. Hey, aren't you a single dog yourself? What's with this experienced tone? Speaking of which, why did you suddenly change the topic to my relationship? What are you trying to do? You're going off topic too far. Even if you want to find a girlfriend, you can't touch your sister's butt. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks. Her angry look was cute and charming. Qinzhe laughed dryly. He really didn't know how to respond. "Sister, please don't say any more. I'm embarrassed." Qin Baobao wanted to continue talking to her brother. At this time her phone rang. It was her manager, Li Yanhong. Qin Baobao picked up the phone. "Sister Li," Li Yanhong's voice was urgent. "Baobao, something happened." "What happened now?" Qin Baobao raised her eyebrows. Chapter 84. Qin Bao and Qinzhe looked at each other and frowned. "What happened? Did I hook up with some rich guy again?" Qinzhe took out his phone, unlocked the screen and went online to check. Li Yanhong shouted anxiously, "No, it's not that. Your new song? What's wrong with my new song?" Qin Baobao was stunned. "You were rehearsing your new song at the TV station and someone recorded it and posted it online." Qin Baobao was stunned. It was as if thunder had struck her head. Qinzhe's finger paused and his face changed. "Ask her what's going on." Qin Baobao came back to her senses. Her face was slightly pale. She forced herself not to panic. "How did you know? Which network?" "Weibo. A video posted by a smoof account. I'll send the link to your phone." Li Yanhong hung up. Li Yanhong shared a link to Qin Baobao's Weibo. An unknown smoof account posted a Weibo with a video. Title: Qin Baobao's new song is released. "Don't ask me who I am, my name is Lei Feng." This Weibo post was posted 2 hours ago and the number of followers was increasing. There were already 100,000 views and more than 2,000 comments. Qin Baobao took a deep breath and clicked on the video. There was only a phone in the video. The phone played the recording. Although the voice was slightly distorted and there was a lot of noise, Qin Baobao immediately recognized her voice. The song and melody could not be wrong. No one could sing the song that Qinzhe wrote for her. The song is not bad. It's very emotional. The voice is a little strange. A Qin Baobao's voice? Did she lip sync in the past? It's a live recording. There's a lot of noise. The melody of this song is not bad. But it doesn't sound as good as before. It's really not as good as before. I can't tell how good this song is. Does this mean that Qin Bao is starting to go downhill? It's inevitable. Who can continue to rely on original masterpieces? Oh, masterpieces are so easy to compose. This means that Qin Baobao's glory days are coming to an end. Believe it or not, she'll have to sing someone else's song in the next episode. You've just had a reputation crisis and now you're blowing up rehearsals? Who did Qin Baobao offend? If it's a song like this, then the next contestant will definitely be Qin Baobao. Qin Bao was completely flustered. She subconsciously grabbed Qin Zhe's arm and sobbed, "Ace, what should we do?" In her most helpless and panicked moments, the person she thought of and relied on was her younger brother. The recording of the rehearsal song was exposed on the internet, which was undoubtedly a huge blow to Qin Bao Bao. What was important about an original song? A sense of mystery. Could also be said that it was a gimmick, one of the weapons that Qin Bao Bao relied on. Now that this song was exposed, it meant that the audience would lose its novelty. Everyone had heard this song before, but the key was that the demo was terrible. The sound was distorted, there was a lot of noise, and it wasn't clear enough. The netizens' experience was very poor. In the future, even if Qin Bao Bao sang this song well, the audience would think that it was just SOSO. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao were both newcomers in the entertainment industry. They didn't have enough experience in dealing with such problems, so they couldn't think of a solution in such a short time. Not long after, Sulu posted a video on Weibo. In the video, Sulu was dressed casually, but because she wanted to appear on camera, she had put on makeup. Today, I saw that our company's newcomer, Qin Bao Bao's rehearsals were exposed online. First of all, I want to denounce such behavior. I have a good relationship with Qin Bao Bao in private. She sings very well and she's really hardworking. Those online who say that her singing is average and not good, your comments are too subjective. Take this song as an example. It's a rare masterpiece. I think we need to help Qin Bao Bao clear her name. The video switched to a well-equipped and softly lit recording studio. Sulu was wearing a monitoring headset. She sang, "Write me a letter and tell me what color the sea is today. Accompanying your sea every night, how do you feel? Gray is not wanting to say, blue is melancholy. And you, the drifting one, the wild waves of your heart, where does it stop? Write me a letter and tell me what you want to dream tonight. Whether I'm in the dream or not, you don't have a choice. My heart is in my throat, I can't close my eyes all night. Why don't you get close when you're clearly in love? Listen to the sound of the sea crying, lamenting whose heart has been hurt again. But still not awake." The video went viral. It quickly became a hit. The views were off the charts. The netizens were amazed. "Wow, this song is so good. It's so good. I've listened to it again and again. Give Sulu a like. She's so loyal. She takes care of the newcomer. My Sulu is amazing. The goddess sings so well. If you sing this song on Singer, you'll be invincible. Don't joke. This song is Qin Bao Bao's. Sulu doesn't own the copyright. After all, she debuted as a singer. There's nothing to say about her singing. In contrast, Qin Bao Bao's recording, what was she singing? It's completely incomparable. I understand now. Qin Bao Bao relies on original songs. Her singing is actually not good. Listen to my Sulu's song. There's no harm without comparison." Haha, with Sulu's singing, Qin Bao Bao still has the face to sing this song on the show? It had to be said that Sulu's voice was deeper. She was indeed more suitable to sing this song than Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe cursed. F***K. Clear Qin Bao Bao's name? Clear the name of this song? If I believe you, I won't believe you. If he wasn't sure who was slandering Qin Bao Bao behind her back before, now he could completely deduce that it was Sulu. Sulu had always wanted to take back the guest spot on Singer from Qin Bao Bao. During the competition segment of the show, Qin Bao Bao had slapped her in the face with an ancient-style song. The hatred of being slapped in the face was irreconcilable. In professional terms, she had a motive. Buying news to slander Qin Bao Bao was only the first step. Exposing the recording of the show was the second step. Finally, filming this video in the name of clearing the name was the final killer move. Moreover, she only sang on her own Weibo and did not use it to make a profit. From a legal point of view, Sulu did not infringe. Looking at the comments online, it was clear that there was no harm without comparison. When this video was released, the audience clearly felt the difference between Sulu and Qin Bao Bao. Nonsense. One was a recording that was mixed with noise, while the other was a professional recording. Even the heavenly kings and queens couldn't handle it. As a result, the netizens supported her one-sidedly. Not only did she suppress Qin Bao Bao, but she also earned her reputation and affected her show. It was like killing several birds with one stone. What Qin Zhe could think of Qin Bao Bao, who had been praised for her intelligence since she was young, naturally understood as well. Her sister was so angry that her whole body trembled. She wished she could kill Sulu. Fortunately, her IQ was still online. She forced herself to calm down and said through gritted teeth, "It's Sulu." She was also singing when we were rehearsing that day. She had the opportunity and reason to record it. She must have taken the photos too. Also, the water army that slandered me online was all her doing. No, she had infringed. Qinzhe raised his eyebrows. I remember that in the copyright of music, there is a broadcasting right. She posted it online without my permission. That's an infringement of copyright. He had paid special attention to relevant legal knowledge. Qin Baobao's eyes lit up and then dimmed. Even so, it could not restore her reputation. At least we can't let her have it easy, Qinzhe said hatefully. Su Lu had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and knew the ropes well. She would not let others use her against her so easily. Soon she deleted the video. She had achieved her goal. Qinzhe sighed. Qin Baobao grabbed her phone and called her manager to discuss countermeasures. Qinzhe went back to the living room and took an ashtray. He sat down at the desk and lit a cigarette with a pop sound. Then he started smoking. Her sister sat on the bed and was talking on the phone. Her tone was quite agitated. Qinzhe held the cigarette between his fingers and turned to look at her. Then he looked at the ceiling and his brain worked quickly. The situation was very bad. Her sister's reputation was in danger and the song that she had carefully prepared for the competition was exposed. If this continued, she would be eliminated in the next episode. The biggest consequence was not that Qin Baobao's career as an artist would be at a low point, but that Qinzhe's points would be reset to 0 and he would be in a vegetative state for the rest of his life. He had to think of a way to get out of this situation. F***ck, what happened to the relaxing life in the city? Speaking of which, the system's missions were really ridiculous. The Demon Beast mission was worth 100 points, but the mission to help Qin Baobao become the grand champion only rewarded 500 points. I might as well touch my sisters but a few more times. It's safe and enjoyable there. How do I get out of this situation? Post a statement to clarify that he was the one who hugged Qin Baobao's shoulder that day, not the rich kid. No, this would only make things worse. Qinzhe's face was not shown in the photo that day. It was hard to say. The rational netizens would realize this. However, if Su Lu bought the news and said that Qin Baobao was lying and pushed her brother out to take the blame, most of the netizens would ignore this and make the situation worse. After all, public opinion was in the other party's hands. He had no money to buy the news and Star Art Entertainment was unreliable. Change the song. This was not a problem. He had a huge library of songs. However, the root of the problem was not that he did not have a song, but that Qin Baobao's reputation had been damaged and the audience might not buy it. Who knew how many fans had turned against her online? Qinzhe smoked as his brain worked quickly. First, he had to solve the problem of reputation. He definitely had to change the song. What song would be more suitable? Suddenly, a soft cry interrupted his train of thought. Qin Baobao had hung up the phone. She sat in a duck position, holding the phone with her left hand and wiping her tears with her right. She was sad and helpless like a little girl. Obviously, her manager, Li Yanhong, could not do anything about it. The room was filled with smoke. Qinzhe got up and opened the window to disperse the smoke. Looking at his sister with red eyes, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Don't cry. I'll think of something. Qinzhe comforted his sister. Qin Baobao suddenly burst into tears. What can you do? You don't know how the entertainment industry works. You only know how to write songs. But Sister Li said that even if I change the song, the audience won't buy it. They hate me. Boo-hoo. His sister's glass heart was broken again. She sobbed, snot and tears flowing down her face. She told me to be mentally prepared. I will definitely be eliminated in the next episode. Eliminated? 0 points? Qinzhe shivered, a strong sense of fear welling up in his heart. Under the huge pressure, lightning flashed across his mind and he had a flash of inspiration. Chapter 85. Sister, I have an idea, Qinzhe suddenly shouted. Qin Baobao was so scared that her body trembled. Her eyes were red and tear-stained as she looked up at him timidly. I've thought of a way, Qinzhe repeated. What idea? You scared me. Qin Baobao pursed her lips and didn't look very happy. It was obvious that she lacked confidence in her brother. Qinzhe had a plan. As the saying goes, whoever started the trouble should end it. The cause of the incident was that Qin Baobao's intimate actions with him were secretly photographed and posted online. After a series of fermentation, the netizens created a narrative that Qin Baobao relied on a rich man to get her resources and that her original songs were not written by her brother at all. Then the internet water army fanned the flames and maliciously led to the destruction of Qin Baobao's reputation. Now, when people talked about Qin Baobao online, their first reaction was definitely, she's just a woman who relied on her body to get to where she is. How to break the situation? He had to clarify the matter. But the netizens might not believe him, and the internet water army would definitely cause trouble. Because of this misunderstanding, Qin Zhe denied the idea of himself coming forward. But what if it was a video? What if there was evidence? In the living room, Qin Baobao held the camera and aimed the lens at Qin Zhe in front of the glass coffee table. She asked suspiciously, "Will this work?" "It's better than doing nothing." Qin Zhe had two mobile phones in front of him, one black and one pink, which were his and his sister's couple model. "Can we start?" Qin Baobao asked. "Let's start." Qin Zhe nodded. "I'm Qin Baobao's younger brother. Well, I'm the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent incident on the internet, I'm here to make an explanation. That day I was the one who accompanied Qin Baobao to rehearse the show The Man in the Photo. Some malicious people secretly took photos and created rumors and hired internet water army. I know who that person is, but there's no evidence, so I won't name him. I also know that I have no proof and that no one will believe me. Alright, let's speak with facts." As he spoke, Qin Zhe unlocked his two phones and opened the piano app that he had downloaded earlier. Qin Baobao blinked her sparkling eyes. She was both expectant and curious, wondering what her younger brother was going to do. Qin Zhe only asked her to help him record the video. At this moment, a note sounded. After a slight pause, the following notes flowed out like flowing water. Qin Baobao suddenly widened her eyes. "This is a piano piece." Qin Baobao had heard this piano piece before. Because it was too famous, it was one of the top 10 piano pieces in the world. It was composed in France in 1946. The author was a French romantic poet and musician. At that time, World War II had just ended. In France, all sorts of things were being done, and the people's lives were in dire straits. Although the war had ended, life was still so difficult that it made people despair. This song was born under such a background. The first half of the piano piece was melancholic and sorrowful, as if weeping and complaining. Every note made people feel depressed, as if life was hopeless. Just like French society at that time. But in the second half, the song suddenly changed, from melancholic to high-pitched, from sorrowful to excited. The syllables rose steadily, filled with the passion of struggle and the anticipation of the future. The piano piece, Goddess of Light, represented the composer's yearning for the future life, for the country, to rebuild their home in the ruins, and to find the truth in the suffering. He firmly believed that the darkness was short-lived, and that the French people would eventually usher in the light. Qin Baobao stared blankly, listening, her heart surging as if she was getting to know Qin Zhe again. She never thought that her brother had such a godly skill of showing off. On the sofa, the man in front of her straightened his back, his fingers dancing like a butterfly. The side of his face was handsome and his eyes were focused. Such a younger brother was really charming. Any woman who saw him would feel a rush of excitement. The last note slowly dissipated and the piano piece ended. Qin Baobao subconsciously said, "Is it done?" Qin Zhe made a hushed gesture and lightly said, "I don't want to play a song, that's all. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light, but there aren't many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I am going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the composer of the song, and Qin Baobao does not have the possibility of having a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me." Qin Baobao was stunned. If there was a mirror at this moment, she thought that her expression would definitely not be able to hold it. "My brother is amazing, why don't you go to heaven?" Invisible pretentiousness is the most fatal. Qin Baobao gave Qin Zhe a look, telling him not to just focus on showing off. If he boasted, it would be easy to be slapped in the face. But Qin Zhe ignored her, his eyes were focused, and his expression was meaningful, as if he was really a grand pianist. After a while, his fingers once again danced on the virtual piano keys. A piano piece that Qin Baobao had never heard before was born. This was a very gentle piano piece, without the sadness of being lost, without the excitement of being jealous of the world, and without the advancement of yearning for the light. It was gentle and melodious, with a beautiful rhythm, affectionate, beautiful, happy, and comfortable. Qin Baobao could not help but close her eyes and listen to the song, outlining the image of a gentle and beautiful woman in her mind. She was talking with her lover, letting out a silvery bell-like laughter. The lively melody was like the bright and cheerful tone of a young girl. The song moved forward layer by layer, and the uncontrollable passion burned like a flame. When the music gradually became gentle, it was like a pair of lovers looking at each other holding hands, frozen in the gradually diffusing music. She was intoxicated by it, and did not even know when the song ended. This song was composed by me at the beginning of the year. It's called To Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe's voice pulled her back to reality. To Alice, was a piano piece that he had exchanged from the music library. Unlike other popular songs that were priced at 30 points, it required 60 points to exchange, which was double the price. There were also 10 great piano pieces in Parallel World. Qin Zhe liked the name of this one, so he exchanged it and also exchanged for Intermediate Piano Mastery. Together with Goddess of Light, he spent a total of 160 points. Goddess of Light was a free gift from Piano Mastery. It was easy to spend money but difficult to earn money. Qin Baobao saved the video and gently placed the video recorder on the sofa. Ace wrote this for me? Qin Baobao's phoenix eyes shone brightly. Qin Zhe nodded. With that, he was forcefully pressed onto the sofa by his sister, and then his face was covered in saliva. Qin Baobao straightened up and said happily, "Sister's kiss reward, are you surprised?" "Are you surprised?" Qin Zhe nodded. Surprise. He thought to himself, what an old trick. Qin Baobao leaned on him, happily scrolling through Weibo that was constantly increasing in comments. "This way sister will be cleared." "No, I don't need to be cleared. I've always been innocent." There are many similar smears in the entertainment industry. Look at the rumors on the internet. Qin Zhe sighed. When people become popular, there are many people who are jealous of your achievements. You also have to be careful of paparazzi. Don't go in and out of hotels with men. Even if there's nothing, it's still yellow mud falling on your crotch and it's hard to explain. "Bah, you're the yellow mud falling on your crotch," Qin Baobao said angrily. "When did you learn how to play the piano?" Qin Baobao asked. "I learned it in the school club." Qin Zhe casually found an excuse. Qin Baobao kissed him again and said admiringly, "Ace is so amazing." Chapter 86. On the internet, the scolding was still going on. The Water Army was incessantly stirring up trouble. The netizens were happy to watch the show and occasionally joined in the scolding. Qin Baobao, get out of the entertainment industry. So lame, lying to us that her brother wrote the song. Liar. Her singing is just SOSO. Look at her leaked recording. F*ck, what the hell was she singing? None of the singers in the show can beat you. If it wasn't for someone supporting you, you're nothing. I must be blind to like you so much. You have no self-respect. I've liked you for so long. Qin Zhe's Weibo was implicated. It's obviously a smooth account. She didn't even post more than 10 posts. I must be blind to believe Qin Baobao. Get out of the entertainment industry. Liar. Disgusting. Soon, someone noticed that Qin Zhe had updated his Weibo. A smooth account posted. Tisk, she still has the guts to post. We won't believe anything she says. She wants to clear her name? F*ck, this, oh my god, silence. Qin Zhe's Weibo was silent. A few minutes later, Qin Baobao reposted this Weibo. Xingyi Entertainment Gym. Su Lu was sweating profusely in her sportswear. She sat in the lounge area drinking energy drinks with a towel around her neck. She was a young woman in her 30s, beautiful and charming. Although women at this age were at their most charming, she was still skateboarding after her 30s and couldn't stop. Her skin would gradually become rough, wrinkles would appear at the corners of her eyes, and her figure would become out of shape. These were the natural enemies of women after 30. In order to preserve a young girl's skin and figure, she needed to take good care of herself and eat a good diet. She also needed to exercise regularly. Of course, her mentality was also important. Su Lu felt that her mentality had been good for the past few days. She felt refreshed. Qin Baobao was finished. Her reputation was completely ruined. At this moment she was probably fuming at home or crying. Su Lu had tasted it before. It was too bitter. She was very jealous. Qin Baobao not only stole her spot, but she was younger, prettier, and had more potential than her. Moreover, they were all singers. Everything was controlled by her and Kang Xian behind the scenes. As a price, she had almost been played to death these few days. Su Lu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, "Damn pervert." She took out her phone and looked at the time. She planned to take a shower and end today's exercise. Ding. Kang Xian replied, "Come to my office. Remember to take a shower." Su Lu shuddered as she recalled the various things she had experienced last night. She touched her butt and cursed under her breath, "Damn pervert." Kang Xian had recently taken a liking to her. Outside the gym, Su Lu's assistant jogged in. Looking around, she immediately spotted Su Lu and rushed over. "Big sister Su, bad news, bad news?" Su Lu was unperturbed. She raised her head to look at her and frowned. Why are you so flustered? What's the matter? Qin Baobao posted something on Weibo. The assistant panted slightly. Su Lu sneered, let her be. She won't be able to cause any trouble. The assistant waved her hands. It's different this time, it's different. Su Lu's expression turned serious. She opened Weibo on her phone and searched for Qin Baobao. She was not a fan of that little wench. Qin Baobao had posted something 2 hours ago. To be exact, she had reposted it. It was concise and comprehensive. My brother. Watching childhood from afar, I saw the news online and was dumbfounded. I was the one who accompanied Qin Baobao to the TV station to rehearse that day. There was no such thing as a rich second-generation heir or a Lamborghini. Please, you posted a picture of a Lamborghini and I became a rich second-generation heir? Thank you, unscrupulous media. If you posted a picture of the Shanghai Central Building, I would become the richest person in the country in minutes. I know you guys are also doing things for money. Although I'm not from the entertainment industry, I've seen too many similar methods. Buying news, hiring internet water army, these are the only methods. Let's not waste any more time. Everyone please take a look. There were 5 electronic pictures of the copyright of the song. Qin Zhe had registered the copyright certificate online. He had blurred out the Zhe word. Su Lu clicked on the picture and her eyebrows twitched. She sneered. Go and contact the media. Say that Qin Baobao photoshopped the picture. Trying to cover it up only makes it more conspicuous. The netizens would not talk about evidence with you. This was not a court. 3 people could make a tiger. 10 people could turn a rumor into a definite fact. The picture was too vague. The assistant's expression did not look too good. She stammered, Sister Su, look at the next post. Su Lu swiped the screen and saw Qin Baobao's last Weibo post. She was shocked. Comments, 26588. Likes, 12209. This data was a little scary. Qin Baobao's fame was not even a C-list celebrity. But after posting on Weibo for 2 hours, there were actually so many followers. It was still, my brother. There was a video attached. She clicked on the video. The background was an ordinary living room. The furnishings were simple and neat. A man was sitting on the sofa. His face was mosaic. The man in the video said, I'm Qin Baobao's brother. Yes, I'm also the author of all her original songs. In view of the recent storm on the internet, I'm here to explain. The person who accompanied Qin Baobao to rehearse the program that day was me. I'm the man in the picture. Some people with evil intentions secretly took pictures and created rumors. They even hired ghostwriters. I know who that person is. Without evidence, I won't name him. I also know that there's no evidence. No one will believe me. Alright, we'll speak with facts. Su Lu sneered. Posting pictures was not safe. What about a video? So what if it was a video? You said you were Qin Baobao's brother, so you are? Even if you are, I can still defame you. Public opinion didn't need evidence or authenticity. Whoever had the right to speak would be the winner. But at this moment the camera zoomed in. The man in the video tapped on 2 phones. A virtual piano appeared on the screen. What was he trying to do? Play the piano? Rely on this to play the piano? As if to verify Su Lu's guess, the man in the video muttered to himself. He gently placed his hands on the virtual piano keys of the 2 phones. In the next moment, flowing notes sounded. Goddess of Light? Su Lu was stunned. Of course she had heard this song before. In her era, the school's loudspeaker would play this piano every lunchtime. The game was quite good. The 2 phones could actually display the original flavor of the game. Su Lu suddenly missed her high school days. She had seen Qin Baobao's brother before. She heard that he was the author of those original songs. Su Lu did not believe it at first. He was young, handsome, and looked like he had not graduated from university. How could he have such high musical attainments? Now she believed it. Based on this piano piece, his standard was at the top. Go and contact the media and internet ghostwriters. Ask them to increase their efforts. I don't believe Qin Baobao can make a comeback. It's just a piano piece. It's nothing. Su Lu was very calm. She quickly thought of a countermeasure. The assistant hesitated and whispered, watch the video first. Then you can consider whether hiring ghostwriters is still useful. Su Lu looked at her strangely. She did not speak and continued to watch. The piano piece ended. She thought the video was over, but when she looked at the progress bar, it was still a long way from death. I'm not just going to play a song. I believe that there are many people who can play Goddess of Light. But there are not many people who can write 6 excellent songs. After listening to the song I'm going to play, everyone will believe me. I am indeed the original writer of the song. Qin Bao Bao does not have the possibility of a sugar daddy, because all the songs were written by me. Seeing this, Su Lu finally had an ominous premonition. She felt that something was going to happen. Just as this thought came to her mind, a light note sounded. In the video, a pair of slender fingers moved, kind and pleasing to the eye. It was a piano piece that had never been heard before. The piano sound floated in the gym. The rhythm was bright and beautiful. It had an intoxicating charm. Someone turned off the treadmill and turned to look. Someone put down the dumbbell and couldn't help but come over, wanting to listen carefully to the piano piece. 1, 2, not long after, more than a dozen people gathered around Su Lu. They were Star Art Entertainment's employees, small celebrities who did not take any jobs, fitness trainers, etc. This piece is really nice. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Which foreign master's work is it? It should be a new work. I've studied piano for a few years, but I've never seen it. From the style, it seems to be hers. This young man is not bad. He can play such a beautiful piano piece using a mobile phone app. Big Sister Su, where did you find this video? I want to listen to. Big Sister Su, what's the name of this piece? The people around her whispered to each other. Su Lu suddenly realized that her mind was in a mess. She wanted to continue to smear Qin Bao Bao, but it seemed to be a bit difficult. How to smear? It was fine if there were pictures and the truth, but this video was too unbelievable. A self-composed piano piece, and it was so good. She did not doubt the authenticity of the piano piece. There were too many amazing people online. If you stole a piano piece from a master, you would be exposed in minutes. How could it be? How could it be? How old was he? How could he have such achievements? Even if Qin Zhe wrote another 10 golden songs, Su Lu would not be surprised. Self-composed piano pieces were amazing. There were too many people in the world who could play the piano, but how many could compose piano pieces? It was on a completely different level from pop songs. Chapter 87. There was a lot of discussion on the internet. Look, copyright photo. Is it really Qin Bao Bao's brother? Look at the signature, it's indeed surnamed Qin. Could it be that Qin Bao Bao's song was really written by her brother? Didn't those composers on the internet say that it's impossible? But his name is indeed Qin. There's no such coincidence in the world. I seem to have wronged my goddess. Bullshit, what can a few photos prove? Maybe it's photoshopped. Oh right. Professionally identify the photos and see if they're photoshopped. It's definitely photoshopped. Qin Bao Bao is cleaning up the floor. Then Qin Bao Bao updated her Weibo again and posted a video. Damn amazing. The phone software can play such a nice piano song. It's very amazing. Goddess of Light. When I was in school, the school's loudspeaker played this song every day. I've been brainwashed. It's too awesome. It's not that there aren't people who use phones to play the piano on the internet, but it's really rare to see someone play like this. Professional level. It seems that someone is really slandering Qin Bao Bao. Why is there a mosaic? We want to see the real person. Little brother's fingers are so slender. Little brother, let me see what you look like. This brother is awesome. I want one too. Hey, what's wrong with playing the piano? It doesn't mean that the song is his original work. My cousin is in her second year of high school. Piano level 8. Are you an idiot? Your sister is an amateur level 8. This is at least a professional level 8. There's no comparison. Because I've also learned the piano. So what? It only means that he plays the piano well. Don't be misled. Those professional singers have professional piano skills, but even they don't have the ability to continuously compose so many high-quality songs in more than a month. Qin Bao Bao is misleading you. At this time, the second piano song sounded, and Qin Zhe's self-narration. Original work? Is it true? Are you kidding? Composing a piano song? Are you joking? Bullsh*T. This is not the same thing as writing pop songs. At first, there were still people who expressed their doubts. But soon no one spoke. Everyone who heard this piano piece, regardless of whether they knew the piano or not, regardless of whether they liked the piano or not, were all dumbfounded. In front of their computers and phones, their mouths were wide open in shock. Even if he didn't know how to play the piano, he still had a basic level of appreciation. Moreover, there was the previous song Goddess of Light, as a comparison. Whether it was good or bad, it was clear at a glance. The result of the comparison was extremely shocking. This piano piece, which Qin Bao Bao's little brother claimed to be an original piano piece, actually, compared to the world's top 10 famous pieces, Goddess of Light, there was a faint tendency to be superior. That was terrifying. That was one of the top 10 songs in the world. It was a famous piano piece that had been tested and recognized by the world. Maybe we don't have the ability to appreciate music, just like how we like pop music and don't like piano music, but this doesn't mean that pop music is superior to piano music. So someone reposted this Weibo, China Musicians Association, professionals, come and listen. What do you think of this piano piece? Oh my god, it feels heaven-defying. China Musicians Association, 666, it's time to show your true skills. China Musicians Association. Why do I feel that it's of a higher quality than Goddess of Light? It must be my imagination. China Musicians Association. I'll dig out a talent for you. By the way, I'll ask weekly, how is it compared to the top 10 piano pieces? China Musicians Association. This Weibo post became the trending topic on Weibo with an unstoppable momentum. The keywords, Qin Baobao's little brother, the world's top 10 piano pieces. It was like a meteorite smashing into the big lake of the internet, causing countless waves. Many people who didn't pay attention to Qin Baobao clicked on the topic and watched the video. Then they were all shocked. But no one expected that at 7 o'clock in the evening, the official Weibo of the China Musicians Association would speak. In response to the call of the netizens, we watched the video and listened to the piano piece. The association immediately held a 2-hour-long meeting. Announcing the results of the meeting, the piano masters all said that they were scared out of their wits. By the way, the association would like to invite you to play a piano piece live. We need clearer works. Because the international piano competition will be held in October. That's right, it's decided on you. Looking at childhood from afar, the Music Association's Weibo was written very humorously, fully adapted to the internet soil. It was unknown whether the piano masters were scared out of their wits or not, but the netizens were scared out of their wits. F***ck, I haven't seen it before, right? International piano competition? Does that mean you're going to represent your country? Representing your country is bullshit. Do you think it's the Olympics? I thought you just had a good piano piece, but you told me you're going to participate in the international piano competition. Oh damn, international piano competition? 6 to no friends. I'm kneeling. Qin Baobao's little brother is going to be popular. The International Musicians Association's Weibo was like a shit stirrer, stirring up the internet. This matter quickly became the talk of the town. The International Musicians Association, the International Piano Competition, Qin Baobao's little brother. The matter started because Qin Baobao was with a rich man, but it was quickly covered up. No one cared about the authenticity of Qin Baobao's relationship with a rich man. Or rather, it was impossible. With such a cool and arrogant little brother, why would she need to accompany a rich man? Qin Zhe's Weibo instantly became a hot topic. Some people jeered, some people watched, and some people heard the news and came to join in the fun. This really isn't Qin Baobao's side account? Nonsense, the International Musicians Association has already sent an invitation to participate in the International Piano Competition in October. Fight for the country? Suddenly it's so high and mighty. Fight for the country? You're exaggerating. Do you think it's the Olympics? What happened? I came here from the trending searches. Qin Baobao really has a little brother? What the hell is the International Musicians Association? What the hell is the top 10 piano pieces? Upstairs, you can slowly look for it online. Little brother, reply. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the International Piano Competition. Little brother, show your sister a photo. I really want to see his face. Qin Baobao is so beautiful, her little brother must be not bad. It just so happens that I'm heartbroken. I like men who can play the piano the most. Handsome. What do you think of the International Musicians Association's invitation? Looking at childhood from afar. If you're a man, be straightforward. Participate or not. Looking at childhood from afar. It's time to win glory for the country. Looking at childhood from afar. Almighty, please accept my kneeling. Little brother, brother-in-law pats your head and looking at childhood from afar. Do you want to participate in the piano competition? There was a lot of jeering in the comments and Qin Zhe's phone kept ringing. He had to close the Weibo notification and respond to the netizens. International Musicians Association. Recently, I've been helping Qin Baobao write songs. About the International Piano Competition, let's talk about it after, I am a singer. Just casually asking, do you get money for winning the competition? If you don't have money, I won't go. If you have money, I'll consider it. The netizens burst out laughing. Didn't he say that he was just asking casually? F***ck, if you don't have money, you won't go? So you've fallen into the trap of money? This isn't a loss. So the international piano competition isn't as important as your sister's show? This little brother is true love. Qin Bao Bao. Please give me a dozen of such little brothers. He's talented and dotes on his sister. Oh my God, if he's a handsome guy, that would be perfect. Not long after, the International Musicians Association replied on Weibo, "We'll wait for you. Contact us when you've decided." Qinzhe couldn't help but laugh. This official Weibo was quite cute. With the development of the internet, many relevant departments had registered official Weibo accounts on Weibo. Because it was an online platform, the comments couldn't be too formal and old-fashioned, and it was well received by the netizens. The so-called contrast cuteness. In the room, Qin Bao Bao lay on the bed, upset. She tossed and turned, and the bed was like a pig's nest. From time to time, she would look at her phone and follow the latest news. From time to time, she would stare at the ceiling in a daze. Today, she and Qinzhe had crossed the line and touched the bottom line that should not be touched. It made her very frightened, uneasy, and embarrassed. How were they going to get along in the future? How were they going to live if word got out? If her father found out, both of them would be beaten to death. So annoying, so annoying. At this moment, her phone rang a few times. Weibo indicated that there was a new message. Qin Bao Bao unlocked the screen and opened Weibo. It was a group of netizens who had tagged her. "This little brother is true love. Qin Bao Bao. Damn, with a little brother like this, I'll give myself to him. Qin Bao Bao. Your little brother is really good to you. He wrote songs for you and painstakingly helped you clear your name. Qin Bao Bao. Something's not right. Your little brother is openly hugging your waist and showing affection on Weibo. Could it be that he's from the German orthopedics department? Qin Bao Bao." Qin Bao Bao felt like her unspeakable secret had been exposed. She subconsciously felt guilty and looked nervous. She quickly deleted the message. What was the German orthopedics department? Qin Bao Bao scrolled through the comments. She was proud and happy, and she happily rolled around on the bed. It was so awesome. Chapter 88. That night at the dinner table, Wang Zijin found that Qin Bao kept putting food in Qinzhe's bowl. The siblings were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring her. She felt that this pair of siblings were too childish. Sometimes they were good, sometimes they were cold. Shouldn't this be the behavior of children? They were already so old. Wang Zijin forced a topic. What's with the piano piece? When did A's know how to play the piano? I didn't hear Bao Bao mention it. Too amazing. The International Musicians Association invited you to participate in the International Piano Competition. What does she know? She's so heartless all day. She didn't even know that I learned Russian. Qinzhe curled his lips. Hey, here we go again. You have to learn to respect your sister. Wang Zijin said angrily. Okay, let's not talk about this. Sister Ziwei, let's go to the movies this weekend? No, I have to write a manuscript. There's always time to watch a movie. Also, I saw a good barbecue restaurant online. Let's go eat? Is it as good as your cooking? I'm not sure. Wang Zijin said with a smile that was not a smile. Ace, are you trying to woo me? God, don't talk about it. Although I'm a man, I'll be embarrassed too. Life is so difficult. Why expose everything? Looking at his dumbfounded expression, Wang Zijin burst into laughter, her body trembling. She had seen all kinds of people. Those who wanted to woo her could form a strong company. There was nothing that couldn't be said. But such a big boy was much cuter than those men. Qinzhe was trying to figure out how to answer Wang Zijin's fatal blow. She sighed. Actually, I'm very envious of you and Bao Bao. Fighting is what siblings are like. I'm an only child, but I have a few cousins. When I was young, we often quarreled, fought, and were at odds, but our relationship was very good. As we grew up, we were influenced by our parents, distance, and interests. We became more and more distant. You are a very outstanding boy. Bao Bao often makes fun of you for not being able to find a girlfriend. What you've done for her, writing songs and playing the piano, if it were any other girl, they would have won her heart long ago. Qinzhe let out a long sigh. You scared me to death. Wang Zijin tilted her head, her eyes blank. Qinzhe smiled and said, I thought Sister Ziwei was going to say, you're an excellent boy, but I've always treated you as my younger brother. Wang Zijin chuckled. While Wang Zijin was taking a bath, Qinzhe decided to have a heart-to-heart talk with his sister. It was like this in the movies. The stepfather, the stepmother, the teacher, and the naughty child had a heart-to-heart talk, and finally the child accepted them. There was also a loser who cried and confessed his feelings, successfully changing his impression in the heart of the goddess. Qinzhe decided to use a heart-to-heart talk to resolve the awkwardness of the day. He knocked on the door and pushed it in. Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, and the air conditioner was blowing cold air. A pair of delicate white feet were exposed outside the blanket, and her toes were moving restlessly. Sister was looking down at her phone. When she saw her brother come in, her white face suddenly put on a cold expression, and she turned her head away, not looking at him. Sister, what happened during the day? Qin Bao Bao's face changed and she said lightly, Don't call me sister, I'm not your sister. Qin Bao Bao also came back to her senses. She was in a daze when her brother coaxed her into a wet kiss. Qin Zhe wanted to say, What happened during the day was a spur of the moment, and I want to apologize. He laughed dryly and said, If you're not my sister, then who is? Qin Bao Bao said loudly, I don't care who you are. Don't call me big sis. Move back home tomorrow. How can I apologize with your uncooperative attitude? I think we need to talk. There's no need to talk, I don't have a brother like you. Oh. There's no such thing in the movie, what should I do when I meet someone who doesn't want to talk? Fuck her until she cries? Okay, I'll leave tomorrow. I came in to talk about your new song. Qin Zhe said helplessly. Sister had never been so angry. With his experience, he couldn't continue the topic at this time. He had to change the topic and change the topic. Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and her face was still gloomy, but her tone was slightly better. You have another song? Yes, I've been preparing it for you. Then write down the lyrics and music score tomorrow, then pack your luggage and move back to live with mom and dad. Why didn't you follow the script? Shouldn't you tacitly not mention this at this time? Qin Zhe had no choice but to leave. Was he really going to move back home to live with his parents? Of course not. Qin Zhe could still distinguish between his sister's angry words and her true words. If Qin Bao Bao was really angry, she wouldn't have waited until now to say it. She would have asked Qin Zhe to pack up and leave in the afternoon. Although his parents' names were on the property certificate, the house was their dowry for their daughter, so in name this house was Qin Bao Bao's. Her elder sister had the right to tell him to scram, but her elder sister didn't really want him to scram. It was just her anger that hadn't dissipated yet. She also wanted to make sure that Qin Zhe was fully responsible for what happened during the day and cover up the fact that she had taken the initiative to kiss him. Qin Bao Bao had always been a scheming girl. In the blink of an eye, it was Thursday, the day of the show's recording. For the first time, Wang Zijin asked for leave to accompany Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe to the recording site. Although each guest only had one ticket, when Qin Bao Bao asked the production team for a ticket, the production team readily agreed. The reasons were as follows. After all, Qin Bao Bao was a C-list star. She wasn't a newcomer with no foundation. Qin Bao Bao had an amazing younger brother who might participate in an international piano competition. The production team couldn't wait to rope him in. Qin Bao Bao drove her best friend and brother into the TV station. After entering the building, they separated. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin obediently went through the security check, and Qin Bao Bao went straight to the staff passage. Before leaving, Qin Zhe reminded his sister again, You must pay attention to the high notes. I'm not asking you to pay attention to the smoothness of your voice, but to try your best to sing until you're hoarse. The stage costume also has to be according to what I said. Sister's attitude was very cold and indifferent. Okay. Although she acquiesced to Qin Zhe's shamelessness, it didn't mean that she forgave him. Qin Bao Bao began to fight a cold war with her brother again. Wang Zijin sighed helplessly in the face of the brother and sister's silent war. When Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin entered the recording site, there were only 10 minutes left before the show began. The lights were dim and there were so many people that they couldn't see the stairs clearly. Qin Zhe summoned his courage and pretended to be relaxed. It's too dark. Sister Ziwei, let me hold your hand and walk. Be careful not to fall. Wang Zijin looked at him with anger and amusement. She knew what he was thinking. After pondering for a while, she reached out her small hand for Qin Zhe to hold. Qin Zhe held Wang Zijin's soft hand, and his heart beat faster. There was a saying, holding hands is the beginning of love. It was nothing for him to hold Qin Bao Bao's hand. After all, they were brother and sister. It was normal for them to hold hands and hug waist. But Wang Zijin was not his biological sister. Would an ordinary girl let a man hold her hand? The saying that love grows with time was true. Chapter 89. After taking his seat, Qin Zhe sat upright and looked at the stage seriously, even if there was nothing on it. Wang Zijin curled her lips and said angrily, Why don't you let go? I won't fall down in my seat, will I? Qin Zhe grinned. I can't rule out this possibility. Wang Zijin laughed angrily and rolled her eyes at him charmingly. Unexpectedly, she compromised and let him hold her little hand. Qin Zhe was overjoyed. He really liked Wang Zijing. His aesthetic standards had been destroyed and abused by Qin Baobao. It was difficult for him to be interested in ordinary women. Unfortunately, he was ordinary, so he had never found a girlfriend. He didn't like ordinary women, but beautiful women didn't like him. It was probably such an awkward situation. Wang Zijing was a rare beauty comparable to Qin Baobao. She had an oval face and peach-blossoming eyes, which were not worse than her sister's foxy face and red phoenix eyes. Her figure was not as hot as her sister's, but she was well-proportioned and graceful. She was gentle and generous, and she was very reserved and dignified at the same time. In this aspect she was undoubtedly better than Qin Baobao. In Qin Zhe's eyes, his sister's good appearance was lawless, but her character was terrible. His sister was heartless, his sister was lazy when it came to eating, his sister was shameless and unreasonable. He could list all of her shortcomings. The show began. Injia's figure appeared on the big screen behind the stage facing the camera. Welcome to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Bright Skin Cosmetics. I'm your host Injia. Dear guest teachers, how do you do? The camera was turned to the singers in the hall. Everyone said, "Hello Injia." After Injia chatted with several singers, it was finally Qin Baobao's turn. Miss Qin, there have been rumors about you on the internet these days. What do you think about it? Today, Qin Baobao could no longer be regarded as a newcomer, so she changed her name to Miss Qin. Qin Baobao smiled. The innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. Su Lu pursed her lips. If it weren't for your arrogant younger brother, we wouldn't be so relaxed today. Injia couldn't hide her curiosity. I've seen the video on your Weibo. It's so shocking. Can you reveal your brother's identity? All the singers looked over. They couldn't help but be curious. Qin Baobao's younger brother was too stunning. On the internet, Qin Baobao's little brother was said to be godly. In addition to the few original songs, the most important one was the piano piece. In the past few days, there were constantly big shots in the music industry evaluating this piano piece, called China's most outstanding piano piece in modern times. There were also some amazing people who filmed videos of them playing to Qin Baobao and then uploaded them to the internet. For a time, to Qin Baobao became popular. In the audience, many people were suddenly interested. In the era of information explosion, there was no possibility of their news lagging behind. Most of them knew about Qin Baobao's public opinion storm. Even if they didn't know, after the piano piece, to Qin Baobao, was released, they all knew about it. It was called the most outstanding piano piece in modern times in China and was praised by the country's music masters. The original composer was Qin Baobao's younger brother. Qin Baobao blinked and asked, "My younger brother's identity is my younger brother." Injia opened her mouth. Damn, she was speechless. Several people shook their heads in disappointment. Qin Baobao's answer was impeccable. My younger brother's identity is my younger brother. There was nothing wrong with it. Qin Baobao thought for a moment and added, he's an otaku. He doesn't like to be exposed to the public. At the front desk, Qin Zhe's face darkened. Who's an otaku? Please, an otaku is not a good word. Don't take the opportunity to discredit me. Injia smiled and said, I can understand. Who knew that Qin Baobao would change the topic? However, he's also here today. He's at the scene. Injia was shocked and immediately became spirited. Really? Really? I'm looking forward to going to the front desk. I really want to see my younger brother. All right, younger brother, was about to become Qin Zhe's official title. In the audience there was an uproar. Everyone looked left and right, looking for Qin Baobao's younger brother. Some people even stood up to search. They were suspicious when they saw that he was handsome. Because this was the only clue. After all, Qin Baobao was too beautiful. Her younger brother must be a handsome guy too. Qin Zhe instinctively shrank his head, just like the teacher in school who said, I'll pick a classmate to answer a question. The students all shrank their heads in unison. They tried their best not to attract attention. Seeing him like this, Wang Zijing laughed and said, You're not handsome. You won't be exposed. Seeing Qin Zhe's hurt face, she was overjoyed and changed her words, You're still very good looking. The next segment was to invite the replacement singer. The one who was eliminated in the last episode was Qin Xiaotong, a former popular singer, Hong Jingyao Qin Xiaotong. Now they had bid farewell to the stage. The moment Injia knocked on the door of the replacement singer, there was an uproar in the audience. So handsome. Is he mixed blood? His eyes are so charming. Who is he? There's no one like him in the music industry, but he's so handsome. Is he Qin Baobao's younger brother? Don't joke. Qin Baobao is not mixed blood. The one who opened the door was a handsome mixed-blood guy. He had a high nose bridge, deep eyes, and a chiseled face, which mixed the gentleness of the East with the masculinity of the West. He was extremely handsome. Even with Qin Zhe's beautified appearance by the system, he had to admit that he was inferior to him. However, this handsome mixed-blood guy was very unfamiliar. He was definitely not from the music industry, at least not from the Chinese music industry. "Hello, Wales." Yinjia reached out her hand. The handsome mixed-blood guy shook hands with her and smiled charmingly. He said in broken Chinese, "Hello. So handsome. I'm shocked." Yinjia was like a starry-eyed girl. She didn't forget to say to the camera, "I believe the audience is unfamiliar with Wales. Let me introduce him to you. He is a male singer from the United Kingdom. He is the youngest singer on the stage of Singer. He just graduated from university. But his resume is absolutely rich. He has participated in many music competitions in the United Kingdom and has been to the United States. He has won more awards than our 3 Best Student Awards. He is known as the youngest soul singer in the United Kingdom. It's really an honor for the program to invite him." In the audience, the girls who were captured by his appearance at first sight exclaimed, "Wow, he's so good! A famous foreign singer? The program team is awesome. I really want to hear him sing. He's so handsome. He's also a big shot in the music industry. He's so young. In our country there aren't many who can compete with him. Haha, have you forgotten about little brother Qin Bao Bao? Hey, that's a composer, not a singer. This handsome mixed-blood guy is a capable singer." In the hall, Yinjia led Wales to meet the other singers and greeted each other. Wales suddenly walked in front of Qin Bao Bao. His eyes were stunned. He said in English, "Beautiful lady, can I kiss your hand?" Of course. Qin Bao Bao agreed. In foreign countries, it was polite for a man to kiss the back of a woman's hand. In the audience, Qin Zhe scolded, "Damn it." Wang Zijin looked at him and didn't say a word. It was time to draw lots. The results were as follows. Huang Yuding versus Wales. Su Lu versus Qin Bao Bao. Lu Shuigang versus Li Rongxing. Yinjia asked Wales, "Wales, you're the second contestant to go on stage. Your opponent is one of our most popular singers. Are you confident?" Wales's smile did not fade. He faced the camera and said in Chinese with poor pronunciation, "I've never lost before." How arrogant. Huang Yuding raised his eyebrows. In the audience, "Haha, Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu are going to PK again. Are they love-hate each other? Su Lu lost to Qin Bao Bao last time. I don't think she'll win this time." That might not be the case. Qin Bao Bao's original songs have been exposed on the internet. Everyone knows about it. There's nothing new about it. I don't think they'll buy it. Supporting Su Lu. Let's win this round. Huang Yuding and Wales are going to PK. Boo-hoo, my handsome mixed-blood guy, why is he so unlucky? If he gets Qin Bao Bao, he'll definitely win. The show officially began. The first singer to perform was Huang Yuding. He was in pretty good shape today. As usual, he sang covers of old songs with a different flavor. The student surpasses the master. He received unanimous praise from the audience. Next, Wales went on stage. When this guy opened his mouth, he stunned countless audience members. It was just an English song, but he sang a high note throughout the entire venue. High notes had always been the core problem in singing. To a certain extent, it represented the singer's ability. As long as one practiced their vocal skills scientifically, anyone could have the ability to sing a high note. However, there were only a handful of singers in the country who could sing a high note from start to finish like Wales. Although the audience could not understand the English song, they were all stunned when they heard the deep, shocking, and impeccable high notes. Not to mention the audience, even the professional singers backstage were dumbfounded. Damn, his lung capacity was too terrifying. With such a high note, why didn't he go and sing in an opera instead of participating in a variety show? Huang Yuding smiled bitterly and shook his head. For the first time he felt a little uncertain. The song ended. The audience was like boiling water. Applause. Screams. Cool. How can he sing so high? Unbelievable. He's really a soul singer. His singing gave me goosebumps. Oh my god, he's so cool. Foreign singers are indeed different. Once he performs, it's shocking. Wang Zijin nodded. His singing is not bad. Qin Zhe smiled mysteriously. Just you wait. When your sister sings, that's what you call shocking. Huh? Wang Zijin was confused. Qin Zhe did not explain. He looked at the stage. The voting session had begun. Huang Yuding lost. It was unexpected but reasonable. He was the most popular singer. That was true. But there was another saying, when you have a new love, you forget the old. The audience was the most fickle. After 4 episodes of the show, the audience was more or less tired of the aesthetic. They were not as excited and expectant as they were in the first episode. Moreover, Huang Yuding's singing style was steady and steady. He did not make any mistakes and rarely could he break through. In terms of freshness and shock, he was not as good as Wales's. He was not as handsome as this foreign mixed blood. In the second group, Sulu went on stage. Sulu sang a folk song. Her voice was deep and profound. It was very penetrating. Of course, she could not sing an original song. Not everyone was like Qin Bao. She did not have such an awesome brother. But Sulu was not afraid of Qin Bao Bao at all today. The song Listen to the Sea had been circulating on the internet for many days. It was good, but the single had been on repeat for several days. The audience was tired of it. Under such circumstances, Qin Bao Bao could sing beautifully. And she was an A-list celebrity. She definitely had more supporters than Qin Bao Bao. Soon Qin Bao Bao went on stage. Although they were not looking forward to her song, the audience, especially the male audience, were still looking forward to Qin Bao Bao's hot figure with big breasts and long legs. However, when Qin Bao Bao walked slowly on stage under the gorgeous stage lights, countless audience members were stunned. Qin Bao Bao was dressed like this? Chapter 90. What's Qin Bao Bao up to today? She must have offended the stylist. This outfit? I can't find a word to describe it. Big cloak? Smoky makeup? What's that on her head? A pearl phoenix crown? Is she filming a movie? Can you take off the cloak? I want to see those long legs. Is it because she doesn't have a good song, so she's using this outfit to attract attention? Is she trying to save the country in a roundabout way? This style doesn't seem right. Hey Qin Bao Bao, you've come to the wrong set. As soon as Qin Bao Bao appeared, the audience began to complain. Her style was too strange, completely different from her usual plain outfit that showed off her figure. Wearing a dark red cloak, smoky makeup and a pearl crown, she looked like a clown trying to please the crowd. Wang Zijin was stunned. She recalled what Qin Zhe had told her before entering the venue and asked in surprise, "You designed this?" Qin Zhe felt a little ashamed and shook his head. "You can say that. I told her to dress up a little weirdly in a way that would attract attention." "Why?" Wang Zijin was puzzled. "To create the atmosphere." "Atmosphere?" Qin Zhe kept her in suspense. "You'll find out later." Wang Zijin pinched him lightly and said, "Tell me now." She was acting like a spoiled girlfriend. Qin Zhe was delighted. Wang Zijin's attitude indicated that he was not just an ordinary friend in her eyes. Above friendship but not yet love. "I hope you don't treat me like a younger brother." Qin Zhe was about to answer when the music started. He pointed at the rolling subtitles. "Take a look for yourself." Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. She was slightly nearsighted. "Exaggerated? Exaggerated? Isn't it Listen to the Sea? The outfit and lyrics are very appropriate." She changed to a new song? "That's quite good." What a joke. She doesn't know who her younger brother is. The audience also saw it. Qin Bao Bao looked at the audience below the stage expressionlessly. Among these people, had anyone attacked her on the internet before? They scolded her for using underhanded means to get to the top. She was clearly a newcomer, but she could stand on this stage. Yes, the speed of her rise was too fast, which made others jealous. Keyboard warriors always didn't care about the feelings of others and followed the trend indiscriminately. They only cared about the pleasure of cursing from the bottom of their hearts, but they didn't care about the feelings of the people involved. In the past few days, Qin Bao Bao had experienced the power of cyberbullying. The sound of the piano flowed like water. Heavy and impassioned. Qin Bao Bao held the microphone tightly. "If anyone asks me, I'll tell them." But no one came. The audience was stunned. The singer backstage was stunned. Wang Zijin was stunned. "Cantonese? Qin Bao Bao sang a Cantonese song? She knows Cantonese?" Of course, Qin Bao Bao could not speak Cantonese, but it was not difficult to sing Cantonese songs. He listened to it over and over again and practiced it over and over again. He practiced from day to night. He didn't know how many times his voice was hoarse. 3 days. She had spent 3 days on it. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and clutched her chest as if she really felt anger. "I'm looking forward to it until I'm helpless. I have something to say but I can't get it. My mood is like the lid of a bottle waiting to be opened. But the cheeks are growing moss." The audience was silent. They looked at the lines, looked at Qin Bao Bao and listened to her singing. A strange feeling arose spontaneously, the helplessness of a small figure. The quieter in the crowd, the quieter. "You've become even more indifferent." I want to stir up an accident. Like suddenly singing loudly. Everywhere is like opening a four-sided stage. Wearing the shiniest dress, very emotional. If someone comes to take a picture, remember to put in the pocket. Indifferent? I want to stir up an accident? Like suddenly singing loudly? Hearing these lyrics, many people fell silent and felt a sense of bitterness for no reason. Everyone had times like this. Who didn't want to suddenly sing loudly? In the workplace, in the field of love, not being noticed, not being liked, physically and mentally exhausted. I just want to suddenly sing loudly, let more people see me, let people pay attention to me. To be a pathetic, ridiculous, claptrap clown. Huang Yuding opened his mouth and couldn't speak for a long time. He thought of all the setbacks he had suffered along the way. The songs he worked hard to write were ignored, and the agency almost gave up on him. Li Rongxing sighed. The song is amazing. Lu Shuigang was silent. He didn't have a good relationship with Qin Baobao, so he didn't want to praise her. Whales couldn't understand Chinese. He smiled and said to the singer next to him, "It's not bad." No one responded to him. It was more than not bad. After this song was broadcast, it would go against the natural order. It would definitely be popular all over the country. Qin Baobao suddenly opened her eyes and sang loudly. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm afraid. Words like wood and stone. To get attention. In fact, I'm afraid of being forgotten. Let's play it big. I don't know how to be elegant. Is silence still praised in the world? Not explosive enough. How come there's a topic for me to praise? To be a great entertainer. Qin Baobao sang loudly alone, but the audience was surprisingly quiet, forming a sharp contrast. It was as if this was baby Qin's stage alone. She was entertaining herself, singing at the top of her lungs, singing at the top of her lungs. Can't you see my efforts? Can you be more polite? I practiced this song for 3 days. I even sang it in my dreams at night. Because I had no choice, I had no way out. My song was exposed on the internet. Some people slandered me, but I didn't get comfort or encouragement. They attacked me and scolded me. That's not what I want. I want to be valued and liked. There are too many ordinary paths in the world. Which village do you live in? In love and work. I've been neglected too much. My self-esteem has been damaged. Being valued can cure hunger. If you haven't, you know why. A lot of people make these mistakes. Is it sick to make people look at me? At this point of the song, many people cried. They covered their mouths with tears falling down. Only a few people were extraordinary. Most of them were part of the crowd. Everyone had experienced the pain of being ordinary. The helplessness of a nobody. Qin Baobao was excited. She kept bending and singing at the top of her lungs. You think I'm exaggerating? Exaggerating because I'm afraid. Words like wood and stone. To get attention. Actually, I'm afraid of being forgotten. Let's play it big. I don't know how to be elegant. Is silence still praised in the world? Not explosive enough. How come there's a topic for me to praise? To be a great entertainer. Huang Yuding couldn't help but stand up and say excitedly, "That's great." Li Rongxing's heart was in turmoil. My hair is standing on end. My emotions are completely stirred up. Lu Shuigang sighed and said, "The person who wrote this song is a musical genius." No, a genius. Huang Yuding laughed and said, "Of course. Her brother can even write piano songs. If this guy is in the entertainment industry, he'll definitely dominate the music industry." Su Lu's face darkened. To paraphrase Xianglin's wife, "I'm so stupid, really? Why did she have an original song? It's only been 2 or 3 days. How could she have time to write an original song? She had been in the entertainment industry for so many years and had never seen such a person. I'm so stupid, really?" Suddenly the song reached a climax. Qin Baobao's voice was hoarse. She was going crazy. Those who slandered me, those who scolded me, those who attacked me, come on, I'm the clown, Are you happy? She suddenly grabbed the pearl crown and pulled hard. The crown fell apart and countless pearls flew. Qin Baobao's hair was disheveled. She looked like a lunatic. She shouted in a hoarse voice. Is it hysterical enough? Shower the flowers with tears. I only want to surprise you. I don't seem to exist in the past. Even the blue veins appear when you add more words. Do these words exist now? It was shocking. Qin Baobao clutched her chest again. Her expression changed. There was confusion, anger, sadness. She had practiced this at home a long time ago. At first her acting was too fake. Qin Zhe laughed at her. Later she gradually got better and could control her emotions. She shouted at the top of her voice. Look at me, don't just look at the sky. Drink as much as you want even if I have to give you a cup of tea. Don't forget that someone is hoarse for you. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling. Hundreds of audience members stood up at the same time and shouted with all their might. It seemed that they wouldn't stop until their voices were hoarse. This was the music that hit the soul. This was the song that hit the soul. Exaggerated. It was the voice of countless people. Chapter 91. The venue blew up. This song was not a rock song, but it was more emotional than a rock song. Everyone felt that the song was singing about them and that they were the main characters in the song. They were fully immersed in the song, so they all wanted to be like that small character and shout loudly to attract attention with exaggeration and claptrap. Only for the attention of that desolate person. A lot of the audience felt the same way. They remembered what they had experienced or were experiencing. Qin bao bao. Qin bao bao. Qin bao bao. Qin bao bao. 100. 500. The more they shouted, the louder they got. Backstage, Li Rongxing said playfully, "Wales, you said that you've never lost before. And I'm saying if you were to PK her, do you think you have a chance of winning?" Wales was silent. Through the TV screen at the front desk, he saw the crazy audience. It was several times hotter than when he sang. If he were to PK her, he wouldn't have the confidence. The highlight of today's stage wasn't him. After Qin Bao Bao shouted, exaggerated, the show reached its climax and then fell. Wales, this handsome mixed-blood guy from a foreign country, did not become an instant hit as expected. At most, he became familiar with the audience. It was worth mentioning that Qin Bao Bao and Su Lu's voting results were miserable. Qin Bao Bao led by nearly 200 votes and mercilessly crushed an A-list celebrity once again. On the way home, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe sat in the back seat. Qin Bao Bao was the one driving. Wang Zijin nudged her with her mouth and threw a look at Qin Zhe that basically said, "You guys haven't reconciled yet?" Qin Zhe pursed his lips and replied with his eyes, "Ignore her. It'll be fine in a few days." It was rare for Qin Bao Bao to be so angry. Last time, she forgave Qin Zhe for touching her but in less than 3 days. Now, his sister had been in a cold war with him for a few days. Fortunately, the two of them had been together for more than 20 years and had rich experience. Similar situations were not unheard of. When she was in high school, her sister was almost hung up and beaten by her parents because she wanted to be a celebrity. Out of novelty, Qin Zhe happily watched the whole process of his parents with a feather duster in each of their hands. He didn't shout, "Don't hit my sister. If you want to hit me." Instead, he actively pounced forward to block the bullet for his sister. Qin Bao Bao was heartbroken. She felt that she had been abandoned by her family, but she didn't dare to argue with her parents. Therefore, she had a cold war with Qin Zhe for half a month. She had already survived the crisis of almost severing their relationship as siblings. This matter was nothing at all. Old strategy, love grows with time. No, let time heal the wounds. Friday. At night. The 5th episode of I Am a Singer was broadcast. The popularity of this episode of the show was relatively low, unlike the 3rd episode when Qin Bao Bao angrily attacked Lu Shuigang on Weibo. In the 4th episode, the A-list celebrity Su Lu joined the cast of I Am a Singer. If one had to point to popularity, it would probably be the storm of public opinion caused by Qin Bao Bao. Although the plot had reversed, there were still many people who scolded Qin Bao Bao. Did keyboard warriors need a reason to scold others? Other celebrities would be scolded for being hypocritical when doing charity. I wonder who the replacement singer for this episode will be. There was a hint in the Easter egg of the last episode. It only said that the guest was a mystery and didn't reveal his identity. It whetted our appetite. Su Lu's episode is also a highlight. I'm looking forward to what song she will sing. Qin Bao Bao's Listen to the Sea is also quite good. I like it. Sigh, I'm sick of it. I've been playing the single on loop these days. But I'm listening to Su Lu's version. Her singing is better. What the hell is Qin Bao Bao singing? Qin Bao Bao relies on her brother. Speaking of which, what does her brother look like? I really want to see. He's definitely a handsome guy. Not necessarily. There are also biological siblings who are worlds apart. Stop talking. The guest is out. Wow, he's so handsome. He's so handsome that I'm blinded. Pure breeds are more handsome than mixed breeds. Who is this? There's no such person in the domestic music industry. A foreigner? Yin Jia briefly introduced Wales's resume and background. The audience gathered in front of the computer was in an uproar again. Are you serious? Is that good? It's fine if he's handsome, but does he have to be so talented? Look at me, I'm 26 years old. I have a beer belly, no house, no car, and no girls. It's infuriating to compare. The production team is amazing. They even invited a foreign genius singer. They spent a lot of money. There's no justice in this world. He's so outstanding at such a young age. Is there such a singer in our country? He's not like those little fresh meats who only rely on their looks. He's not only good-looking but also talented. Isn't Qin Baobao's brother the same? He's a real musical genius. Compared to him, Wales is not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath. That's not true. He hasn't even shown his face. He's just a legend. Besides, I'm talking about singing, not creating. At an advertising company. This Wales has a good image. I heard that he's preparing to develop his career in China for a while. Is the news reliable? We've communicated with his team. It's true. Try to sign a contract with him before he becomes popular. The advertising fees aren't high. You're so sure that he'll become popular? Yeah. What about Qin Baobao? Put her aside for now. We'll consider her after Star Singer ends. Her foundation is too shallow and there's still a lot of uncertainty. Wales is different. He's already very popular overseas and has his own team. We can work together smoothly. As for Qin Baobao, let's wait until she's established in star art first. The first group of singers began their competition. *CK, he's singing high notes the entire time? What kind of singing voice is that? That's too scary. I'm shocked. It's simply a pleasure to listen to. He can sing in an opera. Although I don't understand English songs just based on his high notes, he won't have any friends. No wonder he's called a soul singer. At his age, his singing skills are enough to dominate the country. What a pleasant surprise. I'm definitely a fan of this handsome foreign guy. Huang Yuding's loss wasn't unjust. But he'll be able to return in the revival round. It's okay. Imports are better than domestic ones. Then the second group of singers began their competition. Sulu sang first. It was an unrestrained ballad with pop music elements. The original singer was an unknown female ballad singer. Music variety shows like to cover unknown songs. First, it was easy to surpass them. If they became popular, they'd make a lot of money. Classic songs were too difficult to surpass, so no one was willing to sing them. Goddess singing skills are online. Not bad. It's pretty good. It's better than the original. I've heard the original before. It's on a completely different level. Sulu is a professional singer. She lost to Qin Baobao by accident. Makes sense. Blue and White Porcelain is too amazing. It's been dominating the music charts for several days. Sulu's loss was justified. Originally, Qin Baobao's Listen to the Sea had a chance to shine again. But the netizens have all heard it. Some of them even repeated it once or twice. They feel that there's nothing to look forward to. Qin Baobao is in danger this time. As for Qin Baobao, I just want to say, let's leave it to fate. Haha, so funny. A few minutes later, those who didn't think highly of Qin Baobao were slapped in the face. Qin Baobao's outfit is interesting. It's so ugly. Although the goddess' smoky makeup is coquettish and indecent, why is she wearing such an ugly pearl crown? And what's with the skirt-like cloak? What happened to her big breasts and long legs? Exaggerated? The title of the song is interesting. A Cantonese song? She can sing Cantonese songs? The lyrics are good. Calm down, comments. Listen to this song. The comments stopped for 2 or 3 minutes until Qin Baobao pulled off the pearl crown. The pearls flew all over the sky and scattered like flying flowers and broken jade. Countless people were shocked. The high energy has passed. Quickly return to your position. *CK, this song made me cry. It's not the sadness of Blue and White Porcelain, but the helplessness and desolation of my own situation. Exaggerated? She's singing my heart out. *CK, the tissue is wet. Mom, I didn't do anything strange with the tissue. These are really tears. Mom asked me why I was kneeling on the computer. An exaggerated song, the cry of a nobody. This is a real singer of the soul. Qin Baobao gave me another song that shook my soul. I love her so much. If anyone dares to slander her, I'll kill them. I fell in love with this song. My blood is boiling. I have goosebumps all over my body. This song is too awesome. Brother Qin Baobao is too awesome. What kind of person is he? How can he write such a song that hits the soul? This is not Qin Baobao's cry. It's the cry of countless people. The next day, I Am a Singer's ratings hit a new high. Wales became popular, but the most popular was Qin Baobao and her song, Exaggerated. Online media articles. A song that hits the soul. Qin Bao Bao makes another divine song. Exaggerated replaces blue and white porcelain as the daily #1. Exaggerated search rate is off the charts. A certain heavenly king predicts that Exaggerated will win an award. Qin Bao Bao's mysterious brother exposed. The man behind Qin Bao Bao. After the piano song to Qin Bao Bao, Qin Zhe became popular again. The resourceful netizens even dug out Qin Zhe's identity. It was even Qin Zhe's junior high school graduation photo. At first, Qin Zhe was shocked. But then another young man with the surname Qin was dug out, followed by the second and third. A bunch of fake brothers of Qin Bao Bao appeared on the internet. One fake younger brother after another spread on the internet, while the real younger brother was forgotten. This was because Qin Zhe's appearance in junior high was so ordinary that he looked like a passerby. The next day, Qin Bao Bao talked about the copyright of the song during breakfast. Did you sell the copyright of Exaggerated? Yes. So you invested in the stock market again? Yes. Qin Bao Bao glared at her brother and gritted her teeth. If you lose everything in the stock market, I'll fight it out with you. I won't tell you that I made tens of thousands. Qin Zhe lowered his head and ate his bun. His sister didn't have the ability to manage money, but she liked to manage money, especially her brother's money. When Qin Zhe first went to university, Qin Bao Bao pestered the old man every 2 to 3 days, asking him to transfer her brother's pocket money to her card and let her use it reasonably. The reason was that she was afraid that Qin Zhe would fool around in school. The old man was worthy of being called a pickled radish. He took the opportunity to cut off Qin Zhe's living expenses. He said, "Since you like to manage your brother's money so much, why don't you pay for his living expenses?" His sister tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it, so she raised Qin Zhe for 2 years. Qin Bao Bao always said, "Sister raised you up with a handful of shit and piss for this reason." Star Arts marketing manager talked to me again. He wants to buy the copyright of those songs. Qin Bao Bao kicked her brother under the table. If it's the internet copyright, then there's no more. Qin Zhe returned her kick. Early this morning, the official platform of the music chart called. The two parties had worked together before and it was quite pleasant. Qin Zhe sold the Exaggeration. The money he earned was invested in the stock market again. Qin Bao Bao didn't change her expression and said lightly, "Other copyrights such as KTV, CD, etc. Star Arts price is also very reasonable. There's a buyout and a share. Sister is an artist of Star Art after all." Qin Bao Bao cried out in pain and her eyes were wet. She was kicked by Qin Zhe on the ankle. Wang Zijin looked down at the bottom of the table and pouted. Her words were all in vain. At this time, the sister who suffered a big loss pounced on Qin Zhe angrily, vowing to take back her dignity. Qin Zhe was in the wrong a few days ago, so he only blocked and didn't fight back. Both sides attacked and blocked. Qin Bao Bao saw the opportunity and sat on Qin Zhe's thighs. Her sharp fingers poked at Qin Zhe's nostrils. Qin Zhe turned his head to avoid. He felt that he couldn't give in to his sister anymore. This woman opened a dye house just because he gave her some face. He used his big move and used his fingers like a sword to attack his sister's waist. Qin Bao Bao's vital point was attacked. Her delicate body trembled and her aura dissipated. She panicked and got up from her brother's thighs, wanting to escape. Qin Zhe pressed his sister back and poked left and right. After poking left and right, he poked right. Qin Bao Bao screamed and pushed her brother, but she was not as strong as him. Her whole body was weak. When Qin Zhe poked her, she screamed, "Zizi Zijin, save me." Qin Zhe knew that his sister's weak point was her waist. Once he poked her, she would lose her ability to fight. "I'm full. Out of sight, out of mind." Wang Zijin carried her bag and went to work. Qin Zhe was having a lot of fun. His sister twisted and turned on his thighs, but she couldn't escape. Qin Bao Bao cried and laughed. Her face was flushed. She collapsed in her brother's arms and sobbed. "Sister." Qin Zhe immediately stopped and pushed her. Qin Bao Bao slapped his hand away and cried, "You only know how to bully me. Go back, I don't want to live with you." "You started it," Qin Zhe said in a low voice. "Your kick hurt me. You kicked me first." Qin Bao Bao was at a loss for words. She said hatefully, "Believe it or not, I'll report this to Dad." Qin Zhe curled his lips. Qin Bao Bao wiped her tears. "Say you're wrong." "I'm wrong." Qin Bao Bao sniffled and left her brother's thighs. She thought to herself, this is karma. When they were young, she was used to bullying her brother and didn't manage her dignified image as an elder sister. Now the tables had turned. It was her turn to be bullied and occasionally taken advantage of by him. Chapter 92. In the backyard of the villa. Raise your arms higher, and the way you exert force is wrong. When you attack, you have to tighten your wrists or your joints will be injured. Qinzhe wore boxing gloves on both hands. While resisting Li Donglai's fierce attacks, he also pointed out his moves and mistakes. In the past half a month, Li Donglai's performance had improved significantly, but compared to his progress in fighting, it was insignificant. When Qinzhe first saw this kid, apart from his fierce and brute strength, he had no pattern in his moves. He was a typical hooligan. After a period of hard work, Li Donglai became a hooligan who knew a few moves. In the words of Xianxia, he was a servant disciple. Fighting is also an art. You can look at it from a scientific point of view. We usually say that, in the world of martial arts, only speed is invincible, and one person can defeat 10 people, can be analyzed and explained in terms of mechanics. The so-called secret martial arts manual is even simpler. I divide it into 3 steps: body refining, moves training, and returning to nature. Qinzhe sincerely taught his nominal disciple. Why don't you say Jindan, Yuanying, divinity, and ascension? On the stairs a few meters away, Pei Ziki was crunching her cucumber. She rolled her eyes fiercely. Her delicate white face was full of disdain and disdain. Without needing Qinzhe to speak, Li Donglai reprimanded, "When practicing martial arts, the most taboo is for outsiders to watch. Don't you know the rules? Get out of here." Pei Ziqi rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "You're crazy. You've gone mad." She turned around and walked back to the living room. As soon as the girl left, Li Donglai immediately smiled flatteringly, "Master, please continue." Qinzhe nodded with satisfaction and continued to tease. Simply put, body refining is to strengthen the body. Without a strong body to support it, no matter how many moves you practice, they are all fake. Our great leader said that the body is the capital of revolution. Li Donglai nodded repeatedly. That makes sense, that makes sense. I feel that my body's condition has improved over the past few days. There's a primordial force in my dantian. Luckily it's not the silent burning baleful qi, otherwise I'd have to waste my power to help you dredge your meridians. Qinzhe continued to talk nonsense. Training moves, as the name implies, is to practice routines. Take your math class for example. The teacher will give you the formula first. The formula is a routine. As long as you master the routine and practice diligently, you will become an expert. Li Donglai said, "Master is indeed a master. You can easily combine martial arts and mathematics. Your disciple is far inferior to you. But even if the students have mastered the mathematical formula, their results are still uneven. The top students get full marks and the bottom students fail." "What? Why?" Li Donglai followed his master's train of thought. "Stupid. That's because the top student is immersed in the massive exercise bank. In other words, Brainiac is fighting with all kinds of enemies, accumulating experience, and finally reaching the realm of winning with no moves." "I understand. That's why real skills come from practice. We heroes should travel the world and fight with all kinds of people. Your master is deeply gratified that you can understand this." Li Donglai opened his mouth and said hesitantly, "Qinggu, can we change the way we talk? Feels so shameful." Qinzhe felt satisfied with being called master. He kicked Li Donglai's butt. "Get lost and do your exercises. I've taught you for so long and you've only raised your score from 30 to 50. What I want is a pass, a pass." Pei Ziki sat on the leather sofa, holding a cucumber in one hand and a remote control in the other. She glanced at the backyard, the corners of her mouth raised. 2 lunatics. At 11 in the morning, Qinzhe looked at his phone and stood up. "It's about time. That's all for today. I'll leave first." Before his stunned disciple Li Donglai could ask him to stay, he picked up the bag beside the bed and rushed out of the door. In the living room, Nanman Pei happened to come back with 2 bags of fresh fruits and vegetables. "Have lunch before you leave." When she was at home, she was still very ladylike and gentle. Qinzhe's expression changed slightly and he put on a warm smile. "Sorry to disturb you. I'll go out and eat by myself." Nanman Pei smiled faintly. "It's not a bother. I'll cook your portion too. By the way, little Qin, are you used to spicy food? You locals tend to have a sweet taste." Completely ignoring my words, Qinzhe forced a smile. "Most of the people who like sweet food are the older generation, and not all Shanghai people like sweet food. I don't like it." Nanman Pei nodded seriously and handed the fruits to Pei Ziki. "Go wash the fruits." He carried the vegetables into the kitchen. Pei Ziki looked disdainfully at this guy who didn't know what was good for him and snorted, "You don't know how many people want to eat at my family's table, but they can't. Qin sighed. Every time I eat Sister Pei's dishes, I always feel that something is wrong. It wasn't that it tasted bad, but it definitely didn't taste good. The most important thing was that Nan Man Pei could make a dish with perfect ingredients that tasted just barely. That was amazing. For example, if you put fresh seafood in her pot, you could taste the freshwater fish. The silver codfish, which was known for its tender meat, tasted like dried tofu. He really wondered how she did all this. Pei Ziqi's face turned bitter. It's not good. She also enjoys going home to feed the children. No matter how busy she is, she will take time out of her work to cook for us. When she's in a good mood, she will ask with a smile, "What do you think of my dishes today? If you want to eat, I'll cook for you tonight." Qin recalled that the first time he stayed at the villa for dinner, he went against his conscience and gave her 108 likes. No wonder she was always so enthusiastic about asking me to stay for dinner. She's just obsessed with herself. She doesn't know herself. Qin concluded. Pei Ziqi's mouth twitched. If you have the ability, say it in front of Auntie. Ah, let me go and save your auntie's fragile worldview. Facing reality is an urgent matter. Qin was slightly excited. Nan Man Pei's little quirks not only didn't damage her image, but also made her more lively. Qin always felt that too perfect a woman was too illusory. He forgot that there was a sentence in a fantasy novel. The sun moves in the middle of the day, the moon waxes and wanes. An imperfect woman was more reassuring. For example, the vixen sister at home. Whether it was her figure or her face, she could be said to be perfect. But her personality was too bad, so she lived until now without a care in the world. If his sister's personality was gentle, generous, educated, and reasonable, the heavens would be jealous of her beauty. Li Donglai happened to come down from the second floor and was shocked when he heard the conversation between the sister and the chef. He glanced at the kitchen and lowered his voice. "Qinggu, don't be impulsive. If you say that Auntie's cooking is bad to her face, she will get angry." Pei Ziqi nodded in agreement, then shook her head again and again, egging him on. No, my auntie is very generous. Go ahead." Li Donglai glared fiercely at the sister with sinister intentions. Qin said in his heart, "You guys haven't seen my heaven-defying cooking skills when I easily caught 2 women's stomachs." But Li Donglai's careful words broke Qin's confidence. Li Donglai said, "Auntie is very confident in her cooking skills. The head chef of a 5-star hotel personally cooked, and Auntie's evaluation is not bad. But her evaluation of her cooking skills can only be described with one word: perfect." When Qin heard this, he was immediately terrified. Damn, this family in front of him was not Qin Bao, that country bumpkin who had never eaten in a 5-star hotel. They had seen the cooking skills of a 5-star head chef. No matter how good Qin's cooking skills were, he would not dare to say that he could beat a 5-star head chef, right? Pei Ziqi rolled her eyes. "Stop bragging. I hate men like you who talk big. Just treat it as a joke and wash the fruits." Pei Ziqi was a 17-year-old lowly in her first year of high school. She had a small waist, slim legs and a perky butt. She looked a bit like Nan Man Pei. She should be the campus belle of the school, but her temper was too bad. Just like Nan Man Pei said, the siblings were too vicious. They turned hostile just like that, making Qin a bit embarrassed. Li Donglai advised, "Qinggu, forget it. Auntie is very fierce when she gets angry." Qin laughed. "Come, scold me a few more times." Pei Ziqi was stunned and said subconsciously, "Crazy." "Continue. I think your brain is really sick. Is your vocabulary so poor?" "You idiot, brainless trash." "Very good." Qin pressed his hand, indicating that it was okay. The system's mission notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Please make a meal that will shock everyone. 120 points will be rewarded if successful, and the corresponding points will be deducted if failed. Sure enough, the more he suppressed it, the fiercer the rebound. The desires in the heart could be manipulated to a certain extent. Li Donglai looked at him dumbfounded. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of master." The way Pei Ziqi looked at him was as if he was looking at a lunatic. There was a hint of perversion in his eyes. Chapter 93. "Sister Pei, are you cooking?" Qin stood at the entrance of the kitchen with a sincere smile on his face. This kitchen could be said to be luxurious, with high-end custom-made cabinets and a full set of stainless steel kitchen utensils. There were 6 knives placed neatly on the knife rack. There was a built-in oven, a commercial coffee machine, and hardware that ordinary families would not see. Even the floor was bright and shiny. What a rich man. How much money did he spend? Nan Man Pei turned her head. Perhaps because Qin did not rashly invade her territory, she squeezed out a gentle smile and said, "You can go outside and wait. It will be ready soon." She lowered her head and continued to cut the vegetables. Qin Zhe hesitated and chose to break into the queen's forbidden area. Before coming to the kitchen, he had measured the difficulty of the mission. The mission requirement was to shock 4 people. Considering the number of people, he only needed to deal with 3 people. The difficult part was how to shock 4 people. The queen's status was not low, and even a 5-star chef was not worthy of her attention. Either there was a problem with her taste or her requirements were too high. Considering her self-confidence, the former was more likely. The queen was cutting the meat. Qin Zhe quietly approached and looked at her. Her knife skills were average. The meat was not evenly cut and was not completely cut. On average, 2 pieces of meat would be a lotus root. She had a heart that loved cooking, but it lost to talent. God is indeed fair. I won't blame God or anyone else in the future. When Pei Nanman heard the footsteps behind her, she turned her head to look. From the slight frown on her face, Qin Zhe sensed that this queen, who usually did not show her emotions, was dissatisfied. What does Sister Pei like to eat? Qin Zhe asked again. Nanman Pei pondered for a moment and said indifferently, Hunan cuisine. I'm really curious why a northeasterner likes Hunan cuisine. While Qin Zhe was complaining in his heart, he contacted the system and exchanged for Hunan cuisine. After hearing that Nanman Pei was even a 5-star chef, Qin Zhe and the system had a deep discussion. Advanced cooking proficiency was indeed not enough to look down on 5-star chefs. However, there was something fishy about it. The advanced cooking proficiency was a broad concept. Above the advanced cooking proficiency, there was something called the 8 major cuisines. If he had to give an example, it would probably be the difference between an unspecialized character and a class change. Therefore, Nanman Pei finished cooking a plate of stir-fried pork under Qin Zhe's covetous gaze. During this process, Qin Zhe continued to blabber on, saying offensive words. The oil isn't fully heated. Cooking is too fast. Slow down. The timing of the soy sauce cooking wine is a bit off. Obviously there's too much MSG. It will take over the taste. I didn't cut enough chili. I put it in too early. Look, it's all fried. The queen's 30 years of experience and self-control were almost not enough, and she went berserk on the spot. After cooking a dish with great difficulty, this guy actually dared to use his hand to pick up a piece of meat and throw it into his mouth. After chewing, his face still had a sad and angry expression. He said, "The meat is too overcooked. There's a mouthful of MSG. I told you that there's too much MSG." Nanman Pei's delicate eyebrows twitched. Her fair and round face was dyed with a layer of anger. She said angrily, "Qin Zhe, if you don't smooth things over today, I'll find someone to throw you into the Huangpu River." "Do you still have meat?" Qin Zhe didn't answer her and said, go away. I'll cook a plate for you." If it was someone else, especially a man who dared to behave atrociously in her kitchen, Nanman Pei would have already stuffed them with a pot lid. However, after being angered by Qin Zhe just now, she was calm. If this guy couldn't cook a dish to her satisfaction, he would be thrown into the Huangpu River. Fighting and killing were not popular these days. She would let this guy who touched her bottom line walk in, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to walk out of here lying down. Nanman Pei had always prided herself as a little divine chef. "Don't just stand there. Give me a hand and wash the chili." Qin Zhe pulled out a kitchen knife with a perfect curve and didn't forget to instruct Nanman Pei to do something. Nanman Pei almost thought that there was something wrong with her ears. She couldn't believe it. "You want me to help you wash the vegetables? Wash the pot while you're at it. I'll cut the meat." Nanman Pei was speechless. It was better to throw it into the Huangpu River. Da. The kitchen knife in Qin Zhe's hand was like a sword in the hands of an ancient warrior. In the continuous flashes of the knife, the pork was quickly dissected and turned into slices of meat that were almost the same width and thickness. Nanman Pei thought to herself, this guy's knife skills are good, slightly better than mine. However, good knife skills did not mean good cooking skills. It was just like how her knife skills were mediocre, but her cooking skills were excellent. With the thought of, let's see what kind of tricks this guy can cook up, Nanman Pei helped someone for the first time in her life. She washed the pot and the chili. She placed them neatly on the dustpan for him. In the living room, the siblings who quarreled every 2 days and quarreled every 3 days pricked up their ears and paid close attention to the movements in the kitchen. Li Donglai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that his master didn't chase after their aunt with a kitchen knife. Pei Ziki, who had the same expectations and different thoughts, expressed her disappointment. The siblings' attention was not on a certain anti-Japanese drama. Li Donglai curiously said, "Aunt didn't get angry. My master has some tricks up his sleeve." Pei Ziqi replied in disdain, Of course he's trying to curry favor with little aunt. The dishes she cooks are delicious. His impeccable aunt's only weakness was her culinary skills. Pei Ziki had seen many elites from all walks of life. She had the ambition to trick them into investing. She walked into her aunt's study with a proposal and market report and then left with a gloomy face. In fact, all she had to do was to praise her. Your cooking skills are really unparalleled. She could easily pull in hundreds of millions of investments. Li Donglai proudly said, Jianghu said that we have to use our brains when doing things. We can't just rely on brute force. He must be aunt's assistant. Otherwise she wouldn't have kept him in the kitchen. Pei Ziki also said in a sad and angry tone, Jianghu is always Jianghu. You Li Donglai are almost becoming his henchman. Li Donglai sneered. I like it. What's wrong with that? Jianghu is so awesome. He has good grades and is good at fighting. It's better to follow him than to follow a group of second generations. Pei Ziki rolled her eyes. You say it as if he is omnipotent. If he has the ability, he can conquer aunt with his cooking skills. Damn, why do men need cooking skills? Aren't you making things difficult for him? As he spoke, Li Donglai suddenly sniffed. What's that smell? The tempting smell of food faintly spread to the living room. This was the effect of the powerful range hood. Otherwise, the entire living room would be filled with the smell of food. Pei Ziki felt the crazy secretion of gastric juice and secretly swallowed. Smells so good. Aunt's cooking skills have improved? The brother and sister rushed to the kitchen side by side. Li Donglai shouted, Aunt, I'm so hungry. Pei Ziqi flattered her. Little aunt, I've already said that you're very talented in cooking. Then they saw the scene. The dignified and elegant aunt sat by the coffee table with a plate of fried meat in front of her. She took a bite, then another. And the guy who shamelessly said that he would save aunt's worldview was standing in front of the pot and skillfully stir-frying. Occasionally he would throw the food into the air and show off his skills. What's going on? Pei Ziki's mouth was slightly open. The scene in front of her was beyond her scope of understanding. Aunt, who had always regarded the kitchen as her own private property, actually allowed a man to do whatever he wanted in the forbidden area. Looking at her, not only was she not angry but she was also eating happily? Damn, who is this Qinze? He is too resourceful. Li Donglai was first surprised, then happy and then worshipped. Master is indeed master. He hid his secrets well. In the heart of the 8th grader, Qinze became more and more mysterious. Nan Man Pei chewed slowly and did not even raise his head. Go out and wait. There is still a while. Nan Man Pei was a man of his word in the family. He was very dignified, and the brother and sister did not dare to have any objections. Pei Ziki turned around and muttered, Only the magistrate is allowed to set fire, but not the common people. Qinze teased, too loud. Pei Ziqi abruptly turned around and glared fiercely at this fellow. She turned around and went back to the living room, her little but swaying flirtatiously. Qinze cooked 4 dishes. Fish head with double hot peppers, fried meat, crab tofu, and eggplant with garlic. He washed and cut the vegetables by himself, so busy that he was sweating profusely. After the last and most troublesome dish, fish head with double hot peppers, came out of the pot, he glanced at a certain woman who was eating quickly with her chopsticks and snorted. If you continue eating, it will all be gone. There are still 2 children outside waiting to be fed. Nan Man Pei said softly, You talk too much. Her style was straightforward and domineering. If it was Qin Bao Bao, he would act coquettishly and say, If you want to eat, then eat. Wang Zijin praised, It is all because of Aza's great cooking. This was very good. Every woman should have her own aura. Why would the face of an internet celebrity be criticized? 9 out of 10 internet celebrities had sharp chins and big eyes. They were all the same. This kind of woman was actually the most flashy and had lost her spirituality. It was easy to get aesthetic fatigue. Chapter 94. After the dishes were served, Qinze went to the bathroom. When he came back, he saw that Li Donglai and Pei Ziki were wolfing down the food. His aunt gently and majestically warned, Pay attention to your table manners. Li Donglai gave Qinze a thumbs up and swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty. Jianghu, I really admire you. How can you know everything? Pei Ziki didn't say anything, but her action of burying her head in the food gave a silent affirmation. This little girl was a little proud. She couldn't say things like, Your food is delicious. Li Donglai said, Jianghu, why don't you be our family's chef? I'll ask my aunt to give you the salary of a 5-star chef. Pei Ziki puffed up her cheeks and said in a vague voice, I won't treat you badly. Nan Man Pei put down his chopsticks and said softly, Is your aunt's food not delicious? The brother and sister's faces changed greatly. No, our aunt's food is delicious, but we can't bear to let you work for us. I like eating ants' food the most. Qin Zhe's cooking skills can't compare with ants at all. We're just afraid that Ant will be too tired. Nan Man Pei smiled with satisfaction and said, Little Qin is a busy man. He has no time. Qin Zhe asked, Sister Pei, is the food delicious? Nan Man Pei nodded. It's okay. It's okay, ding. Mission failed. 120 points have been deducted. The host only has 60 points left. Please work hard to complete the mission. Qin Zhe's heart collapsed at this time. Why was it like this? Why was it like this? Qin Zhe almost couldn't control the primitive force in his body. Didn't Nan Man Pei love Hunan cuisine? Didn't she like spicy food? Are you kidding me? I exchanged for advanced proficiency in Hunan cuisine. If you don't give me a full score, don't you feel ashamed? Since he got the system, he finally failed the mission for the first time, and it was at a critical moment when he was short of points. Nan Man Pei suddenly noticed Qin Zhe's deep hatred and was stunned. What's wrong? Nothing. Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. This woman had rich social experience and was calm. It was difficult to shock her. Most importantly, she was confident in her cooking skills. Qin Zhe felt that he made a flower, and she might also think that her cooking skills were number one. She chewed the fish, chewed meat, and returned to origin. She smiled. Qin, I heard Ziki said that you divided practicing martial arts into 3 steps: physical training, and returning to the origin. It's indeed nonsense. Nan Man Pei looked serious. It's actually not that complicated. There are only 2 steps: transform essence into qi and transform qi into spirit. Qin Zhe suddenly felt that he didn't know how to respond. Was the queen a Xianxia fan? Should he add, after that there's still refined spirit to void and refined void to Tao? The system told him that there was no such thing as cultivating to become an immortal. Energy cultivation was only to strengthen everyone's qi and extend one's lifespan, but telekinesis was nonsense. He guessed that Nan Man Pei's refined qi into spirit was to strengthen the body and nourish the spirit. For example, people often said that their faces were rosy and their spirits were hale and hearty. Nan Man Pei said again, Qin Zhe, are you free this afternoon? She changed the topic too quickly. Qin Zhe was stunned. I'm free. I'm idle at home, so I have a lot of time. Probably because she felt that it was too awkward to be alone with Qin Zhe, his sister finally stopped lazing around at home this week and went to work on time every day. Qin Zhe's daily work was to look at the market and study the trend of the stock market. These tasks could also be done on his phone. Therefore his time was very free. Ziki's piano teacher resigned because he had to prepare for the wedding. I plan to hire a better piano teacher. Come with us this afternoon. Nan Man Pei said. I can't help much. Qin Zhe said. You're an expert. Nan Man Pei said. Since he had nothing to do, Qin Zhe said, okay. How is he an expert? Pei Ziki was speechless. And what does this guy know about the piano? It's true that he can play the guqin. Don't think that he knows how to play the guqin just because I said that he played it well last time. The guqin and the piano are not the same thing. Do you know what the piano is? Do you know how many high notes there are and how many low notes there are? Do you know how many notes there are in C? Do you know what 1 finger and 2 fingers are? Along the way, Pei Ziki was full of disdain and suspicion. In the face of the big lowly's disdain, Qin Zhe did not respond. He looked out of the window and was indifferent. Pei Ziki was usually not a talkative person. She did not know why, but when she saw him like this, she was inexplicably angry. Perhaps she was used to being sought after by others. She suddenly met someone who ignored her and felt unbalanced. Therefore she kept looking for trouble. In the end, Nan Man Pei reprimanded, Ziki, don't be rude. Pei Ziki and Li Donglai were the same. They respected and feared this ant. She immediately curled her lips and finally stopped. Nan Man Pei apologized, Qin Zhe, don't mind it. Qin Zhe smiled and nodded. He was also at Tsundra. The older sister's Tsundra leaned towards acting spoiled, making people feel that she was cute and playful. Pei Ziki was limited by her age and experience. She was at Tsundra. Sister Pei, you also pay attention to the entertainment industry. Qin Zhe said without rhyme or reason. Pei Ziki was puzzled when she heard this. However, he was not worried that Nan Man Pei would not understand. With the queen's IQ, EQ, and experience in society, she should understand immediately. I'm old. If I pay attention to the entertainment industry, it makes me look younger. Nan Man Pei sighed. Are women these days so self-pitying? Qin Zhe teased naturally. A woman in her 30s had charm in her eyes and eyebrows. She was like a ripe peach that could be squeezed out of water. Was this considered old? Nan Man Pei did not care about Qin Zai's teasing and said, "Actually, I have a management company. Its business ability is average. It's the kind of company that has been struggling at death's door." Pei Ziqi felt a sense of helplessness and frustration from being excluded from the conversation. She couldn't understand the hidden meaning behind their words. Nan Man Pei said that Qin Zai was an expert. This proved that she had paid attention to the T'Qin Bao Bao piano piece that was trending on the internet. That was why Qin Zai asked this question. Queen Bei must have watched the video and recognized Qin Zai. She knew that Qin Zai did not want to expose his identity, so she did not say anything. This was a tacit understanding between the two. The destination was a high-end commercial building in Suhui, located in the CBD area. The Maserati parked in the parking lot. There's a piano club on the third floor. It's one of the strongholds of the Shanghai Music Association. It's a club for members of the association to exchange music. At the same time, it's open to people outside the association. It's not expensive, but it's enough for ordinary people to save up for a year or two. Their side business is selling pianos. I've been to a few piano recitals. It's not bad. The members of the piano association occasionally work part-time as tutors, only for the members of the club. Nan Man Pei led the two into the elevator, pressed the button for the third floor and said, "The standards of the people in the International Musicians Association are uneven. They are naturally speaking up for their own people. It's not to be trusted. Help Sister Pei take a look. Don't invite back a dabbler." Qin Zai pondered for a moment. "Sister Pei, it doesn't matter what the teacher's standard is. The key is the student's standard. A university professor teaching primary school students will go crazy. It's not worth it in terms of salary." Pei Ziqi frowned. "Qin Zai, what do you mean?" Nan Man Pei nodded. "That's true. But as a parent, I always want to give my child the best educational resources. It's okay, Sister Pei can afford it." Chapter 95. The piano club occupied the entire third floor. It had a wooden floor, soft crystal chandelier and European decor. Although it was called a piano club, there was more than one type of musical instrument. Almost all the musical instruments on the market could be found here, but the piano was the most common. Next was the guitar. The piano and the guitar were known as the two big brothers in the musical instrument industry. One went the high-end route and was loved by the aristocrats and the petty bourgeoisie. The other went the civilian route and was a must-have for a wandering singer. There were quite a lot of people in the hall. There were about 10 of them, not including those in the soundproof room. Nan Man Pei took out her membership card and asked the receptionist to swipe it. "Are there any free pianists in the club? I would like to hire a tutor." The receptionist was beautiful and fashionably dressed. Years of experience in society had trained her sharp eyes. She quickly glanced at Pei Nan Man and paused slightly on her wrist. This young woman was so beautiful that it was shocking. Even though her clothes were ordinary, one could never judge a person's inner self by their appearance. The real nouveau riche was hidden in the inconspicuous details, such as the watch on her right wrist. It was a Cartier rose gold lady's watch. This watch was so famous that almost all the girls who loved luxury goods had seen it in magazines. Because it was a limited edition, its current price was about $600,000, which was more than 4 million yuan. This was a super nouveau riche. "Please wait a moment. I will inform the manager." Under the charm of money, the receptionist's smile was sincere and sweet. Taking advantage of the free time, Qin Zai took out his phone to read a novel. Pei Ziqi came over to take a look and said disdainfully, "I've read this book. The logic is fine but the plot is too old. The author has no brains. She urges you to update every day and ignores you." Qin Zai glanced at her. Come. Here is the pen." Pei Ziqi stopped talking. A moment later, the receptionist came out with a middle-aged man in a suit. He had a round face and a big belly. He looked like a typical middle-aged man. The professional smile on his face became warmer when he caught a glimpse of Nan Man Pei's watch. "Miss Pei, this is Manager Zhang of our club." The receptionist introduced them. "Manager Zhang, this is Miss Pei, a member of our club." Although Nan Man Pei was a member here, Manager Zhang obviously had no impression of her. It was obvious that Nan Man Pei did not come to the piano club often. "Miss Pei wants to hire a music teacher?" Manager Zhang led Nan Man Pei and the other two to a leather sofa in the hall and asked, "May I know what instrument it is?" Some music teachers taught guitar, piano, cello, violin, and so on. Of course, their club couldn't be so careless. They had to ensure that their teachers were excellent and that their reputation was good for business. "Piano." Nan Man Pei smiled and took the hot tea from the receptionist. When he heard about the piano, manager Jiang frowned slightly, as if he had something to hide. Nan Man Pei said with a smile, "There's no rush. Manager Jiang, you can put up our request. When any piano teacher is interested, you can contact me. Salary is not a problem either. To be honest, there's an international piano competition in October. The International Musicians Association is focusing on talent. There's a piano competition in the circle at the end of August. The top teachers don't have much time." He didn't say anything definite. He changed the topic and said with a smile, "But there are a few excellent pianists practicing in the practice room today. I'll help you ask." "Thank you for your trouble," Nan Man Pei said with a smile. After manager Jiang left, Nan Man Pei turned to Qin Zhe and said, "I said that their words are not trustworthy." Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and understood. Who doesn't want to take a bite of Sister Pei's fat meat? Nan Man Pei glared at him, which was particularly charming. Manager Zhang's performance was impeccable. When he heard about hiring a piano teacher, he showed a difficult expression. It was not obvious, but it was enough for Qin Zhe and the others to see. He then mentioned the international piano competition in October and the domestic piano competition in August to send a signal. There was a shortage of piano teachers. Why did he do this? Of course, it was to pave the way for the price later. Piano teachers were not cabbages with a clear price tag. The price of teaching was naturally different with different fame and level. Therefore this negotiation was very important. If the negotiation was good, he would make a lot of money. Qin Zhe guessed that manager Jiang said the same thing to every member who hired a piano tutor. The only flaw was that he was too straightforward. When Nan Man Pei put forward the nominal request, manager Jiang changed the topic and immediately expressed that, although there are few people, the club happens to have an excellent pianist today. He didn't realize that the queen's words were probing. As expected of the queen, her skills were superior. Pei Ziki was confused and puffed up her cheeks angrily. Not long after, manager Jiang came out with a man in a casual suit behind him. He was very young, less than 30 years old. Manager Jiang showed great enthusiasm. "Allow me to introduce you. This is the top pianist in the country." He then said to the young pianist, "Teacher Li, this Miss Pei wants to hire a tutor." Li Guowei was stunned by Nan Man Pei at first sight. There were many women with exquisite facial features, but her skin was white with a healthy flush. There were no black hair or acne marks. This was a real woman with ice and jade skin. However, Nan Man Pei's faintly discernible dignified temperament made Li Guowei not dare to show too much desire. The second person he saw was Pei Ziki, a delicate and beautiful high school student. She had the unique pink face of a young girl and a figure like a willow branch sprouting out of a bud. She could definitely make some uncles who liked to eat young grass a little hard. The third person he saw was Qin Zhe, but he didn't care and just glanced at him. As the middleman, manager Jiang was very active in promoting the product. He said, "Miss Pei, Teacher Li is very famous in the domestic piano circle. He has been practicing piano since he was young. At this age, the awards he has won can fill a room. These are not just for show. If you need, we can show you proof." Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Manager Jiang continued, "In addition, you know about the international piano competition in October. He is one of the candidates." Li Guowei slightly nodded, his eyebrows full of pride. "Pretty good." Nan Man Pei also expressed her satisfaction. Manager Jiang saw her like this and his face was slightly happy. However, you get what you pay for. The price is relatively high because recently good pianists have no time. Pei Ziki interrupted. "Everyone has no time. How can he have time? Isn't he a candidate?" Li Guowei said, "First, the piano is my life. I am familiar with every key just like I am familiar with my own hands and feet. I am familiar with hundreds of piano pieces, just like I am familiar with my own handwriting. Second, I do need time to prepare, so I only have 3 lessons a week. Each lesson is at most an hour. Third, I set the teaching time. If there is a piano activity, I can cancel the lesson." Nan Man Pei slightly frowned. Manager Jiang reminded her, "It is really hard to find a good pianist now. Unless it is after October." After talking for a long time and all kinds of flattery, Nan Man Pei smiled and nodded. Manager Jiang finally revealed his true intentions. "Miss Pei, if you think it is good, we can talk about the price." Nan Man Pei still smiled gently. "Please speak." Manager Jiang and Li Guowei looked at each other and smiled. The former said, "Teacher Li's price is usually 1,500 yuan per lesson. Recently, it has increased because of the international piano competition. 2,000 yuan per lesson." Qin Zhe was secretly speechless. Damn, 3 lessons a week, that was 6,000 yuan. 24,000 yuan a month. Oh my god. The piano was really the king of musical instruments. But Qin Zhe remembered that when he was young, Qin Bao Bao only paid 40 yuan per lesson. Damn, this inflation is really high. When his sister was young, she was also multi-talented. She could dance ballet and play the cello. But now she was thrown away to Java. Nan Man Pei had a, I am a nouveau riche, I don't care about money, attitude. She smiled and said, the price is not a problem. Manager Zhang and Li Guowei's smiles were just blooming when they heard her say, but I want to hear Teacher Li play live. The young man beside me is also a piano master. Chapter 96. Li Guowei looked at Qin Zhe in surprise. Not everyone could be called a piano master. There were only a handful of pianists in the country who could be called a master. Even he was still a long way from the title of piano master. To give a simpler example, it was like the difference between a luxurious platinum and the greatest king. Are you from the International Musicians Association? Li Guowei looked at him seriously. Qin Zhe shook his head. How should I address you? Li Guowei asked again. Qin Zhe said. Li Guowei pondered for a moment and his tone became strange. You're not from the circle, right? I've never heard of you. Qin Zhe was speechless. I've only studied piano for a few years. At this point, Li Guowei was no longer interested in continuing the conversation with Qin Zhe. He looked at Pei Ziki. What song do you want to listen to? Pei Ziki didn't hesitate. Blue and White Porcelain. Li Guowei was stunned. He didn't know how to play Blue and White Porcelain. Pianists disdain pop music and it was a new song. It's a very famous pop song on I Am a Singer, Manager Zhang explained. Li Guowei said unhappily, pop music is not within the scope of my practice. Of course, if you have a score I can play it too. Pei Ziki didn't have a score, of course. She curled her lips. Manager Zhang said at the right time, just play a piano song, Teacher Li. I remember that the piano song you played a few days ago was very nice. It's the one you posted on Weibo. Many people liked it. You mean to Qin Bao Bao? Manager Zhang high-fived. That's right. You recorded a video. Don't we follow each other on Weibo? I've listened to it many times. It's really nice. It's definitely at the master level. I've heard of this song before. It's said that the International Musicians Association plans to let the original composer participate in the international piano competition. As Nan Man Pei spoke, he glanced at Qin Zhe with a faint smile. That's something that hasn't been settled yet. Let's not talk about this. Listen to Teacher Li first. Manager Zhang purposely suppressed the mysterious author in order to elevate Li Guowei. In the southwest corner of the hall there was a piano. The staff was playing soothing and melodious music to adjust the atmosphere of the club. It was indeed high class, unlike ordinary private clubs where the music was played from the speakers. This was a live performance by a real person. Li Guowei asked the staff to get up and sat down. After pondering for a moment, he opened his eyes, exhaled, and placed his hands on the piano keys. In the next moment, notes drifted out like flowing water. A beautiful melody sounded. The rhythm was bright and comfortable, like a clear spring flowing in summer. In an instant it attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Some people looked over in shock, while others couldn't help but approach. Some people were listening attentively. Li Guowei's posture was straight. His shoulders did not move but his wrists were nimble. His 10 fingers danced on the piano keys, playing a heavenly music. It had to be said that he had gone through a lot of hard work. He was so skilled that it was as if he was the composer of the song. Listening to this song, everyone felt relaxed and carefree. At the same time, they were attracted by the faint sadness in the piano. As expected of the king of musical instruments, it hit the soul directly. Pei Ziki was surprised. She had heard this song before. At that time she just felt that it was not bad. After all, her level of appreciation was limited. Moreover, the piano in the video was electronically simulated. How could it be comparable to a real piano? It wasn't until today when she heard, to Qin Bao Bao, again that she clearly understood the charm of this piano song. After Li Guowei finished playing this song, the hall was filled with warm applause. Manager Zhang even cheered loudly and clapped desperately. It was as if this guy was attending a piano concert. He stood up and bowed in all directions. Miss Pei, not bad, right? Manager Zhang was all smiles. Teacher Li's standard is top-notch in the International Musicians Association. At his age there aren't many people who are better than him. Nan Man Pei smiled calmly. Hearing this she blinked. I think the original work is better. Li Guowei raised his eyebrows. Sister Pei, the composer is talented. There's nothing to criticize him about that. However, when it comes to playing the piano, I'm confident that I'm better than him. From my professional point of view, there are many places in that video that he didn't handle carefully enough, and the conversion between high and low notes wasn't perfect. The reason why he's so popular is entirely because of the shock of his new work. During this period of time, his popularity has dropped. There are also many professionals playing his songs online. There are all kinds of videos, and some are even better than his original work. The International Musicians Association decided to invite him to meet and test his skills on the spot. It's not a done deal that he'll participate in the international piano competition. As far as I know, this composer has never contacted the International Musicians Association. The last chuckle was filled with disdain. When the onlookers heard this, they immediately started to discuss. So the original composer of "To Qin Bao Bao" is just average. That's impossible. Why not? Being able to write songs doesn't necessarily mean that you can sing. Creative talent and singing talent are not the same thing. It's the same on the piano. You don't say. That's true. This young man plays so well. I've heard the original video, but it's not as good as his. Feels like he's a level better. A father and daughter were not far away. The daughter shook her father's arm. Dad, I want him to be my piano teacher. The father smiled dotingly. Okay. I'll ask later. Li Guowei became more and more smug. He glanced at Nan Man Pei as if to say that there would never be a shortage of good things. However, psychologically, he was more willing to be Pei Ziqi's piano teacher. Beauties, big and small, were so pleasing to the eye. Any man would know how to choose. In the piano circle, there was no lack of handsome and talented piano teachers who were admired and liked by rich young ladies. Then, there were stories of lovers who eventually got married. Nan Man Pei didn't make a statement. Instead, he turned to ask Qin Zhe, "What do you think?" Qin Zhe's evaluation was unusually valiant. He said, "The form is similar, but the spirit isn't. It's really comfortable for laymen to listen to." Li Guowei looked at him as if he was an idiot. Manager Zhang frowned. He thought to himself, "What's wrong with this kid? Does he know how to play the piano?" After listening to the song, Pei Ziqi became a loyal fan. She retorted, "What do you mean the form is similar, but the spirit isn't? I think it's very nice. Auntie, I'll invite him." Manager Zhang smiled and automatically ignored Qin Zhe. "Okay, let's just sign a contract. Let's get it ready." Li Guowei also smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Nan Man Pei waved his hand and said, "Qin Zhe, you say it." Qin Zhe opened his mouth and said, "The music is a rondo of A beats. The rhythm is 38 beats. The basic theme of the A section is a fresh and simple melody built on the A minor. The first section is relatively simple. There are no problems with the playing. The problem lies in the second section. The B section is a very colorful first section. It is built on a new key F major. The mood is cheerful and the color is bright. It makes the music jump from the soft and warm mood of a minor to the bright and cheerful atmosphere of F major. The singing in F major is very strong. You said that the original author didn't handle a few high notes well. It should be that after F major he didn't continue to raise the high notes. Instead, he made a sharp turn and returned to the A section's low notes. This doesn't exist in common piano music. So, you made a slight improvement and added a few high notes after F major." Li Guowei said, "What's the problem?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "There's a big problem. I said before that the music is a rondo of A basia. Listening to the two sections alone, it does feel a bit out of place. But from the overall situation it's perfect. But I can't blame you. Those piano enthusiasts on the internet who play "To Qin Bao Bao" all have this problem. After all, you don't have the complete score." The onlookers were stunned by Qin Zhe's words. They didn't understand but felt that it was awesome. Li Guowei was not convinced and said disdainfully, "What you said is all empty words. I don't have the score, but do you?" In order to learn this song, he repeatedly watched the video and practiced for more than a week. Qin Zhe pointed to his head. "The score is with me." Li Guowei almost laughed out loud. Are you addicted to showing off? The score is in your head? Who do you think you are? Why are you acting all high and mighty?" Manager Zhang's face darkened and he said unhappily, "Young man, Teacher Li is a professional. The song, "To Qin Bao Bao," he played was praised by many seniors in the circle. They said that his playing is better than the original. I'm not flattering him, but those seniors said so." Li Guowei looked at Nan Man Pei and then stared at Qin Zhe. "How about this, you play this song, "To Qin Bao Bao." Whether my playing is good or not, there will be a comparison. In internet terms, You kenyup no kano bibabi. The onlookers were excited. Play it. I didn't get enough of it just now. Young man, after talking for so long, play a song. Don't be so sure. Let's see who's better. I think this teacher Lee's playing is already very good. He's definitely the best on the internet. Even if the original author came, he wouldn't dare to say that he played better than him. Qin Zhe turned his head to look at Nan Man Pei. The latter had a playful look on his face. He then looked at Pei Ziki. The little girl rolled her eyes again. At this moment there was a ding in his mind. The system's mission notification came. Chapter 97. Show of Divinity 7/15. Please play the song to Alice. Task requirement. Achieve the effect of shocking everyone. Success will reward 120 points. Failure will deduct the corresponding points. Although Qin Zhe claimed that To Qin Bao Bao was a song he gave to his sister, the system knew what was going on, so the song was called To Alice, not To Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe's first reaction was to look at Nan Man Pei in horror. With this woman here, it seemed a little difficult to shock everyone. Is this the end of my life? I was defeated by this woman? Now the knife was on his neck. If he retracted his head, he would also be stabbed. Li Guowei saw that he did not respond for a long time and sneered. Not playing? Well, this song is not something that can be played well by ordinary people. The audience was disappointed. Qin Zhe sat in front of the piano without a word and communicated with the system in his mind. Exchange for advanced mastery of To Alice. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 10. This time he really had to put all his eggs in one basket. Otherwise there might be a news report tomorrow. 2 pianists were found in a piano club in Shanghai. One of the pianists could not bear the shock and went into a coma on the spot. After the exchange was successful, his brain was in a trance for a few seconds. Qin Zhe closed his eyes and eliminated the many distracting thoughts in his heart. In the hall, more than 10 people focused their eyes on the young man. The sound of the piano floated out like flowing water. Pei Ziki was stunned. It felt completely different from Li Guowei's. The same feeling rose in everyone's heart, but soon they were immersed in the gentle and melodious music. A real piano was not comparable to an electronic onomatopoeia. The sound quality was not on the same level. The hall was silent. Only the sound of the piano floated in the air. It was neither too fast nor too slow. It was gentle and pleasant. It cleansed the soul and calmed the mood. Some people closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the world woven by the piano. There seemed to be the sound of the sea rising and falling in their ears. On a sunny afternoon the waves rose and fell. A girl stood on the beach. A girl as gentle as water, with an ethereal and tranquil temperament. Qin Zhe gradually entered the best state. His back was as straight as a pencil, the side of his face was as sharp as a knife, and his slender fingers were dancing in the air. The moment he touched the piano, his entire temperament changed. He had the nobility of an aristocrat and the elegance of an artistic youth. If there was an artistic young woman at the scene, she might fall in love at first sight and marry no one else. Pei Ziki's astonishment and surprise dissipated. Her face was soft as she stared at him in a daze, leaving only infatuation and admiration. Unlike everyone else's intoxicated expression, Li Guowei felt as if he had been struck 10,000 times. He stared at Qin Zhe in disbelief. How could this be? How could he play so well? His piano skills were definitely at the master level. His interpretation of this song could be said to be perfect, impeccable perfection. But how did he manage to do this? This song had not been out for a long time, and many people had not even heard of it. Although the videos on the internet were outstanding, most of them were vague. Because the training time was too short, even if he practiced day and night repeatedly, it would only be slightly more than a week. As for other famous piano songs, which pianists did not practice hundreds and thousands of times. As for Li Guowei himself, he had practiced piano since he was young for more than 10 years. Those world-renowned songs he had practiced countless times. Qin Zhe's playing level, just like those famous songs he played, was the crystallization of hundreds and thousands of times of practice. But how could this be? When the song ended, the melon-eating crowd was still immersed in the music. Their emotions had not been pulled back yet. A few seconds later the applause came. It was incomparably warm. The father and daughter, the daughter's small hands clapped vigorously, and immediately said coquettishly, "Dad, I want him to be my piano teacher." Her father said awkwardly, "This young man doesn't seem to be from the piano club." I don't care, you go and help me." The daughter shook her father's arm vigorously, her eyes always falling on Qin Zhe, rippling with extraordinary splendor. He could play the piano and he was so handsome. The little girl was moved. In addition to his piano skills, he was also handsome. It's so nice. This is to Qin Bao Bao. It's great. I'm going to practice this song. It's so nice. The original video is not as good as his. The video circulating on the internet is also not as good as his. It's definitely the best I've ever heard. This kind of piano music is a kind of enjoyment. No wonder piano recitals are so popular. It's not like pop music or variety shows can compare. The master is among the people. If the original composer heard this song, he would be ashamed. Haha, I've recorded a video. I'll immediately upload it to the internet. How did you play it? Li Guowei forced himself to ask. He was like a hero in a Wuxia novel who was hit by a palm, spitting out blood and asking what kind of martial arts it was. Qin Zhe ignored him and turned to ask Nan Man Pei, "Is it nice?" Facing this otherworldly Jie Guanyin, he was not confident. Nan Man Pei applauded, unable to hide the amazement in his eyes. "It's nice." Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward is 120 points. The moment the system notification sounded, Qin Zhe was relieved. Fortunately, this woman's confidence was limited to her cooking. Why do you have the score? Li Guowei stared at Qin Zhe. He wanted to know his opponent's tricks even if he had to die. This person was so annoying. Qin Zhe looked at him unhappily. The mission was completed and he was in a good mood. He blurted out, "Nonsense, this song was composed by me. Do you think I don't have the score?" After Qin Zhe said this, he suddenly found the atmosphere in the hall strangely quiet. Li Guowei's eyes widened. Pei Ziqi's rosy little mouth was slightly open. Manager Zhang was dumbfounded. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What did they just hear? This song was composed by me? After digesting the shock and other emotions, the hall boiled over. More than a dozen people took out their cell phones and started taking pictures of Qin Zhe. "Can you take a picture with me?" The girl let go of her father's hand and ran in front of Qin Zhe. Her eyes were eager, excited, and bashful. Her father took a picture of the two of them. In the picture, his daughter was hugging the young man's hand. Then the father revealed that he wanted to hire Qin Zhe as his daughter's piano teacher. Qin Zhe declined. The middle-aged man in his early 40s smiled and didn't insist. He gave Qin Zhe a business card and left with his daughter, who was pouting unwillingly. After a long time, the hall finally calmed down. Manager Zhang said nervously, "Madam Pei, look, this contract." Nan Man Pei didn't say anything. She just looked at Li Guowei. Li Guowei felt the blood rush to his face. He said awkwardly, "Madam Pei, I have to prepare for the piano competition at the end of August. I don't think I have time." Manager Zhang was stunned. Nan Man Pei smiled, "It's a pity, then forget it." Li Guowei's heart was about to collapse. He even wanted to curse. "You have such a powerful expert by your side, why are you looking for a piano teacher? Are you trying to disgust me? Do you have nothing better to do?" In the elevator, Qin Zhe said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sister Pei. I made you come for nothing." Nan Man Pei chuckled, "It's okay, it's quite interesting. Hiring a teacher is like shopping. You can shop around and choose slowly. I didn't plan on hiring a teacher today." She added, "Even if you have money, you can't let others take advantage of you." Qin Zhe was stunned. He suddenly understood. This shrewd woman had long seen that the manager was raising the price to cheat people, so she proposed to play on the spot to slap people in the face. She was quite black-bellied. Pei Ziqi looked at Qin Zhe and said coldly, "Qin Zhe, teach me piano." Qin Zhe was stunned. "Forget it, I don't have time." Pei Ziqi said stubbornly, "I don't care, you have to take responsibility. I didn't do anything to you, so why should I take responsibility?" Qin Zhe said helplessly, "I don't have time." And he looked at him. It's all his fault for ruining things, but he's shameless and doesn't care. Pei Ziqi pouted and shook Nan Man Pei's arm. "Qin Zhe, think about it?" Nan Man Pei said. "Forget it." Qin Zhe waved his hand. He didn't want to be a tutor endlessly. What kind of joke is this? Tutoring is my part-time job. Do you really think I have a lot of time? If I have the time, I might as well do a few more short-term deals. Isn't it more than this bit of tutoring salary? Anyway, I'm familiar with you guys. Nan Man Pei was an indifferent person. He smiled and didn't insist. Compared to his little aunt, Pei Ziqi was far from being able to maintain her composure. He was furious, and when his little aunt wasn't paying attention, he raised his leg to kick Qin Zhe. Who would have known that this fellow's reaction would be so quick? He lifted his leg and Pei Ziqi's calf coincidentally hit the tip of his foot, causing him to almost cry out in pain. Nan Man Pei shook his head slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe hitched a ride home with Nanman Pei. He opened the door and got off the car. He waved goodbye to Queen Bei, who had lowered the car window. Pei Ziki made a face at him and stuck out her tongue. Then she quickly raised the car window. When he got home, both of his sisters were not around. Qin Zhe lay on the sofa with a laptop on his lap. He had a cigarette in his mouth and was looking at the stock market today. Other than a few days ago, the index had been trending upwards. Many stocks had hit their daily limit. Qin Zhe's infrastructure stocks were still not hot. Although there was a small rise compared to the other stocks that were rising happily, it was simply a weak chicken. Although Qin Zhe was sure it would rise sharply, he wasn't sure when it would start. This was the long term. He had to be able to endure loneliness. Among the other 6 stocks, the growth enterprise market had fallen by 8% for 2 days. The remaining 5 stocks had risen sharply. Within a month, their stocks had risen by 60%. The total value of his stocks had reached 1 million renminbi. If his sister knew about this number, she would go crazy with excitement. At 3:00 p.m. the stock market closed. Qin Zhe turned off his software and browsed Weibo and forums. He was surprised to find that his Weibo had exploded. Countless comments and mentions. He was curious and searched online. It was a video of him playing to Alice at the piano club. It was uploaded online. The title was Shocking. The true face of Qin Baobao's younger brother. The person who uploaded the video did not censor Qin Zhe's face. Now his face was exposed online. No wonder the comments on Weibo were so popular. Many netizens replied that they wanted to bear his children. Chapter 98. Qin Zhe's video became popular. At the same time, To Qin Baobao also became popular. Once again it set off a craze for piano playing. The previous video, after all, was played on a mobile app. It was amazing, but it was pure nonsense to say that it was an auditory feast. Because of this, after the video of someone playing the piano version spread online, many people felt that it was better than the original. But when Qin Zhe personally played To Qin Baobao on the piano, the netizens realized that the cover songs they had heard before were all not up to par. As expected of an original master, there was no comparison at all. Listening to Qin Zhe's piano version was a real auditory feast. It was so good that it couldn't be any better. The key was that Qin Zhe's looks were surprisingly good. His Weibo was about to explode. The latest Weibo post, which originally had a few hundred comments, now had more than 100,000. Qin Baobao's brother really so handsome. I finally met the legendary brother. Well, he didn't let me down. Let's take it all. Catch a wild brother alive and bring him home to warm the bed. No one can snatch him from me. So elegant, so handsome. Especially when he played the piano, it simply pierced my heart. So talented. Is this the real To Qin Baobao? The sound of nature. There are also people on the internet who say that his piano playing is just SOSO. Why don't you do it if you can? Is this just SOSO? Qin Baobao is so beautiful, how can her brother be bad? Damn, looks are really hereditary. This is my husband, this is my husband, this is my husband. Important things must be said 3 times. Qin Baobao said in the program that he was an otaku. I thought he was the kind of fat otaku who wore a pair of black-rimmed glasses and had no spirit in his eyes. But I didn't expect him to be so handsome. My God. Lick the screen. He is also at the school hunk level in our school. And the way he plays the piano is really attractive. Oh, my young girl's heart. He can write songs and play the piano. *CK, he's so handsome too. How can us single dogs endure this? Brother-in-law, you're not being nice. You're so handsome that I'm embarrassed to pursue your sister. Brother-in-law +1, brother-in-law +2, brother-in-law +10086. Qin Zhe scrolled through the comments, unable to control the smile on his face. The feeling of being flattered was pretty good. He was considered an internet celebrity. At this moment his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Lu Ziqiang. Qin Zhe picked up the phone and heard Lu Ziqiang shouting excitedly, Qin Zhe, Qin Zhe, Qin Zhe, are you crazy? I'm not deaf. If you have something to say, say it. Qin Zhe moved the phone away from his ear. Is it you in the video? Is it you? Lu Ziqiang sounded agitated. What video? I don't know what you're talking about. Qin Zhe asked even though he already knew the answer. Don't talk nonsense with me, brother-in-law. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Speaking of which, how did you become so handsome? Did you have plastic surgery during the summer vacation? Lu Ziqiang said. Qin Zhe sighed. Lu Ziqiang was not a parent. He was a young man who never left his phone. He also paid so much attention to Qin Baobao. It was impossible for him not to know that he was exposed. "It's me," Qinze promised. "F***ck, it's really you." Even though he was certain that it was him, Lu Ziqiang still could not hide the shock and excitement in his heart. "Your sister is Qin Baobao? How can your sister be Qin Baobao? Oh my goddess, she's actually my brother's sister. What have I done all these years? I missed the opportunity to be in a favorable position. I even have thoughts of dying. This kid went crazy." "Mizizi," Qinze said helplessly, "I told you my sister is very beautiful. You didn't believe me. It's mainly because you look too ordinary. You don't even have the same parents." Lu Ziqiang ridiculed. These words touched Qinze's bottom line. He scolded, "F***ck off. I'm busy. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I'm hanging up." "Why are you hanging up? Come out for dinner tonight. Call your sister. I'll treat. My treat." Lu Ziqiang said excitedly. "Forget it. She's busy. She doesn't have time." Qinze rejected. His sister was in a cold war with him. He could not invite her. Besides, he could not let this happen. He was determined not to let others make a breakthrough through him and get close to Qin Baobao. He ruthlessly hung up Lu Ziqiang's call. A few seconds later it rang again. This time it was Zhao Baoliang. Comrade Zhao Baoliang's loud voice was deafening. "Qinze, let me be your brother-in-law." "Sorry, I don't have a sister." F***ck off. "It's obviously you in the video." "I asked Lu Ziqiang. He also said it was you." Zhao Baoliang's voice was rough. He did not give Qinze a chance to answer at all. He chattered incessantly. "Oh my god, Qin Baobao is actually your sister. Why didn't you say so earlier? You hurt my heart, bro. F***ck off. Both of you have ideas about my sister. Let me tell you, there's no way." Qinze was sweating profusely. "Qinze, you are too disloyal. We have so many years of revolutionary friendship. Can't it be compared to a mere goddess?" Sob, sob, sob. Qinze really couldn't stand a 1.8-meter tall rough man acting like a girl. He angrily said, "F***ck off. Don't even think about it." He simply ended the call. Before he could take a few breaths, the call came again. Li Liang. These guys must have teamed up to bombard him one after another. After answering the phone, Qinze straightforwardly said, "Sorry, Qin Baobao is not my sister, and the one playing the piano is not me. You have the wrong person." Li Liang said in a daze, "What are you talking about?" Qinze was stunned. Nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Li Liang said, "Qinze, how about I take you to Rome in the East tonight? My treat." Qinze's eyes lit up. "Good brother." Li Liang laughed and said, "Since we are good brothers, can I borrow your chrysanthemum?" Qinze laughed and scolded, "I think Ba Liang is more interested in your chrysanthemum." Li Liang finally revealed his true intention. "Brother-in-law, your brother-in-law can't wait to dote on you. How can I destroy a flower? By the way, is your sister free tonight? Brother-in-law wants to invite her to have a candlelight dinner." Qinze sighed faintly. "I finally understand what a femme fatale is." He said in his heart, "Please don't mention the word brother-in-law. I don't know if I have a car full of brothers-in-law today." Li Liang said, "What are you talking about? Such a beautiful femme fatale. You can harm me as much as you want. You'd better find your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lovers. Don't think about my sister. Don't even think about it." Qinze mercilessly dispelled his roommate's crooked thoughts. Brothers were brothers. If one day his brother really became his brother-in-law, it would be unacceptable. Li Liang's smile was as wretched as it could be. "Are you embezzling? If it were me with such a beautiful sister around, I would inevitably get hard. Get the F***k out of here." Qinze hung up the phone. At the same time, at Xingyi Entertainment, Su Yunhan was a second-tier singer under Xingyi Entertainment. She was 28 years old and very beautiful. When she was 20 years old, she participated in a music talent show and became famous. Then she was signed by Xingyi Entertainment. After 8 years of struggling in the entertainment industry, it was not easy to become a second-tier singer. She was different from Su Lu, who also started out as a singer. The latter sang for a few years and then became a movie star. Su Yunhan never accepted movies or TV shows. Other than the necessary commercial performances and endorsements, she only released albums and held concerts. She had a strong love for music. Many people felt that with the change of times, the path for singers was getting narrower and narrower. It had long passed the era of records, cassettes and CDs. Actually, records and cassettes were very rare, but things like CDs would not be completely eliminated from the market. There were always some places that could not be separated from CDs, such as cars. It was just that the marketing model had changed. Did singing earn money? Did selling song copyrights earn money? Every time a song was ordered in a KTV, copyright fees would be collected. Variety shows would collect copyright fees when they sang cover songs. Music websites would collect copyright fees when they recorded songs. Singers could still earn a lot of money, just not as much as movie stars. In a small meeting room, Su Yunhan smoked and listened to the people around her chattering. Smoking was not exclusive to men, especially women in the entertainment industry. Many of them smoked. What? Because of the pressure. Smoking was still considered good. Some celebrities, because of the pressure, took drugs to reduce pressure. There were many of them. There were a few people in the meeting room. 2 assistants, 1 manager, and 2 leaders of the marketing department. Everyone gathered to discuss Su Yunhan's new album. Originally, the 2 songwriters were just about to sign the contract, but in the end, it was intercepted by a management company. There was no choice. The other party offered a higher price. It was not that Xingyi Entertainment did not have their own songwriters, but previously good songwriters were given priority to Su Lu. She was the big sister of the company. Of course, the resources were given to her. Next week was the release date. It was too late to find a new partner now. The leader of the marketing department glanced at Su Yunhan and suggested, "Why don't we postpone the release date?" Before Su Yunhan could say anything, her manager nagged, "How do we postpone it? It's already been announced on Weibo. How do you want our Yunhan to explain to her fans? It's not good." The other leader said helplessly, "The songwriters have also signed a contract with someone else. Unless we're willing to pay compensation." Su Yunhan sneered, "The company is willing to pay compensation? Wouldn't that be a big loss?" The manager said, "You're in charge of this area. You should know a lot of songwriters. Have you contacted any of them?" "We have. It's not that the price is too high. It's just that there haven't been any good songs recently. The main thing is that the title song has been intercepted. Average songs don't meet the requirements. If the price is high, then it's high. We can't be in a deadlock like this. The main thing is that the company has limited funds. The company has spent a lot of investment on Su Lu's new album. Unfortunately, the album's subscriptions were dismal. We didn't recover our investment at all. This time, the company has limited the funds and paid attention to the cost. Oh, Su Lu's losses are on us. Don't say things out of anger at this time. It's meaningless. We should have brought the contract with us. Speaking of which, there are fewer outstanding songwriters now. The singing industry is not as profitable as before. Many veteran songwriters have reduced their compositions year by year. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. The manager looked around the meeting room and found a certain assistant girl playing with her phone excitedly. She was furious and slammed the table. "Playing with your phone all day long. We're in a meeting. Can't you be more attentive? Young lady, you're so heartless." The young lady was the cousin of Su Yunhan's university classmate. She used her connections to work by her side. Su Yunhan usually took good care of her. She smiled and said, "Playing mobile games again?" The young lady ignored the manager and smiled cheerfully. "No, Sister Yun. It's Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. I've always been curious about him. He showed his true colors. Live piano performance. That song to Qin Bao Bao is so amazing. So good. Also, he's so handsome. Qin Bao Bao is so beautiful. Her younger brother can't be bad." Su Yunhan smiled and said, "Let me see." She took the phone and played the video. The beautiful piano music echoed. Until the piano music ended, the people in the meeting room were still immersed in the music and couldn't extricate themselves. Su Yunhan was full of admiration and sighed. "It's really amazing. Qin Bao Bao is so lucky to have such a brother. If I also had such a brother, I wouldn't have to worry about new songs." Su Yunhan's eyes suddenly lit up. She said excitedly, "Find Qin Bao Bao. Find Qin Bao for help." Chapter 99. Su Yunhan's words stunned everyone present, and immediately their eyes lit up. The manager clapped his hands and seemed to have been enlightened. He looked excited and said, "That's right. Ask baby Qin for help. Her brother is a genius in the music industry. He's a pervert who can't be judged by common sense." Farewell song, Blue and White Porcelain, exaggerated. Each song is more classic than the other. If you ask him to help, any problem will be solved. Why didn't they think of it? Why bother looking for a composer? Why bother thinking? With Qin Bao Bao, who would lack good songs and star art entertainment. The little girl looked proud and felt that she had done a great job. The marketing leader suddenly said, No chance. Last time the company asked Qin Bao Bao for the copyright of those songs, but her brother refused. He's not easy to get along with. He didn't even give face to the company, let alone you. Another small leader also said, besides, why would they give you a good song? Qin Bao Bao is now joining singer. Everyone seemed to have been poured a basin of cold water, extinguishing the fire of hope. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. If someone had a good song, of course they would think of their sister first. Why would they give it back to them? Moreover, Su Yunhan and Qin Bao Bao didn't have much friendship. If it weren't for the fact that they often came to the company to prepare for the new album and met a few times, they might not even have the chance to meet. Su Yunhan sighed. The little girl pursed her lips and her eyes dimmed. The manager said, I have a good relationship with Li Yanhong. I'll ask. Su Yunhan said, can it work? The manager said helplessly, whether it works or not, we have to try. Thinking about it, she took out her phone. I'll send a message first. She typed a message. Yanhong, I have something to ask of you. What's the matter? Yunhan is going to release a new album soon. You know that, right? Well, the company's schedule for this quarter. Su Yunhan's album in July, Su Yunhan's album in August. Li Yanhong replied instantly, congratulations, congratulations. What are you congratulating me for? Let me tell you, the composer was snatched away by another management company. How could this be? No one expected this to happen. It's also our fault. We only made a verbal agreement and didn't sign the contract immediately. So, Li Yanhong began to understand. That's why I wanted to ask you for help. How can I help? Oh, my dear sister, aren't you Qin Bao Bao's manager? Now, among the singers under the company, who didn't think of Qin Bao Bao when they wanted to request a song? I'm begging you. Li Yanhong enjoyed the flattery of her friends. She had been sitting on the cold bench for so many years, and now she could finally hold her head high. He immediately replied, I'll help you ask, but I can't guarantee anything. Thanks. The manager put down the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone looked at her. Su Yunhan said anxiously, how is it? She promised to help us ask, but she can't guarantee anything, the manager said. The junior leader said negatively, Li Yanhong can't control Qin Bao Bao. She's not a strong manager. It's useless to beg her. Everyone's heart was heavy. About 5 minutes later, the door of the conference room was knocked twice, and then Li Yanhong pushed the door open and came in. Behind her was a charming young woman. It was Qin Bao Bao, who was privately named by the company's male employees as the #1 beauty of Star X Arts. Yanhong. Su Yunhan's manager greeted her warmly and looked at Qin Bao Bao. Superstar Qin is here too. She asked the two to sit down and ordered the female assistant. What are you doing? Hurry up and pour some water. The female assistant pursed her lips and got up to pour some water. Didn't you ask me to help? Li Yanhong smiled. I told Bao Bao about it and she said it wouldn't be a problem, so I came up. The few of them looked at the junior leader of the marketing department. What did he say just now? Li Yanhong couldn't control Qin Bao Bao? Not easy to get along with? Who would believe that? Su Yunhan smiled. Bao Bao, are you really willing to help me? Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, Sister Su, we're in the same company. Shouldn't we help each other? Su Yunhan smiled. Qin Bao Bao's words had unknowingly brought the two of them closer. Her impression of Qin Bao Bao became even deeper. She was a girl with a high EQ who was neither haughty nor arrogant. Thinking of the rumors she heard about Qin Bao Bao in the company a few days ago, it was just a rumor. Thank you, Su Yunhan said gratefully. Sister Su owes you a favor. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. She was 3 years older than Qin Bao Bao, and she was also a senior. It was reasonable for her to call herself Sister Su. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand. It's just a phone call. Sister Su, just treat me to dinner tonight. Qin Bao Bao was neither haughty nor arrogant, but it was definitely fake to say that she was warm-hearted. Whether Su Yunhan lacked songs or not, it was none of her business. Otherwise, why would Qin Zhe say that her sister was heartless? However, Li Yanhong said that if she wanted to establish a foothold in the company, it was necessary to cultivate her own interpersonal relationships. A person who wasn't close to anyone would save a lot of trouble, but if she really encountered a problem, no one would stand on her side. Qin Bao Bao had also been in the workplace for 2 years. She agreed with her and agreed. Su Lu was like a fish in water in star art. Wasn't it because she had a lot of experience and connections? One day she would also cultivate her own connections and team to strengthen her power. If Su Lu dares to snatch my resources again, I'll give her a tight slap on the face. Qin Bao Bao said, "I'll call my brother." Everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but straighten up and put on a listening posture. Especially the little girl. Her eyes were bright as she stared at Qin Bao Bao's phone. After a while the call went through. "Sister, what's the matter?" A young man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Qin Bao Bao had the dignified attitude of an older sister. "My friend wants to release a new album and needs songs. Help me settle it. I still have things to do. I don't have time to write songs." Qin Zhe evaded. She didn't have many points left. She had to be thrifty. The manager's face darkened. Su Yunhan couldn't hide her disappointment. The little assistant pursed her lips as if she had been wronged. With so many people watching, Qin Bao Bao couldn't hold it in anymore. Her pretty face sank. "You don't want to write?" Qin Zhe heard his sister's tone and laughed. "Yes, of course I'm willing. If you want songs, I'll write them. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll pluck them for you." Qin Zhe was familiar with Qin Bao Bao as if she was his little brother. This analogy was a bit inappropriate. In recent days, Qin Bao Bao felt her face burning whenever she thought about how her brother had coaxed her into kissing him. She felt that her role as an older sister was getting out of hand. She had to find a way to turn the tables. Sometimes she would scare her brother and ask him to move back home. Qin Zhe coaxed her and she thought that she had something on her brother. She felt that she had become a proper older sister again. Everyone in the meeting room listened with strange expressions. In their impression, pianists should be elegant and noble like gentlemen with strong personalities. Why was it that when it came to Qin Bao Bao's brother the style was not quite right? His smile was so flattering. "What song do you want?" Qin Zhe asked. "Anything nice will do." Qin Bao Bao wasn't too sure either. "Let's borrow another 500 years from the heavens." Qin Zhe had an idea. No. Qin Bao Bao heard this song and immediately passed. This song was not suitable for a woman to sing. "You know Su Yunhan, right? The famous singer Su Yunhan. You should write in the style of her songs," Qin Bao Bao said loudly. There was silence on the other end of the phone. "You're playing dead, right?" Qin Bao Bao was a bit angry. Her brother was not obedient at all today. "I'll listen again. I'll baidu who Su Yunhan is." Qin Zhe quickly replied. This was King awkward. The meeting room was silent for a moment. Su Yunhan's mouth twitched. The others pretended not to hear. Qin Bao Bao covered her phone and forced a smile. My brother doesn't usually pay attention to the entertainment industry." Su Yunhan also forced a smile. "He's a great pianist and artist." On the other end of the phone, Qin Zhe muttered, "This woman is quite pretty, but her singing style is not very proper." "Not very proper?" Su Yunhan almost vomited blood. Her famous song was a love song. Later on, she used rap as her main style. Later on, she played rock and roll. What the F***ck she really knows how to play. Changing her style here and there, which one is her style? Qin Zhe complained. The meeting room was silent. This is a classic example of knowing a little of everything but being proficient in nothing. Her style is not obvious, sister. Qin Bao Bao, whose face was burning, interrupted Qin Zhe. "Don't say anything first." She forced a smile again. "Sorry, my brother is like this. He has a sharp tongue but a soft heart." Su Yunhan forced a smile again. I understand. The others really didn't know how to react. It was awkward. The assistant girl tried hard to hold back her laughter. The grand pianist was too funny. Su Yunhan said weakly, "It's best if it's a love song, the style is more like a fairy tale." They couldn't let this pair of siblings continue. It was like a crosstalk. It was too insulting. Qin Bao Bao relayed the request to her brother and said, "It's best if there's a new song in 2 days. Time is tight." Qin Zhe said, "No, I'll give it to you now." Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Su Yunhan was stunned. The two agents were stunned. What did he mean? Did he mean to write a song now? Was that what he meant? Chapter 100. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "Don't joke around. I'm talking business with you." Qin Zhe said, "I'm not joking around." Su Yunhan was surprised and doubtful. "Do you have any songs?" Qin Bao Bao relayed the message. "No songs. I'll sing a cappella for you. If you think it's okay, I'll write a score for you when we get home." As Qin Zhe spoke, he opened the point store and redeemed a love song that he listened to last night. Although points were precious, he was willing to do it if he could erase the Sister Pa incident from that night. Qin Bao Bao put the phone on speaker and put it on the table. "You sing." There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. Then the song came and it was so good that it caught everyone off guard. "My heart is tired, my tears are dry. This deep love is hard to give up. Once had until the end of time. I don't see you Mumu and Zhao Zhao. This love is hard to give up. I hope we can hug again in the next life. If you love someone, how can you stay together until the end of time? I don't know how to face everything. I can't forget the painful lovesickness of the past. Why do you still touch my heartbeat? How can love you forget? Tonight you should understand. Fate is hard to give up, love is hard to give up. The song ended. Everyone's eyes changed. They were stunned, shocked, confused, and in disbelief. How could there be such a person? Excellent songs came one after another as if they didn't cost money. Many composers only had a few excellent songs in their lifetime. Su Yunhan rushed to the phone and asked excitedly, "What's the name of this song?" Su Yunhan knew what was good. Qin Zhe's song was so good that it would definitely be a hit. It was not worse than a fairy tale. "You are." Qin Zhe was stunned. "Hello, I'm Su Yunhan. Nice to meet you, Mr. Qin." Su Yunhan introduced herself. You've been listening?" "Yes." "Damn, this is so awkward." On the other end of the phone, someone mumbled, "Can't fall in love. The song is okay, right?" The guy on the phone laughed and said, "Superstar Su, I love listening to your songs the most." Qin Baobao rolled her eyes. The corners of Su Yunhan's mouth curled up as she said softly, "Is that so? But my singing is very ordinary. I don't even have my own style." "Mr. Qin, thank you. If it's convenient, tell me your bank account number. I'll buy this song." Su Yunhan said. "You can ask my sister about the money," Qin Zhe said. Qin Baobao said, 5,000 will do. She did not directly say that she would give her a gift. That would be too obvious. Su Yunhan would not agree. Why should she owe a favor when she could solve the problem with money? Besides, he owed Qin Baobao a favor by asking her for help. 5,000? Su Yunhan said helplessly, 5,000 can't even buy the lyrics. "Sister Su, if you feel bad, you can treat me to a meal." Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and smiled like a sly little fox. Su Yunhan pursed her lips. "Okay, then I'll agree." She could not help but look at Qin Baobao. This girl was really good at making things difficult. Qin Baobao was also smiling, but it was more or less a forced smile. "Mother Her, this song is so good, my heart hurts. Can I regret it?" At 7 o'clock in the evening, Qin Zhe finished cooking dinner and looked forward to his two sisters coming home for dinner. The first to come home was Wang Zijin. Her company was close. Wang Zijin was wearing an office lady's suit with a light brown bag in her arm. With one hand on the wall, she kicked off her high heels and bent over to change into a pair of sandals. Qin Zhe saw the graceful curve of her back and the shape of her buttocks. "I'm really tired after working in the office for the whole day." Wang Zijin threw herself on the sofa and stretched her waist lazily. Qin Zhe went up to her and tried to please her. "Do you want me to massage your waist?" Wang Zijin looked at him with a half smile and tilted her head. "Okay, Baobao said you're good at it." She hugged a pillow and lay on the sofa. "Don't touch me." Qin Zhe licked his lips and put his palms on her waist. His thumbs gently massaged the sides of her spine. So soft, so comfortable. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat and he was happy. In all honesty, other than Qin Baobao, he had never had intimate physical contact with any other woman. Even Jianghu, who he once coveted, only hugged her arm. Did this mean that there was a breakthrough in their relationship? Did this mean that Wang Zijin had feelings for him? Qin Zhe's imagination ran wild, but Wang Zijin didn't think so much. She pressed her face against the pillow and narrowed her beautiful eyes comfortably. So comfortable. What should I do? I feel like I'm addicted. The sound of a key turning came from the doorway. Qin Baobao opened the door and saw the scene in the living room. Her eyebrows twitched violently. Qin Zhe retracted his hand almost instinctively. His posture was like a man who had been caught red-handed by his wife for stealing a woman's beauty. Wang Zijin was comfortable. She raised her head and smiled. "You're back. Ace made dinner. He's just waiting for you." Qin Baobao pursed her lips when she heard Ace. She looked at her deeply and said calmly, "Oh, let's eat then." She didn't have dinner with Su Yunhan. They had arranged to meet at noon the next day. At the dinner table, Qin Baobao chewed slowly, which was unusual. She didn't talk while eating. Wang Zijin occasionally talked about company matters, but didn't get a response from her best friend. After a few times, she lost interest in talking to her and started chatting enthusiastically with Qin Zhe. Halfway through dinner, Qin Zhe's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Li Donglai calling. The call went through. Li Donglai said, "Qin Gu, do you want to go karaoke tonight?" Qin Zhe refused without thinking. "I'm not free. I have something to do tonight." Li Donglai chuckled and said, I understand as your disciple. But master, you'll get tired of eating the flowers at home. It's not bad to try some wildflowers. Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin looked over at almost the same time and pricked up their ears. He didn't know why their ears were so sharp. Wildflowers are not hygienic. Who knows if there are parasites in them? Qin Zhe refused again. No, no, no. Wildflowers are just relative. They are all good people with clean backgrounds. But with Qin Zhe's ability, it's easy for you to hook up with good girls. Li Donglai egged him again. What a bunch of bad friends. Sister sneered. It's late. Don't go out. Staying up late is not good for your health. Wang Zijin made the decision for Qin Zhe with the attitude of a good wife and mother. It was only 7 o'clock. Sister Ziwei was too careless. Qin Zhe didn't plan to go. If Qin Baobao didn't like karaoke, he probably wouldn't go to places like KTV in his life. He was born without love. I'm hanging up. No, no, no. Qin Gu, I already boasted that I would ask you to come. If you don't come, I'll lose face in front of my friends. I won't be able to raise my head in the future. Li Donglai pleaded. What nonsense are you talking about? What friend? Qin Zhe was stunned. They're just some friends in my circle. There are both men and women. Let's not talk about the men. I don't think you're interested. All the women are like fresh cabbages. You can do whatever you want tonight. You can do whatever you want tonight. Suddenly he felt an inexplicable murderous intent in the living room. Qin Zhe said angrily, "Get lost." He hung up. The phone rang again. Li Donglai said, "Qin Gu, it's just karaoke. We're all good kids. There's no nonsense. I was just joking. My sister is going too." Your sister is going too? Qin Zhe was surprised that this pair of siblings had a common circle of friends. Yes, they're friends in our circle. Their families have some background. I want to take this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. My aunt also knows about it. She didn't object. Li Donglai said seriously. Qin Zhe smelled something unusual. Li Donglai wanted to pull him into his circle of friends? This society was made up of countless small circles. Their corresponding identities, status, wealth. Beggars had their circle of beggars, farmers had their circle of farmers, and rich people had their circle of rich people. This circle was called the circle of friends. It was extremely difficult for a rich person to join a beggar's circle, or for a beggar to mix into a rich person's circle. What was Li Donglai's circle of friends like? If it was just his circle of friends, it might be made up of a group of immature teenagers. If it was Pei Ziqi's circle of friends, it would probably be made up of a group of heartless delinquents or immature teenagers. Then what about their mutual circle of friends? It might be made up of a group of immature teenagers and immature delinquents. However, they definitely had an extraordinary family background. There were many colorful little hens in society who wanted to mix into the circle of rich people with rich people. That meant that they would become phoenixes. Nan Man Pei did not object. This was a good sign. It meant that she tacitly allowed Qin Zhe to have a closer relationship with her nephew and niece. Qin Zhe pondered for a moment and agreed. Give me the address. I'll take a taxi. Some people said that life was a game of chess. This was the saying of hipsters. Some people said that life was like a play. This was the saying of black-bellied people. Qin Zhe felt that life was like trading stocks. There were investments everywhere. Some of his friends were short-term and some were long-term. Nan Man Pei was short-term. He was the kind that could benefit in the near future. Pei Ziqi and Li Donglai were long-term. There was no need to mix too many interests with them. That was a matter for the future. Li Donglai and Pei Ziqi's circle of friends was more long-term. It was just a small investment. Whether it was needed or not would be discussed. How can I let you take a taxi? I'm at the entrance of your neighborhood. Li Donglai sounded excited. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and explained to the two sisters. The child I teach has an extraordinary background. His family is in the system and his position is not low. I think his surname is Li. Sister Ziwei, do you remember him? Wang Zijin shook her head. I've never cared. Qin Zhe said, oh, and poked his sister's waist. Qin Baobao stared. What? I'm going out for a while. I'll be back later. Qin Zhe said softly, make more friends and you'll have more opportunities. It's really difficult for you to be in the entertainment circle. Who knows, you might need to use them one day. Qin Baobao's eyes flashed. She restrained her coldness and anger and said in a proud tone, go if you want. You're a grown-up now. How can I control you? Qin Zhe put on his shoes at the entrance. Before opening the door, he turned around and said, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just reminding you. Wash the dishes. Ah. Qin Baobao was furious. She stomped her feet. Qin Zhe, don't go out. Qinzhe opened the door and flashed out. Chapter 101. There was a Maserati parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. It was Nan Manpei's car. However, the driver was not her but Li Donglai. When Qinzhe saw Pei Ziki in the back seat, he finally understood how he could find his way to his house. On the day that Nan Manpei sent Qinzhe back, Pei Ziki was also in the car. Li Donglai lowered the window and waved at him. Pei Ziki was wearing a t-shirt and hot pants. She crossed her legs and looked up at him before continuing to play with her phone. Qinzhe opened the door and sat in the back seat. Pei Ziki, who was playing with her phone, suddenly looked up and gave him a look of disdain. Sit in the front passenger seat. Don't sit beside me. I'm a teacher, so I should sit in the back seat. You're his sister, so you should sit in the front passenger seat. Qinzhe closed the door. The air conditioner was on, so it was very cool. A teacher who pays 4,000 yuan a month. Pei Ziki said disdainfully. Ever since that day when Qinzhe had righteously refused to teach her the piano, and had even mocked her, Pei Ziki hated Qinzhe. No matter if it was a woman or a girl, they were all narrow-minded. What, 4,000 yuan isn't money? Qinzhe rolled his eyes and stabbed her in the heart. I won't teach you piano even if it's 400,000 yuan. Pei Ziki's small chest rose and fell violently. She said indifferently, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. You have balls? Qinzhe made a shocked expression. Li Donglai chuckled. Pei Ziki didn't get angry. Instead, he glared at his brother and laughed coldly. I won't be like those retarded female protagonists in those novels. I won't be so easily angered to the point of going crazy and then secretly fall in love with the protagonist. Qinzhe said, You're thinking too much. You're at most a maid. Pei Ziki clenched her small fists. She put her phone in her pocket and closed her eyes to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. This mouth of hers. It wasn't unreasonable for Qin Baobao to always pique with her younger brother in real life. Li Donglai grinned, delighted to hear this. Only Jianghu could deal with this sharp-tongued wretched girl. The KTV was located in the PT area, near the West Station. White Corinthian marble columns supported the pyramid-shaped roof, and the wide white stone steps were covered with a scarlet carpet. It was built like the Pantheon in Rome. The square in front of the gate was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. From time to time, there would be middle-aged men with big bellies driving straight in under the sweet welcome of girls whose miniskirts were so short that they almost reached their waists and low breasts. Queen Bey's Maserati could be swaggering on the streets, but there was no shortage of well-matched rivals here. Is this what you meant by singing? Qinzhe glared at his disciple. Li Donglai looked at him in surprise and explained, That's right, we're here to sing. Although this isn't a proper place, the prostitution business can't be done openly. Usually the guests and the princesses will negotiate the price and take them out to get a room. This has nothing to do with us. We're just singing, there's no need to call us princesses. After hesitating for a moment, Li Donglai couldn't hold back his curiosity and said in a strange tone, Qingu, you haven't even been to a nightclub before, have you? Qinzhe felt that he was being looked down upon. He snorted, People who practice martial arts pay attention to the fundamentals and preserve the essence. Only then can one's qi and blood be vigorous. Why would I come to such a place? You'd better not come here in the future. Do you understand? Damn it, I'm a keyboard warrior, a theoretical grandmaster. My past as a rookie must never be exposed. Li Donglai bowed his head and admitted defeat. He said yes, he would never come again. Listening to the master and disciples' banter, Pei Ziki, who had a straight face, couldn't help but smile. Qinzhe's gaze swept across the parking lot. According to Li Donglai, his friends had already booked a luxurious private room. He deliberately took a detour to pick up Qinzhe and didn't meet him at the door. Otherwise, Qinzhe would have been able to estimate the background of these rich second-generation or officials based on the cars of these young boys and girls. The three of them walked to the door. The hostesses bowed and said sweetly, Welcome. This nightclub was very high-end. The customers were either rich or noble. Oh, it was fine if they were expensive. Officials wouldn't dare to come to such a place. Those who came here were all rich and powerful. Officials liked to play with other people's wives and raise concubines. If there was a crime of adultery in the country, TSK, the exterior was already very luxurious. The interior decoration was even more profound. It was decorated in a splendid style. The scarlet carpet and the wallpaper were painted with gorgeous patterns. The huge crystal sculpture was huge. The hall was brightly lit. A few uniformed staff stood guard and led the three of them to the front desk. A nightclub was a type of nightclub. A nightclub generally referred to nightlife entertainment. It included entertainment KTV, bars, disco bars, performance halls, cabarets, disco, nightclubs, etc. This nightclub was an entertainment KTV. It was different from ordinary KTV. It didn't just sing. There were characters called princesses. You know. A few years ago this kind of KTV was rampant. The sex business was in full swing. If you were interested in singing you could have sex at any time. Later the government cracked down and they didn't dare to be so arrogant. Of course, if you negotiated a price with the princesses, you could have sex with them in the toilet. Or you could take them out and get a room. Fortunately, it wasn't a nightclub with a dance floor, a band, or a DJ. Otherwise Qinze would have left. He hated that kind of noisy and crazy scene the most. There was no reason. He just felt that it was too noisy. The private room was on the 3rd floor. Walking along the corridor with dim lights, the air was filled with the smell of smoke, perfume, and disinfectant. On both sides of the corridor were closed rooms. The lights on the door showed that there were people in the room. However, only faint singing could be heard. The sound insulation was very good. They pushed the door open and entered the private room. Under the changing lights, a guy was holding a microphone and singing at the top of his voice. His singing was not complimentary. It was a tone deaf that destroyed the 3 views of the world. However, he was intoxicated with himself. Seeing the Li siblings enter, everyone in the private room waved their hands. Especially the guy who had been wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf. He gave Li Donglai a bear hug before greeting Pei Ziqi. When this guy looked at the little beauty, his eyes were burning with passion. Finally it was Qinze. He smiled and said, "Oh, this is the master you were talking about. Hello Qingo." He shook hands with Qinze as if they were close friends. In the private room there were 3 girls and 4 boys. They were all around 17 or 18 years old and looked a little young. Except for the tone-deaf guy who was a little handsome, the other 2 teenagers were average. The 3 girls each had their own characteristics. One was wearing a bohemia dress. Her facial features were ordinary, her skin was white, and her eyes were big. The other one was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Her temperament and eyes were cold. The last one was wearing an off-shoulder shirt and hot pants. She was wearing the smoky makeup that Qinze hated the most. Despite her young age, she had a bit of a romantic charm. The only thing missing was the words, "I'm not a good person," carved on her forehead. There were only 7 people. There was no princess or young master. Li Donglai said loudly, "He is my master. You can call him Qingo." The teenagers were very polite. They were not arrogant and domineering. After all, they were almost adults and knew how to be superficial. However, the 3 girls, perhaps because of their good looks and tall figures, looked at him with interest. The charming girl with smoky makeup even dared to throw him a coquettish glance. A guy with an ordinary appearance and a sturdy body muttered, "Brother Qin Donglai, you're quite skilled and know a few fighting techniques. I have practiced taekwondo for a few years. Do you have time to spar with me?" The cabbage's eyes suddenly lit up. They looked at Qinze expectantly. They were all troublemakers. Qinze smiled and said, "Okay, you just need to make an appointment." The guy was very happy. He raised his glass and drank with Qinze. The 3 cabbages were very interested in Qinze. They all came over to drink and joked with him. The girl in smoky makeup poured a full cup for Qinze. She also poured a full cup for herself and drank it all in one gulp. Then she looked at Qinze and said, "Brother Qin, why do I feel like you look a little familiar?" Immediately one of the cabbages said, "You are familiar with handsome guys." Qinze was stunned. The video of him playing at the piano club was posted online not long ago. However, the video was not widely spread. He did not buy the news, so the popularity faded the next day. The cabbages talked a few words. They had the liveliness and playfulness unique to girls of their age. It is said that 3 years old is a generation gap. Qinze could not adapt to their noise. He always felt that they were a little chinibu. Their thinking jumped too much and then they would laugh inexplicably. The topics they talked about were relatively childish, but there was a sense of, "I am an adult," pretending to be mature. He had seen the symptoms of chinibu on the internet before. "I am different from others. It is not me who is wrong, it is the world. This is true wisdom." This group of young boys and girls was considered mild. Qinze had a 16-year-old cousin. That was King Chinibu. Every time he saw him he wanted to beat him. The cabbages also had some complaints about Qinze. They felt that this Qingu was too boring. They deliberately said a few funny jokes but he did not understand them at all. Pei Ziki shouted to the guy with the broken voice, "Li Zongwei, help me order the song Blue and White Porcelain. Qin Bao Bao's Blue and White Porcelain." The online copyright had been sold by Qinze, But the copyright of a song was not only the online copyright. The other rights to use it were handed over to his sister. The money earned went into Qin Bao's pocket. Qin Bao said righteously that she wanted to save money for her brother's wife. Qin Zhe said, "Saving money for a wife is our parents' business. It is none of your business." Qin Bao said, I don't care. Your wife needs to be taken care of by me." Chapter 102. This luxurious private room, which could accommodate more than 20 people, only had 10 people. It was a bit of a waste. Because the room was big, everyone sat more scattered. The tone-deaf guy was a microphone hog. He sang one song after another. If he didn't get tired of singing, others wouldn't have a chance to sing. They were used to it. The three boys played dice and drank. Pei Ziki chatted and drank with a few girls. The master and disciple sat alone in the corner. The master was banished to the cold palace. As the disciple, he couldn't play by himself. Li Donglai accompanied Qin Zhe and said, "Qin Gu, don't mind them. These bastards are like this. They deserve a beating." They were polite to him, but it was nonsense to say that they were warm. "After all, it's the first time we've met." Qin Zhe took a sip of beer. Except for the microphone hog, who was very friendly, the others were not too warm with him. They occasionally raised their glasses to show that they didn't forget Qin Zhe. The kind of people who treated you like old friends the moment they met and couldn't wait to pour their hearts out was the shrewdness and ability of adults. In the world of adults, shrewdness was the most basic quality. Even if they hated someone, they wouldn't show it on their face. High school students didn't come into contact with society. They showed off their abilities, and their edges and corners weren't polished by the bitterness of life. Didn't they often play in nightclubs and play with swords a few times? You'll have seen society and you'll have experienced life. The standard for coming into contact with society, working in the workplace. They started to worry about their livelihood, started to understand the ways of the world, started to interact with all kinds of people, started to smile even if they hated someone, and started to look forward to the future and think about life. They were the ones who came into contact with society. They didn't spend their parents' money to eat, drink and play, admire princesses' coquettish postures, and have sex with women in society. They felt that they had grown up and understood society. Compared to them, university life was more like a miniature society. The instructors wouldn't tell you to study hard and make progress every day. They would only tell you that if you wanted to go further and better in the workplace in the future, you should seize the opportunity to enrich yourself. The instructors would also discuss life, housing prices, and the macroeconomy with the students. Occasionally they would complain about the increasing inflation. They would criticize the flaws of the national social security and medical insurance. Slowly the university students' values and outlook on life changed. Middle school students had no access to these things at all. Their parents and teachers would only tell them to study hard and write a good answer sheet. In the eyes of high school students, the most evil thing in the world was exam papers. Other than that, life was beautiful and carefree. Qinggu, that singer, is called Li Zongwei. I'm from the municipal party committee. My father is even more influential, but he retired many years ago. Among our group he was the most arrogant. He looked down on everyone and acted like a snob. When we first met, I chased after him for half a day. Originally, it was an irreconcilable grudge, but this guy liked my sister, so he came to me and pretended to be a grandson. I wanted to shake hands and make peace. Later on, I felt that he was a loyal person, so I became friends with him. The guy who wants to fight you is a northerner. His grandfather is a big shot in the public security system. He doesn't use his brain when doing things and has an unruly temper. He has done a lot of things with his martial arts and often makes his family clean up after him. His father was transferred to work in the Shanghai public security system. He is my father's subordinate, but his family background is not much worse than mine. Yes, he is a martial arts fanatic. In ancient times, he would be a troublemaker who broke the law with martial arts and was destined to be wanted by the government. That's why reincarnation is a technical job. If he is not beaten to death or disabled, his family will take care of him. Alright, his name is Bai Guowei. And that gigolo Huang Tingzi. You should pay attention to him. He is a treacherous villain. He is full of evil ideas. His ideas to harm people are basically all from him. Last year he liked a girl. She was in love with her boyfriend and didn't like money. He waved his hoe until he was drenched in sweat, but he still couldn't win her over. Do you know what this guy did in the end? He went to call her boyfriend brother and was willing to be a sucker for that guy to go to nightclubs and play with women. He led a good boy astray, and in the end he took the initiative to break up with his girlfriend. Li Donglai sneered and said, but even so, the girl still ignored him. That's why, when it comes to love, if you don't like it, you don't like it. What's the use of trying so hard to lead her boyfriend astray? That gloomy guy is called Zhang Wangyun. He lives off a woman. His mother is very awesome. She is a famous female entrepreneur in Shanghai. She is worth billions. She is a woman in her 40s, but she is still very seductive. You know, he has countless lovers outside. Because of the division of property, his parents did not divorce, but they live their own lives. His private life is very messy. The messy family environment made this kid a little psychopathic. The girls he slept with, tsk. Why are your friends full of people with foul reputations? Qin Zhe complained in his heart. He suddenly remembered that Nan Manpei had told him about the siblings' family. Well, the siblings' family environment was probably a mess. Birds of a feather flocked together. Li Donglai talked tirelessly, emphasizing on the background of the three cabbages to Qin Zhe. The girl in the long bohemia dress came from a family of bureaucrats. Her father and two uncles were in the government and were doing well. The girl with the strong air of a prostitute came from a family that was half government and half business. She was rich and powerful. For some reason, she was rebellious and deliberately dressed herself as a street girl. The girl in the white t-shirt and jeans looked delicate and pretty, but she was actually the richest. In one sentence she explained, "I am one of the biggest real estate developers in Shanghai." In terms of life, the three girls were quite good. They had boyfriends before, but they were not promiscuous. After all, their family background was not bad. They had the upbringing that they should have. On the other side, Pei Ziki was drinking and chatting with her friends. The girls talked about nothing more than a few things: clothes, bags, cosmetics, and young stars. For example, the recently popular mixed-blood young star, Wales. In the hearts of the girls, Wales was like Qin Bao Bao to the otaku. It had been 3 episodes since he joined I Am a Singer. He had gained a lot of fangirls. The mixed blood seemed to have a natural advantage. He was far more handsome than the purebred natives. His singing was good and his high-pitched voice was shocking. The girls liked him very much. I like Wales the most. How can he be so handsome and sing so well? The one who spoke was the flirtatiously dressed Qin Qingyuan. She was the rebellious one. I like him too. Even Li Rongxing is not as handsome as him, the girl in the long bohemia dress said excitedly. Her name was Gu Qing. I went to the scene of the last episode. I felt that Wales was more charming than on TV. Unfortunately, I didn't get his autograph. His team doesn't accept autograph requests, the well-dressed girl Yuro said with a smile. Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke. She seemed to have forgotten that with their family background, they could make Wales listen to them with just a phone call. Not to mention autographs, they could even eat and drink with them. Actually, I think Qin Bao Bao songs are the best. Pei Ziki also expressed her opinion. Qin Qingyuan curled her lips. I don't like her. Didn't she have a scandal a while ago? She's a rich second-generation's canary. The two girls nodded as if they had the same feeling. Pei Ziki was stunned and asked, She's not. Her songs were written by her brother. Didn't the internet clarify? The three girls were dumbfounded. Really? You didn't pay attention? Pei Ziki was stunned again and pointed in the direction of Qin Zhe. You don't know him? Gu Qing, I know him. He's your brother's tutor. Qin Qingyun, he's very handsome but he's boring. Yuro, I think he's not bad. Qin Qingyuan smiled and said, Xiaoro, are you interested in him? Okay, I'll help you talk to him and let him serve you tonight. Yiro blushed. Go away. Gu Qing in the long bohemia dress laughed. Oh, you're shy. It's just for fun. There's nothing wrong with it. As for being one of Vast Mang's boyfriends or taking a step further, you have to think about it. I heard from Ziki that his family background is ordinary. The two families are too different, have different values, and have no common language. Forget about getting married. Yiro blushed even more. She rolled her eyes and said, Weren't you quite interested in him before? Qingyuan, didn't you say you wanted his phone number? Gu Qing, you're also looking forward to it? The two girls waved their hands. He's handsome but he's a little boring. Pei Ziki thought to herself, okay, forget it if you don't know him. After all, Qin Zhe wasn't a celebrity. It was impossible for a few people to know him. Chapter 103. The tone-deaf Li Zongwei muttered, Ziki, I want to sing a song for you. His voice was deafening in the microphone. Pei Ziki scolded, Get lost with your lousy voice. Li Zongwei didn't care and ordered a song. It was Qin Bao Bao's fairy tale. Qin Bao Bao's songs were must-have for KTV. Qin Zhe didn't know if he would get a share or a buyout, but he made a lot of money. It could be seen from Qin Bao Bao's 2 new LV bags, a new lady's watch, and Wang Zijin's office lady's suit and a pair of sneakers that cost more than 2,000 yuan. A fairy tale? was turned into a folk song by this guy. It was so out of tune that he walked on Grandma's bridge. It was unbearable to watch. But the singer didn't realize that he was out of tune. The Bohemia dress said, "Qin Bao Bao songs are really good. I like all of them." The flirtatious girl said, "I like Farewell Song the most. It's Qin Bao Bao's most popular song. The others are good but not to my taste." The richest girl in jeans retorted, "Shouldn't the most popular song be Exaggerated? It's #1 on the weekly and monthly charts. No one can shake it." The flirtatious girl said, "Anyway, I can't get the G point of this song. I really don't know why it's so popular." Pei Ziqi sneered, "She's a big missy who doesn't know how to differentiate between grains and grains. Of course she won't be able to get it." "You're talking as if you're not a lady." Pei Ziqi gulped down the remaining alcohol in one gulp and walked over to Li Zongwei. He snatched the microphone from him and said, "Stop singing, let me do it. Help me order a song, Blue and White Porcelain." She liked Blue and White Porcelain the most. When she heard this song live that day, she was inexplicably moved and shed tears. Li Zongwei's face was full of hidden bitterness, as if his wife had been snatched away, but he dared not say anything. He dejectedly went to choose a song. A girl in a long Bohemia dress ran over to sing a duet. The two girls held hands. Pei Ziqi's voice was ethereal while Gu Qing's voice was soft. They each had their own flavor. At this time, the flirtatious girl Qin Qingyuan stood up and left the room. She wanted to go to the buffet restaurant to get some snacks, and she asked Li Donglai to help her. This time, Qinzhe was completely thrown into the cold palace, sitting there alone. Feeling that it was meaningless, he went out to the toilet and smoked. He planned to wait for Li Donglai to come back and let him know before leaving. Not long after, the door of the private room was pushed open. Qin Qingyuan, who was carrying food, came back empty-handed. Her beautiful face was full of panic and anxiety. She shouted, "Li Donglai has been beaten up. Go and save him." The noisy music was turned off, and the private room was silent. Everyone stood up together. "Where?" Pei Ziqi did not say anything. She picked up the beer bottle on the table and rushed out. She cursed angrily, "Li Donglai, this idiot, always causing trouble." Although the brother and sister were not compatible with each other, it did not mean that Pei Ziqi could tolerate others beating her brother. "Ziqi, wait." Li Zongwei's face changed. He threw the microphone and followed closely behind. Qin Qingyuan led the way and the group rushed out of the private room. In the restaurant there was a mess of cups and plates. Li Donglai hugged his head and curled up on the ground. 3 men surrounded him, punching and kicking. One of them, a burly middle-aged man in a casual suit, picked up a plate and smashed it. Not far away, a few guests were pointing and watching the scene. It was normal to meet a fight in a KTV. Li Donglai had all kinds of oil and food stains on his body. He was also a tough guy. He did not say a word and kicked a few times to resist. However, this pitiful resistance led to more vicious beatings. "Lu Zong, stop hitting him, stop hitting him. Something bad will happen if you continue." A manager in uniform tried to mediate the fight, but it was useless. He pulled the middle-aged man's clothes a few times and was slapped in the face. The middle-aged man surnamed Lu knew the boss of the KTV and was a regular here. In the past, the KTV was like his own home. He was a person who could do whatever he wanted. The manager could only try to mediate. He did not even dare to call the police. He could only mourn for this unlucky stranger in his heart. Young people have bad tempers and do not know how to endure. It was fine if he wanted to play at home, but he did not know where he was. They were all people he could not afford to offend. What's wrong with his girlfriend being touched on the butt? It was not like it was a real OXX. He kicked Lu Zong on the spot. Now, if he did not suffer, he probably would not be able to walk out of the KTV. Pei Ziqi rushed to the scene and saw Li Donglai's miserable appearance. She screamed shrilly, waved a beer bottle and rushed forward. The little girl did not know how to fight. The noise she made was a bit big. If it were a gangster who was familiar with the routine, he would definitely sneak over without saying a word and hit her with a stick. He would knock one down first. One of the middle-aged men turned around and kicked Pei Ziqi right in the stomach. The 16-year-old girl was instantly kicked to the ground. She covered her stomach and her face was full of pain. Several people who came behind saw this scene and their eyes were about to pop out. Li Zongwei cursed and pulled a chair to join the fight. Then came by Guowei, the martial arts fanatic Zhang Wangyun, the gloomy character, and the sinister gigolo Huang Tingzi. The situation became a mess in an instant. 3 girls helped Pei Ziqi up and waved flags and shouted at the side. During this time, Qin Qingyuan and Pei Ziqi smashed plates and beer bottles. However, their aim was a bit poor and they accidentally hit their allies several times. The three men were outnumbered and were attacked by the cheerleaders from time to time. They fought and retreated. They could not take the elevator. When they escaped to the safe corridor, everyone was injured. The most miserable one had the corner of his eye cracked. Looking at the injury, he had to go to the hospital to get stitches. Li Zongwei spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bit of the high-spirited momentum of a great victory, he cursed, "A group of F***ers. I can kill you in minutes. Brothers, do you want to call for help?" He wanted to use his family's connections to beat the dog in the water and settle accounts after the autumn. No matter how powerful these guys' families were, they would only use them when they were in trouble. Who would shout loudly in a nightclub, "My father is so-and-so"? That would be stupid. Pei Ziki cursed, "Call for help? Call for an ambulance. Li Donglai is going to die." The others only had minor injuries, but Li Donglai was in a miserable state. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, his head was also broken. Blood flowed down his forehead. At first glance, it was exceptionally frightening. But in fact it was only a superficial injury that did not even need stitches. The real fatal injury was the invisible injury. The three bastards were insidious. His ribs hurt as if they were about to break. His back muscles were contuted and his knee joints were kicked many times. He could barely stand. First help me to rest." Li Donglai grimaced in pain. He looked bleak but he was full of energy. A group of people helped Li Donglai back to the luxury private room. During this time, for some reason, the KTV did not say anything. It seemed that they were going to turn a blind eye. After this incident, they were not in the mood to sing. The girls' bags were in the luxury private room. They were ready to take their things and leave. As for settling accounts, they could do it another day. The most important thing was to send Li Donglai to the hospital first. Li Donglai leaned on the sofa half dead. Chen Qingyuan took out a wet towel and carefully wiped the blood. There were tears in the corner of her eyes. On the contrary, Pei Ziki, the sister, put her hands on her waist and complained endlessly. The flirtatious girl Chen Qingyuan was angry. She could not stand her nagging and shouted, "Shut up. This is not Li Donglai's fault. It's mine." After she told, everyone knew the whole story. The cause of the incident could be summed up in 4 words: femme fatale. Chen Qingyuan was young and hot. When she bent down to pick food, her small butt was particularly perky. Her 2 slender white legs and slim waist were very attractive. It was also her own fault. She dressed flirtatiously and wore smoky makeup. She did not dress like a good girl. A middle-aged uncle who drank a little too much and was too excited sneakily attacked her from behind. He pinched her perky but fiercely and asked her how much it was for a night. Was she a sugar baby? Chen Qingyuan, who came from a well-off family, had never been wronged like this before. He exploded on the spot, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws like a cat. He slapped him and said, "Keep your ass, you bastard." The middle-aged man was furious. He was about to slap the little girl, but he was kicked away by Li Donglai, who was next to him. Then the friends of the strange uncle rolled up their sleeves to help. Li Donglai was outnumbered and soon fell to the ground. Chen Qingyuan saw that the situation was not good. She ran back to ask for help. Pei Ziki said shyly, "Humph, at least I did something." "Well, you're quite loyal." Bai Guowei patted Li Donglai's shoulder. Her friends praised her. Li Donglai immediately beamed with joy and said proudly, "That's nothing. My master said that as a martial artist, we can't back down when we encounter trouble. We must have the courage to stand up for injustice. Only then can we bravely advance on the martial path. Alright, where's my master?" Pei Ziki looked around and suddenly found that Qin Zhe was gone. Everyone looked at each other. Yes, where was he? When did he disappear? Li Zongwei curled his lips. He was here just now. When I wasn't looking, he disappeared. Huang Tingzi, who was sinister, sneered. Did he run away when he heard that something was wrong? The girls looked like they were saying, "So he is such a person. Alas, this guy is so unloyal. Humph, he's so handsome. He's Donglai's master. He ran away without saying anything. So annoying." Pei Ziki frowned. Li Donglai was Qin Zhe's diehard fan. He said angrily, "Bullsh**t Qingu must have something to do. If he was there, he could take down 8 or 10 people in a minute." Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes and said, "Don't talk. I'm helping you wipe your face. Your so-called master is just like that. He can be friends, but he's too stupid to be so loyal." "I don't want you to wipe my face," Li Donglai said angrily. Chen Qingyuan rolled her eyes. "Ziki, you do it." "I'm too lazy to serve him." As soon as she said that, the door of the private room was kicked open. A group of about 7 or 8 people rushed in. The leader was the middle-aged man Lu Zong. This guy was covered in oil stains, his hair was messy, and there were some bloodstains on his face. Obviously, he had rushed back to take revenge and did not have time to clean up. The boys' and girls' faces changed as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Lu Zong looked ferocious. He pointed at the crowd and said, "Beat them up." Chapter 104. The spacious private room fell into chaos. Fruit plates were scattered, wine bottles were flying, and the situation was almost one-sided. Bai Guowei did indeed have some skills. He used a high kick the moment they met face to face. He kicked one of them in the chin and instantly okayed the other person. However, Taekwondo was too flashy. Although the movements were very dazzling and had lethality, it was only suitable for the arena. If he really met an experienced gangster, even if he took a hard kick from you, he would not be okay in one move. He would be able to get close to him and then use his fist to beat him up. Not to mention that she was dealing with adults in their teens. Bai Guowei kicked one of them and was pushed to the ground. Then a few of them swarmed up and punched and kicked her. The others were even worse. They put up a token resistance and were knocked to the ground. Fortunately, this group of people had a bottom line and did not fight with the girls. The 4 girls shrank in the corner and trembled. Gu Qing, who was wearing a bohemia dress, secretly took out her phone and was about to make a call. Lu Zong, who had sharp eyes, dodged and smashed the phone on the ground. He slapped the little girl in the face and made her cry. Lu Zong stopped his minions and said with a grim smile, "Find the phones and smash them." Slap, slap, slap. 7 or 8 phones were smashed to the ground and turned into scrap. Lu Zong sat on the sofa and looked at the teenagers with bruises on their faces. He put on a fake smile and said, "Boys, it's time for us to have a good chat." There were people guarding the door, so there was no need to worry about people watching or calling the police. The bottom line of the KTV boss was to not make a big fuss and just teach them a lesson. F***ck your talk. Bai Guowei cursed. The man next to her slapped her in the face. "You're not even fully grown yet, you're here to have fun." Lu Zong sneered. Lu Zong was in the construction industry and could be considered half a real estate developer. He had thousands of workers under him. Although they were just following behind the real estate tycoon, it was a profitable business to have a relationship with real estate these days. Lu Zong slapped everyone on the sofa, starting from Li Donglai. He was so strong that the teenagers bled from the corners of their mouths. Finally, he arrived in front of the 4 cabbages. Although the fresh cabbages came from good families, they were still high school girls who had not seen much. With the protection of their elders, they had never suffered any setbacks. At this moment they were all panicking. Lu Zong grabbed Qin Qingyuan's hair, ignoring the little girl's cries of pain. With a hideous smile on his face, he looked exactly like a tyrant. "Smelly bitch, slap me. King need a man to F***CKU. It was true that he was a nouveau riche, but he was too uncouth. Once he drank, he would show his true colors. Today he saw that this girl was not dressed like a decent person. Her small but was perky and tempting, so he touched it casually. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a fierce little horse. He waved his hand and slapped Qin Qingyuan a few times. Li Donglai and the other youngsters' chi and blood surged as they engaged in another fierce battle. Once again they were suppressed and wounded. It was needless to say how miserable they were. If these high school students were given a few more years to gain more experience in society, they would know how to use their family's power to intimidate others. But now that they were in trouble, they were all panicking. Even Huang Tingzi, who was known for his trickery, had a look of horror on his face. His expression was like that of a good person encountering a hoodlum. Lu Zong licked his lips and slapped Qin Qingyuan twice. Her cheeks were red and swollen and she was crying. The faces of the 3 girls, including Pei Ziqi, were drained of blood. This was perhaps the most desperate moment of their lives. Usually they would make threatening gestures in school, laughing and cursing as if they were the only ones in the world. That was the dark side of society that they had not come into contact with. Especially in a place like this nightclub, there were all kinds of people. There were not many good birds but many bad birds. In a few years they would experience being picked up, drugged and other adult things. At this time, a shout came from outside the door. "You can't enter here." After a few muffled sounds, the back door was pushed open. Qin Zhe, who was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans, stood at the door. He glanced at the miserable situation in the private room and frowned. For security guards were lying at his feet. He heard crying. Everyone looked at the door and their eyes fell on the uninvited guest. Li Donglai's dark eyes suddenly lit up. Pei Ziqi was like a weeping beauty. The moment she saw Qin Zhe, it was as if she saw a glimmer of light. "It's just a toilet break. Why are there so many problems? The guy muttered. Who are you? Lu Zong looked unfriendly. Qin Zhe pointed at Li Donglai, who had beaten up his aunt so badly that she almost couldn't recognize him, and said, "This person is my student." Lu Zong sneered. So there's a fish that escaped the net. You want to stand up for him? He was angry. He wasn't sure if this guy who came out of nowhere had secretly called the police. Lu Zong waved his hand. Beat him up. 3 big men rushed at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe didn't retreat at all. Instead, he was ready to fight. Call the police. What are you waiting for? Run. Seeing that this guy didn't dodge, Li Zongwei and the others panicked. The best choice was to call the police and shout to attract onlookers. Playing the hero was undoubtedly the stupidest thing to do. Anxiety, disappointment, anger. Many emotions rose in everyone's heart. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Zhe, who was playing the hero, faced the 3 men who were rushing at him. Each of them was holding an empty beer bottle. He didn't dodge and kicked the man who bore the brunt of the attack in the stomach. That guy only had time to groan before he flew backward and hit the marble table hard. He curled up like a shrimp and trembled in pain. Both the enemies and the allies were shocked. The weakest one weighed 150 or 160 pounds. An adult man, with the inertia of running, was still kicked 5 or 6 meters away. It was too freaking powerful. The remaining 2 men caught a glimpse of their companion flying away from the corner of their eyes. Their hearts went cold, but there was no turning back. They were only 3 steps away from Qin Zhe. They hesitated. Should they fight or not? Before they could make a decision, Qin Zhe took a step to the left and punched the man on the left in the ribs. He didn't even look at the man who knelt on the ground. He turned around and swept his right elbow. With another muffled sound, the man on the right spat out 2 front teeth and covered his mouth in pain. Qin Zhe kicked each of them and knocked them out. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Qin Zhe took off his t-shirt and wrapped it around his right fist. Looking at his posture, it was clear that he wanted to fight a group of people alone. Lu Zong's face was ferocious. He said fiercely, "Beat him. I don't believe he can beat a group of people." Although they were shocked by this uninvited guest, they still didn't believe they would lose because they had more people. At most, they would lose a few people. Number 11, including Lu Zong, picked up the empty beer bottles and rushed at him aggressively. Qin Zhe was faster than them. He kicked them in the groin at lightning speed. He finished one, twisted his waist and swung his arm and finished the other one. It was not the flashy and gorgeous way to counter every move that was shown on TV. In a real fight, it was a contest of strength and speed. Usually he finished his opponent in 1 or 2 moves. The private room was not small, but it was obviously not enough to be a battlefield for more than 10 people. Qin Zhe twisted and turned, trying his best to dodge, but he still took a lot of hits. Fortunately, his physical fitness was not what it used to be, and he had exchanged for advanced fighting skills. He could completely hold on. Next, it was time for a one-on-one show. The room was full of young boys and girls. Looking at the fierce people who were in and out of the encirclement, they waved their iron fists vigorously. In 2 or 3 moves he killed an enemy. None of those who were knocked down could get up again. In the end, Qin Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood. He glanced at the scattered corpses and said with a grin, "See, it hurts so much. What's the use of having more people? Tell me what happened." He put his t-shirt on his shoulder, showing his well-proportioned and fit body in front of the girls. The girls, who had yet to recover from the shock, began to chatter. Their eyes were filled with tears, and they looked like children who had just found their parents. Qin Zhe waved his hand, and the girls immediately quieted down. He kicked the half-dead Li Donglai. "Squeak if you're not dead." Li Donglai said weakly, "Squeak?" Qin Zhe waved his hand and wanted to skin his head. Seeing his head full of blood, he sighed and retracted his hand. Li Donglai pointed at Lu Zong and said with hatred, "That idiot flirted with Qin Qingyuan in the restaurant and was beaten up by me. He didn't want to give up, so he brought people here to cause trouble." He automatically ignored the fact that he was beaten up in the restaurant. Qin Qingyuan? The girl with smoky makeup who wore shorts and an off-the-shoulder blouse. Chapter 105. Qin Zhe looked at the frightened girl. Her face was full of tears and her makeup was ruined by her tears. She looked like a little kitten. When she realized that Qin Zhe was looking at her, her eyes were immediately filled with tears and she started to cry. It was another femme fatale incident. That was why Qin Zhe hated nightclubs the most. No, he hated all places that indulged themselves. Under the influence of alcohol, many people couldn't suppress the evil thoughts in their hearts and did things that they wouldn't dare to do normally. Rape, fighting. It wasn't like there weren't any nightclub fights that killed people. On this matter, Qin Baobao didn't dare to touch his bottom line. It didn't matter during the day, but at night she had to ask her brother's permission to go to the KTV. If her brother said that he wanted to go, she would bring him along. If her brother said that he couldn't go, she would go home obediently. Qin Zhe coldly glanced at Lu Zong, who was spitting acid. The middle-aged man noticed his gaze and said resentfully, "Little bastard, just wait to be hacked to death. No one can leave today." They lost this battle. Fortunately, this was their home ground and people would come over soon. Qin Zhe didn't say a word. He picked up the bottle and smashed it on the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man groaned and fainted. Blood flowed out. Not to mention the girls, even Bai Guowei, who prided himself on being unruly, was dumbfounded by his ferocious aura. He was really not afraid of beating people to death. That wasn't enough. He walked around the room with the bottle and hit people's heads mercilessly without the demeanor of a master. Bai Guowei knelt down to this hero. Qin Zhe wasn't a hero, nor did he have the demeanor of a master. He didn't believe in holding people accountable. The leader was hateful, but the follower who hit people wasn't hateful? Wishful thinking. He wouldn't let anyone off. To be honest, he was happy to see this group of second-generation heirs being beaten up. Every dog has its day. They might have bullied others like this before. He was a nationalistic youth and couldn't be bothered to care about social parasites like them. However, he liked his half-baked disciple, Li Donglai. This was his die-hard fan. How many die-hard fans could you have in your life? His disciple had been beaten to such a state, and his master had stood by and watched. Then there was the investment of feelings. Queen Bey was mysterious. After knowing her for so long, he still felt that she was like the moon in the water, hazy and unclear. Qin Zhe had always intended to develop Queen Bey as one of his contacts, not as a nephew's tutor or an ordinary friend. Selling a favor to the queen was unrealistic. Taking a step back, he would invest in her niece and nephew. After venting his anger, Qin Zhe dialed his phone. Hardly had the ringtone rung when Queen Bey's magnetic and pleasant voice came from dozens of kilometers away. "Qin Zhe, your nephew's disciple was beaten up. Are you coming?" Qin Zhe said half-jokingly. Nan Man Pei was silent for a few seconds. His voice was still calm. "You can't handle it? I beat the guy down, but this is their territory. Sister Pei has to deal with it. Li Donglai is quite pitiful. He's probably going to be hospitalized. There's also a girl who suffered a little. I don't think this matter will be settled so easily, so I'm helping them call for help." "I know. Where is it?" Nan Man Pei finally showed some seriousness. Qin Zhe gave an address and hung up. The boys were a little miserable. There were countless footprints on their bodies, and their faces were bruised and swollen. They didn't know how many times they had been slapped. Li Donglai was the most seriously injured. As for the girls, they were sitting in a row on the sofa, eating fruits and crying from the beginning to the end. Qin Zhe immediately took out his phone and threw it in the direction of the boys. He scolded, "Don't you have a strong family background? Call for help yourselves. Damn it, a bunch of immature brats. Learning from adults to go to a nightclub, but all of you are useless." The rich second generations lowered their heads in shame. They grabbed their phones and took turns to report information to their family elders and ask for help. Later, this nightclub was bound to attract all kinds of people. Qin Zhe had double standards when it came to men and women. The little girls were crying nonstop. Qin Zhe walked in front of Pei Ziqi and patted his head. "When something like this happens, the first thing you should do is to call your little aunt or me." Pei Ziqi sniffed and barely stopped crying. Her eyes were red. She said sadly, "My phone was thrown." Qin Zhe glared. "You should have informed me at the restaurant. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Don't come to this kind of place in the future, okay?" Pei Ziqi looked up and carefully glanced at him. She lowered her head again and said softly, "Okay." As she spoke, she secretly peeked at Qin Zhe's muscular upper body. His muscles were well-defined and his abs were prominent. She blushed quietly. Then he looked at the girl who was crying the loudest, Qin Qingyuan. This girl actually had delicate eyebrows, a thin oval face and big eyes. She was a little beauty. It was just that her dressing was not complimentary. Qin Baobao said that no one liked to be surrounded by people like a panda. Therefore, she never dressed up to be eye-catching. Qin Qingyuan did the opposite. Qin Zhe picked up the napkin box on the ground and handed it to Qin Qingyuan. He tried to be as gentle as possible. "Don't cry. This is a warning." After thinking for a while, he added, "Girls should have self-respect and self-respect. This dressing is very problematic. Shorts that reached her thighs, a bare shoulder top and smoky makeup. No wonder people would misunderstand." Qin Qingyuan looked at Qin Zhe in a daze. Suddenly she blushed and lowered her head. After a long time, she said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Thank you." Qinze almost didn't hear it. About 15 minutes later, a team of policemen rushed into the private room. The middle-aged policeman in the lead looked around and saw Bai Guowei with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His burly body trembled violently, and he almost peed in his pants. He rushed over and asked his subordinates to call 120 for an ambulance. The KTV boss also came in with the policeman. When he saw this scene, he kept wiping his sweat. He knew about this. He was the one who told Lu Zong the private room number. There were too many rich people these days. There were many little kids who came here to play. He didn't care about a few high school students. He only told them not to go overboard and to teach them a lesson. Judging from Captain Yang's expression, these little kids seemed to have some background. Just as the KTV boss was thinking about how to use his connections to clear his name, another team of policemen rushed in. The ones who came later were not the same as the ones who came before. Then the third and fourth batches of policemen arrived. In just half an hour, a total of 30 policemen came to the KTV. At this time, the KTV boss was completely disheartened and lost his soul. It was over. The rich second generations were sent to a nearby Class 3 Grade A hospital. Each of them was given an individual ward to settle this group of young masters. Other than Li Donglai, who had 3 stitches on his head, the others were fine. It was just that the deputy director was frightened when he saw them limping. He arranged for them to be hospitalized. Nan Man Pei arrived late. When she arrived at the hospital, Li Donglai was lying on the bed and groaning. Queen Bei glanced at her nephew, whose head was wrapped in gauze, and said lightly, "Did you get into a fight again?" The siblings kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to say a word. Pei Ziki subconsciously looked at Qinze, as if he was her pillar of support. Her Majesty the Queen had accumulated a lot of power. "Sister Pei, you can't blame Donglai for this." Qinze pleaded for his disciple. Nan Man Pei nodded and said apologetically, "Are you hurt?" Qinze shook his head. Li Donglai immediately said, "Qin Gu defeated more than 10 people by himself. He is very powerful." Nan Man Pei glanced at him and said softly, "You talk too much." Li Donglai kept quiet. "How do you plan to deal with this?" Qinze also asked. Pei Nan Man hesitated for a while. "Based on my temper, I will be in jail for a few years. Don't even think about opening that KTV. Sister Pei is still capable of doing that in Shanghai. If it was the elders of those brats, they would be even more ruthless." Qinze said, "Oh." He didn't say anything. Which parents wouldn't be angry when their children were beaten up like this? "Thank you for today. Let me send you home." Nan Man Pei smiled gracefully. "Sister Pei, don't be so polite. What is our relationship?" Qinze tried to get closer to her. Nan Man Pei smiled. "Sister Pei owes you a favor." After their aunt left with Qinze, Li Donglai was enraptured. "My master is powerful, right? I told you that he is a martial arts master, but you don't believe me. Look, there are more than 10 people and they are like vegetables." Pei Ziki surprisingly didn't refute him. She turned her head and looked out of the window, ignoring him. The door of the ward opened and Qin Qingyuan popped her head in. The smoky makeup on her face had been washed off. The delicate and pretty little beauty's eyes were bright. She looked around for a moment and saw Pei Ziki and her brother in the ward. She seemed a little disappointed. "Why are you here?" Li Donglai was stunned. Qin Qingyuan rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not here to see you. Where is your master?" "My aunt sent him back." "What is it?" "I want to thank him in person," Qin Qingyuan whispered. "You're welcome. I Qinggu always say that I will help when I see injustice." Li Donglai waved his hand heroically. Qin Qingyuan said shyly, Then do you have his mobile phone number?" Pei Ziki had a strange look on her face. This girl was in heat. Li Donglai's expression changed. He said like a hothead, "I said you're welcome." Qin Qingyuan was anxious. "You talk too much." "I thanked him, not you. Give me his mobile phone number." Li Donglai. Nan Man Pei drove the Audi A8 that the driver picked up Qinze to the villa that day, but the driver was not there. She drove herself. Qinze followed her out of the hospital building and saw a lean man in a tight black t-shirt coming over, followed by 2 minions. It was a familiar dress and a familiar temperament. "Sister Pei, are you working for you?" Qinze asked. "No," Nan Man Pei shook her head. "It's a dog raised by my ex-husband." "Ex-husband?" Qinze was shocked by these 2 words. Sure enough, there was still such a creature as his uncle-in-law. Pei Nanman was like a ripe peach, completely different from his sister's golden jade on the inside but rotten on the inside. It was not strange that she had a husband, but Qin Zhe felt a burst of jealousy because all men had the same mentality. The lean man approached and bowed. "Sister-in-law, Brother Chow asked me to see if there's anything I can help you with." Nan Man Pei waved her hand. "Then let's go." The lean man straightened his back and said meticulously, "Brother Chow is waiting for you to go back for dinner." "No hurry, I'll take a friend home first." He glanced at Qin Zhe and said, "Where do you live? I'll take you back on behalf of my sister-in-law." Nan Man Pei ran out of patience and turned a deaf ear to him, leading Qin Zhe to the Audi. The lean man took a step forward. "Sister-in-law, it's not good to let Brother Chow wait for a long time." "Not good? Would it be better if I threw you into the Huangpu River?" Nan Man Pei narrowed her eyes. Qin Zhe wanted to laugh when he heard this. "Throw you into the Huangpu River," was her catchphrase. Unexpectedly, the lean man's face changed. He retreated as if avoiding snakes and scorpions and did not dare to speak again. Nan Man Pei sat in the driver's seat and acted as the driver. Qin Zhe opened the door and got in. The car started and quickly went into the night. The lean man watched the car drive away. It turned left at the intersection in front of him and completely disappeared from his sight. He breathed a sigh of relief. "I was having dinner with an old friend and came over when I received your call." For the first time, Nan Man Pei explained. "Ex-husband?" Qin Zhe probed. Nan Man Pei nodded indifferently. "Yes. I didn't expect Sister Pei to be married." He sincerely admired the powerful man who married the strong woman. Nan Man Pei glanced at someone in the rearview mirror with a murderous look. Qin Zhe, who did not realize that he had said something wrong, looked as usual and sighed. "I still can't control it," Qin Zhe muttered. Nan Man Pei understood and gritted her teeth. "I should throw you into the Huangpu River." Qin Zhe had eaten the courage of a leopard. "I can beat 10 weak women like Sister Pei with one hand. I can press Qin Bao Bao on the sofa with one hand like a salted fish that can't turn over." If this sentence was said to Qin Bao Bao, her sister would not be convinced and would fight with him. If this sentence was said to Pei Ziki, the girl would be angry and scold him. If this sentence was said to Wang Zijin, when the sister of the Wang family was in a good mood, she would be a little coquettish. "Are you willing to lay your hands on such a beautiful sister?" With Nan Man Pei's personality, she chose to ignore Qin Zhe's words. She probably felt that it was too childish and was too lazy to respond. Qin Zhe said goodbye to Nan Man Pei at the gate of the community and took out the key to open the door. The hall was dark and quiet. The two sisters had already gone to bed. The next morning, Qin Zhe woke up and washed up. 10 minutes later, Wang Zijin walked out of the room in her pajamas. Qin Zhe sat in the living room and waited. They had developed a tacit understanding of who would wait for the other to wake up first. At 7:30 a.m., Qin Zhe returned from his morning exercise. He wanted to continue training at night. Exercise was addictive. At 8 o'clock a.m., Wang Zijin went to work. Qin Bao Bao lazed in bed until 9 o'clock a.m. She wore teddy bear pajamas and yawned as she walked out of the room. Her hair was messy. "Breakfast is cold. Help me turn it in the microwave." Qin Bao Bao turned to her brother who was studying stocks on the sofa. Qin Zhe ran into the kitchen. Qin Bao Bao hurriedly finished her breakfast. After washing up, she went back to her room to sleep. At noon, Qin Zhe called her for lunch. She got up reluctantly and sat on the sofa in a daze, looking listless. "What are you doing? It's time to eat." Qin Zhe waved at her from the dining table. His sister glanced at him and curled her lips. "I have no appetite. I don't want to eat." "There is chicken stewed with mushrooms." "No, no." His sister twisted her body in annoyance. "Are you fasting?" Qin Zhe was puzzled. "Or is it your period?" "No, his sister's period was not today. It's none of your business." Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Qin Zhe could not figure out what was wrong with her, so he ate in silence. Ever since his sister became famous, she had been lazing around at work. Anyway, celebrities did not need to clock in and she did not have any jobs. She was very free. In the past, during the economic crisis, she insisted on clocking in every day and got full attendance at the end of the month. It was probably because the copyrights of a few songs were enough for her to spend, so she resumed her lazy life. After lunch, Qin Zhe looked at the index in the living room, while his sister sat on the other side of the sofa and played with her phone. During this time, his sister looked at Qin Zhe several times. He was staring at the computer with focused eyes, as if her beautiful face was not as attractive as his computer screen. Qin Bao Bao angrily threw her phone on the sofa and muttered, "My waist is sore. Qin Zhe, massage it for me." "What do you mean by your waist is sore? You haven't practiced dancing recently." Qin Zhe was stunned. My waist is sore, my waist is sore. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, why can you massage your sister Ziwei but not me? Qin Zhe was stunned. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Was she jealous? Did she feel uncomfortable when she saw him being intimate with Wang Zijin? Inexplicably, there was some joy and excitement in his heart. Then he thought of the loud slap that day. He shook the messy thoughts out of his head. It should be just his sister's abnormal possessiveness. I agree to all of your requests. Qin Zhe became the sweet boy who knew how to make his sister happy. You're good at talking. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa and let her brother massage her waist through the teddy bear pajamas. She narrowed her eyes comfortably. Are you comfortable, little sister? Qin Zhe said. Little sister. Qin Bao Bao felt as if she was struck by lightning. A layer of goosebumps appeared on her white neck. Disgusting, she said. It's quite disgusting. Qin Zhe was also disgusted by himself. This title was really not suitable for his sister. Qin Bao Bao said the words that she had been thinking for a long time. You're still young. There's no rush to find a girlfriend. Wang Zijin's family is in the capital. It seems that they have some background. The ancients didn't often say that marriage would be a tragedy if the two families don't match. MDZZ. Qin Zhe really didn't know how to complain. Qin Bao Bao was sometimes enthusiastic about matchmaking him and Wang Zijin, and sometimes she said that there would be no good ending if they were not suitable for each other. As expected, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Yes. It's good enough to have a sister. There's no need for a girlfriend. Qin Zhe mocked. It's good that you know. Qin Bao Bao didn't expect her brother to be so tactful. Little sister. Qin Zhe deliberately disgusted her. Qin Bao Bao had goosebumps again. After massaging her sister's waist, Qin Bao Bao said again, I'm hungry. Qin Zhe said, you're so pretentious. Are you eating or not? There's still leftovers for lunch. Her sister wrinkled her nose and snorted in protest. I don't want to eat. I want to eat almond tofu pudding. Then order takeout. I want to eat from the restaurant on Dongfeng Road. They don't provide takeout. Go buy it for me. I don't have time. I'm busy. Qin Zhe didn't want to. Buy it for me. Buy it for me. Her sister kicked her long legs and kept pushing Qin Zhe out of the sofa. Qin Zhe held his sister's white and tender feet. Her toes were round and delicate and soft. His eyes gazed into her lively eyes. When their eyes met, Qin Bao Bao's face quietly turned bright red. Qin Zhe didn't notice. He let go of his sister's feet and said helplessly, wait for me. Since his sister could act coquettishly with him, it meant that the incident that day had been completely forgotten. She wouldn't snitch on him to the old man anymore. Yes, he didn't have to worry about going to the orthopedic department in Germany anymore. Chapter 106. On Saturday, in addition to the new issue of I Am a Singer, which was well received, Su Yunhan's new album released recently was also well received. The album was called Nothing New, which was also the name of the title song. It was said that Su Yunhan's new album broke a new record for digital albums. The song became popular on the internet, and its popularity was no less than that of the I Am a Singer program, which had dominated the top music chart for a long time. In just a few days, it rushed to the third place of the weekly chart and the first place of the daily chart, and became popular all over the country. Even Su Yunhan, whose popularity had stagnated for a long time, had a tendency to become very popular. Her shadow could be seen in various programs, interviews, and news. Qin Zhe knew about this because his sister told him. He was really not interested in the entertainment circle and rarely paid attention to programs other than I Am a Singer, and artists other than his sister. Qin Zhe looked at his sister's envious and jealous look. He slapped his thigh, pointed at Qin Bao and opened his mouth. Look, she used one of my songs and was almost promoted from the second tier to the first tier. What about you? I worked hard to promote you, wrote songs and played the piano, but you are still in the third tier. Qin Bao can't be promoted. His sister looked at him blankly, first biting her lip, and then there was mist in her eyes. His sister paid great attention to her image in her brother's mind. There couldn't be any flaws, otherwise she would fight Qin Zhe desperately. On the contrary, no matter how exaggerated Qin Zhe's flattery was, his sister would happily take it seriously. So Qin Zhe felt that his sister was easy to coax. So he had a PK with Qin Zhe. His sister, whose strength was declining day by day, not only did not teach Qin Zhe a lesson, but she was pressed on the sofa and struggled like a salted fish. She was also slapped a few times by her evil brother, and her perky buttocks rippled with soul-stirring ripples. Nothing New, had an excellent reputation and good comments on the internet. In particular, Su Yunhan's fans on Cheba forums and Weibo were all praising it. Rise, my Yunhan will be promoted to the first tier soon. Amazing. On the day of the new album's debut, the clicks exceeded 1 million and paid downloads exceeded 100,000. In 3 days the digital album record was broken. The title song is really good. Nice. I'm giving a thumbs up to Su Yunhan. She is someone who truly puts her heart and soul into making music. Number 2 on the weekly rankings, successfully pushing Blue and White Porcelain down, but the number 1, Exaggerated, is still unshakable. The Blue and White Porcelain has been out for so long. It's not strange that it's been pushed down. It would be amazing if it could be pushed down the monthly rankings. She's ranked 7th on the monthly chart. Wales's English song has also been pushed down. Amazing. She's indeed my goddess. I just can't stand, I am a singer dominating the charts for so long. It's as if no one else in the music industry can sing except them. Yunhan is a dark horse. Let's change the IP and continue to pay for downloads. We'll squeeze Qin Bao Bao's Exaggerated out of the market. F***CK, Qin Bao Bao songs are always popular all over the country. It's a bit unrealistic to push her down. Even if she succeeds, maybe her new song will dominate the charts again after the next episode. Qin Bao Bao has already become a top-notch IP. Her fan club boasted that Bao Bao's products must be the best. We have to be convinced. What's so great about having a younger brother? With a younger brother, she's the best. Our Yunhan is not afraid. We can't fall behind. Push up, pay, click and push the song up. It's such a good song. It's unreasonable not to push it. There are too many people who can write songs. It's not just Qin Bao Bao's younger brother, okay? Our Yunhan can't lose, at least in music. Qin Bao Bao's fans are all flaunting their power as if she's the number 1 in the country. It's all because of her younger brother. It's time for us to show our strength. Qin Bao Bao has dominated the charts for long enough. Yunhan has given us an opportunity to break the situation. In addition to the title of Queen of Love songs that the company helped her to promote, Qin Bao Bao also had the nickname of Queen of the Charts. Not to mention the daily chart, for songs on the weekly chart were hers. 6 of the top 10 songs on the monthly chart were hers. She suppressed all the singers until they couldn't breathe. This caused a certain rebound effect. For example, the fans of the singers were very angry with Qin Bao Bao and her younger brother's domineering behavior. The lyricist and composer are actually the same person. It's true. I didn't pay attention before. Who is this Qin Zhe? I've never heard of him. He's probably a newcomer or an unknown composer who finally has a famous song. Could he be Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? Don't be funny. Why would Qin Bao Bao's younger brother write a song for Su Yunhan? When I see a composer surnamed Qin, I reflexively think of Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. I've been brainwashed. By the way, who is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? I've seen him in the video. He's so handsome, but I don't know his name. He's not in the entertainment industry. He's very low-key. Don't forget, Su Yunhan is also under Star Art. It's not really unrelated. What if he really is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? The netizens chatted for a long time. Someone went to Su Yunhan's Weibo and asked. In the end, not long after, Su Yunhan really did respond. She updated her Weibo. Thank you Bao Bao for your help. My younger brother is really amazing. If you need songs, go ask Qin Bao Bao for a song. Qin Bao Bao, the comments instantly surged. Almost every time the page was refreshed, there would be dozens or even hundreds of new replies. Damn, it's really Qin Bao Bao's younger brother who wrote it? My Yunhan hooked up with Qin Bao Bao? You can 666. Hey, we're cheering for you on the internet. You're secretly having an affair with Qin Bao Bao? This. I can only say 666. Go hug Qin Bao Bao's thigh and don't let go even if you're beaten to death. My face hurts. I've been slapped in the face again. Why is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother the same as his sister? Qin Zhe, King retard. What does it have to do with me? I knew it. As long as it's a composer with the surname Qin and a good song, it must be Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Don't blame me for thinking too much. It's just that perverted. Those who said that he's going to beat Qin Bao Bao, do your faces hurt? This song was written by her younger brother, okay? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the name Qin Zhe? Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. So his name is Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Shouldn't he be called Qin Bebe? It's finally a normal name. Every time I hear Qin Bao Bao's name, I always feel inexplicably funny. As the popularity spread, the number of comments under Qin Bao Bao's Weibo increased. Su Yunhan's fan club reporting for duty. I admire you for your younger brother. Qin Bao Bao, ask your younger brother to write another song for our Yunhan. Qin Bao Bao happily scrolled through her Weibo. Her Weibo followers were close to 1 million, and the average number of comments was within 50,000. Unlike those A-list celebrities who posted a smiling emoji, there would be hundreds of thousands of comments. But now her Weibo comments were close to 100,000 in a short time. Her sister was lying on the sofa, smiling with her eyes curved into crescents. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and snorted. I'm not going to write for her. My heart aches so much for her. How else could she be called pretentious? Fans love to see celebrities interact with each other. Qin Zhe commented with the eyes of a theoretical emperor. You have to find a way to gain popularity. Exposure is a means of survival for celebrities. Qin Zhe's words were like a bolt of lightning flashing through Qin Bao Bao's mind, opening the door to a new world for her. A few days later she deeply regretted it. Chapter 107. This morning, Qin Zhe finished his morning exercise and came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. It was the end of August and the weather was hot. He wore a pair of shorts and was shirtless. Anyway, he had 2 sisters at home and Wang Zijin was close to him, so he didn't need to avoid this. At the dining table, Qin Bao Bao was biting a bun and taking photos with the speed of a bachelor for 25 years. What are you doing? Qin Zhe was stunned. Nothing. Brother, you have such a great body. Can't I not be moved? Take photos as a souvenir. When you become an uncle with a big belly, you can reminisce about the past. Qin Bao Bao avoided his eyes as if she was guilty. He didn't care about taking photos, but his stubborn sister actually admitted that she had a good figure. Qin Zhe was so happy that he posed like a bodybuilder. What do you think, a strange man with 8 packs? Are you tempted? Click. Yes, a few more. Qin Bao Bao took a series of photos. So Qin Zhe posed a few more, including a very showy thinker. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were shining and she was satisfied. Wang Zijin smiled and looked at Qin Zhe's body with appreciation. From time to time she would give Qin Bao Bao bad ideas and ask Qin Zhe to pose in all kinds of shameful positions. A few days passed like this. He thought his sister was just doing it on a whim. But every morning she would wait in the living room early, waiting for Qin Zhe to come out of the shower shirtless so that she could take photos. Qin Zhe couldn't bear it and wondered, Qin Bao Bao, what's wrong with you? Taking photos every day. Do you think you're a photographer or a model? Qin Bao Bao's eyes drifted away. She looked around and said, the breakfast today was not bad. Qin Zhe interrupted. It's the same every day. I bought it from the same shop. Oh, don't be so stingy. Taking photos doesn't cost money. Qin Bao Bao tried to pull her brother's short sleeve. You're still acting like a rogue. Fine. Qin Bao Bao thought about it and her eyes lit up. Let's shoot a short video. What video? Qin Zhe was confused. His sister did not reply to him. She handed the phone to Wang Zijin and ran back to her room. After a while, she ran out with a quilt and gave Qin Zhe a bedsheet. Qin Zhe held the bedsheet with a confused expression. He didn't know what his sister was up to. I want to redo the song you wrote. Qin Bao Bao handed the bedsheet to her brother and ran to the back of the room to find a broom. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years, was a song that Qin Zhe found for his sister from the song library. To be precise, it was a good song that he found in the song library some time ago. He felt that it was very charming, so he exchanged it to cope with Qin Bao Bao's weekly task of composing a song. The response to the song was average at first. Qin Bao Bao's popularity skyrocketed. As long as she didn't mess it up, it would be difficult for her to be eliminated. So Qin Zhe posted a long Weibo the next day, explaining that the inspiration for the song came from the folklore, the legend of the white snake. The story was in the afternoon of a rainstorm. Su Xian, who was crossing the lake by boat, happened to meet the sisters White Snake and Little Green. She lent her umbrella to White Snake and invited them to ride the boat together. Then the song became popular. Was funny. Since his piano solo video spread on the internet, the number of people who followed Qin Zhe increased day by day. Su Yunhan's new song and I'll Wait for You for 1,000 Years added points. Sometimes the comments on Weibo were more popular than Qin Bao Bao's. His sister often scrolled through Weibo and complained a little. You want me to be Su Xian and you to be White Snake? Qin Zhe understood. Who knew that his sister would shake her head. I'll be White Snake and you'll be the boatman. Qin suddenly had a bad feeling. Qin Baobao excitedly shared her ideas and creativity. After Wang Zijin heard it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Qin face looked like he had eaten a dead mouse. He refused on the spot. Don't even think about it. Qin Baobao wrapped herself in a long quilt and hugged her brother's arm, shaking her butt and acting coquettishly. Wang Zijin held back her laughter. That's fine. Qin reluctantly agreed to his sister's idea. If she wanted to make a fuss, he would accompany her. After all, they were playing in private and it wouldn't spread. Therefore the two of them put on a bed sheet and a quilt and pretended to be on a boat. Qin Baobao even covered her head with a white scarf. She pinched her thumb and middle finger and pretended to look into the distance. She sang, "Who said in my ear, love me will never change." She really did have a bit of White Snake's charm. If only her face was more dignified and her acting wasn't so exaggerated. Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant. Ah. According to his request, Qin used the broom as an oar and pretended to row the boat. Qin face stiffened and he reluctantly sang. The water of the West Lake, my tears? I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. How shameful. I'm such a fool. I actually accompanied this crazy woman. Qin Baobao continued singing. I'll wait 1,000 years, I'll wait 1,000 years. I'll wait 1,000 years, I have no regrets. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant. Qin glanced at his sister next to him. She was really good at pinching her thumb and middle finger. Coupled with her body movements, it was like she was singing an opera. He rolled his eyes and continued singing. The water of the West Lake, my tears? I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. The sister's expression was rich while the brother's bitterness was deep. The contrast was stark. Wang Zijin, who was holding the phone, had a hard time holding back her laughter. The camera kept shaking. About 5 minutes later, the video recording was completed. Wang Zijin threw the phone and leaned on the table. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. Qin Baobao ignored her. He picked up the phone and watched the video. In the end, he showed a satisfied smile. Qin put the broom back behind the door, turned back and snatched the phone. Delete it. Unexpectedly, his sister was like a little hen protecting her chicks. She put the phone in her pocket, pressed it with one hand and pushed Qin with the other. She muttered, keep it as a souvenir. Souvenir? Qin was shocked and said angrily, souvenir? What's so good about this thing? Qin Baobao, is there something wrong? His sister panicked. She hid it well and said righteously, just keep it as a souvenir. No way. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. As she spoke, she pretended to stuff the phone into her cleavage. Qin saw this and was afraid that she would say, if you dare to snatch it, I'll tell my father that you touched my breasts. She had a criminal record. His sister's trick. So he waved his hand. Whatever. Qin Baobao happily returned to her room with the phone. Wang Zijin was on her period today. She was not feeling well, so she took a day off. This sister was also careless at work. She worked from 9 to 5. When the leader gave her too many tasks, she would go home and complain to her best friend and Qin. She wished she could stay at home and watch dramas every day. Qin Baobao was the same. Birds of a feather flocked together. They were jackals of the same tribe. For a long time, Qin Baobao's room was quiet. Qin guessed that she had gone back to sleep. He turned on his computer and studied the stock market. At this moment his phone rang. Jianghu sent a message. The content of the message was, hey, your sister didn't send you nude photos today? Quick, send me a few. Otherwise, my breakfast will be tasteless. Qin looked at the message and his heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the ominous feeling, he texted back. What do you mean? Jianghu added a lecherous emoji. Your nude photos, Baobao posted them on Weibo. Many girls are commenting on your photos and shouting excitedly that they want to have babies with you. Baobao's Weibo is very popular now. The photos are so good. I didn't know you knew how to take photos. Qin did not reply for a long time. She sent another message. Don't you know? She added a monkey emoji. Chapter 108. My nude photos. Weibo. Popularity. Giving birth to monkeys? Many sensitive words flashed through Qin's mind. No, I have to organize my thoughts. The next moment he jumped up from the sofa. Qin roared, Qin Baobao, I'm going to destroy you. He strode to Qin Baobao's room. At this time his heart collapsed. Thinking of all the shameful poses in the past few days, he didn't want to live anymore. There was a burst of noise in the room. It seemed that someone had jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. Qinze was the first to open the door. He bumped into his sister who was trying to lock the door. He reached out to grab her. His sister let out a strange cry. Like a frightened deer, she turned around and ran, hiding behind Wang Zijin. What's wrong? Wang Zijin played dumb. Qinze, don't make trouble. Go out first. I want to change my clothes. Qinze sneered. Lock the door again later. He didn't believe that Wang Zijin didn't know. With a face full of anger, he went to grab Qin Baobao, who was a coward. Wang Zijin opened her arms and pushed Qinze hard, not letting him come closer. The scene was like an eagle catching a chicken. Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely. Wang Zijin persuaded repeatedly. She couldn't stop Qinze, who was full of anger. Talk nonsense. I'm going to hang her up and beat her to death today. Qinze said angrily. Qin Baobao poked her head out from behind her best friend and emboldened herself. I'm your sister. You can't hit me. Qinze said angrily, how can you trick your brother like this? I was wondering why you kept taking photos. You actually posted them on the internet. Qin Baobao, you've eaten a leopard's guts. He felt ashamed just thinking about those poses. She even posted them on the internet? Did he still want to be a human? Actually, there was nothing wrong with those photos. They were similar to celebrity photo albums and they weren't R18. Qinze was angry mainly because he felt that he had been deceived. Then there was the lack of mental preparation. For example, when a person was alone, they would talk to themselves like a lunatic, or make funny faces in front of a mirror, only to realize that there was a surveillance camera above their head. What a troublemaker. Stingy brat, what's wrong with passing it on? You're a man. What's there to be shy about? Qin Baobao was stubborn. I'm a man today. Just you wait, I'll beat you to death. Qinze looked around and bent down to pick up his sister's pink slippers. Zijin, he wants to hit me, he wants to hit me. Qin Baobao, who was most afraid of being beaten, screamed. She pushed Wang Zijin toward Qinze as if that would give her a scapegoat. Wang Zijin snatched the slippers and glared at Qinze. Don't be rude. Then she turned her head and said angrily, I told you to ask for his opinion first, but you didn't listen. He definitely won't agree. Qin Baobao pouted. So you decided to post it on the internet. Qinze was furious. It was all because he didn't have time to go on Weibo these days. His Weibo was quite popular and there were comments every day. Some people at him and Qinze was annoyed, so he turned off the message notification function. If it wasn't for Zhang Ye's message today, he might still be in the dark. His sister said righteously, you said it yourself. I was just following your instructions. Qinze was so angry that he laughed. Come, continue. Let's see what you can say today. That's the truth. Qin Baobao raised her fair face and said with conviction, you told me to freeload off your popularity and exposure. As a man you can't go back on your words. But I can't take advantage of other celebrities, so I thought, aren't you quite popular? Netizens often say on my Weibo that you're handsome and want to see you. Qin Baobao's expression said, you can't blame me for this. I don't care. I'm going to beat you to death today. Qinze said angrily. I have no F***king retort. Qin Baobao was shocked and said without thinking, if you dare to hit me, I'll tell everyone what happened that day. She regretted it as soon as she said it and quickly covered her mouth. Qinze's angry face froze. Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and then at Qinze. What's the matter? Nothing. The siblings said in unison. Wang Zijin was suspicious. There must be something. Say it. Qin Baobao looked away and lowered her head slightly. Qinze felt that it was not good to continue on this topic. He pointed at his sister angrily and said, I'll deal with you later. He turned around and wanted to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. The video you recorded today. As soon as he finished speaking, baby Qin, who had been as quiet as a virgin, suddenly moved like a rabbit. She pounced over and bumped her brother head on, knocking him out of the door. With a paw sound, the door was closed. Then with the crisp sound of the lock, the door was locked. This reaction, Qinze knocked on the door angrily. Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts, post the video. If you have the guts, open the door, on the internet, on Weibo. Hey, why didn't Qin Baobao post a photo of her brother today? Hurry up and post it. I'll go to work after I see the photo. I want to see her brother's abs. Wow, they're so good. Yes. He licks the screen every morning. His body is so good. He's so handsome and has such a good body. Wow, I'm so tempted. To be honest, if I have a boyfriend like him, I'll make him strip naked for me every day. Qin Baobao has such a good body too. I'm so envious of her family. No, I'm going to snatch her brother and improve our family's genes. A moment later, Qin Baobao posted a selfie video. Hey, why isn't there a photo today? Video? Is it related to Qin Zhe? No nude photos, no good reviews. Every morning, the netizens who were waiting for the video to be updated clicked on it curiously. When the video unfolded, they saw Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao standing side by side. Both of them were dressed weirdly with a bedsheet draped over their bodies. Qin Baobao even had a white scarf over her head. The netizens were confused, but they also felt that their outfits were very funny. Then Qin Baobao sang, "Who's the one who said in my ear, 'Love me will never change'?" Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain is heartbroken, the wind is crying. The dream is lingering, the love is distant. La, Qin Zhe continued singing, "The water of West Lake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you." In front of their computers and mobile phones, countless people watched the video in a daze. Then one by one they burst out laughing. In just half an hour, there were 50,000 to 60,000 comments on Weibo. And it kept increasing. Haha, I'm drinking soy milk and I spat it all over my phone. I can't. Let me laugh for 3 minutes. What a magical song. I'm in the office. Everyone in the office is looking at me, but I just can't stop. My goddess is a joker. My prince is also a joker. Hey, I can't stand this pair of siblings. Do they have to be so funny? This wave is 666. This outfit. Goddess, where did your image go? I'm crying. So you're like this, Qin Baobao. This is the 5th time. I can't stop. I can laugh for a year. Ah. Look at Qin Zhe. Look at his expression. Ah. I like to see his face full of disdain and helplessness. I'm begging for my prince's psychological shadow. I'm turning a blind eye to what you're doing. Ah. Qin Zhe, Emisi. You're going crazy and you're dragging me into it. My prince is having a mental breakdown right now. I like this kind of brother so much. Even if he loses face, he will accompany his sister to the end. Oh, why don't I have a brother like this? I don't want a brother like this. I only want a husband like this. What kind of weird pair of siblings was this? They were too funny. Did they still want their image as idols? Damn, I'm laughing my pants off. There was a saying that went, people who make fun of themselves will never be embarrassed. People who make fun of themselves will always be the most popular. In this era, there were no celebrities who made fun of themselves. Whether it was the little fresh meat or the old cured meat, they all paid great attention to their on-screen image. But it couldn't be denied that this video went viral. Qin Zhe's expression and Qin Baobao's exaggerated expression were all made into memes and animations. Trending search of that day, Qin Baobao's funny video. While the internet was in a frenzy, Qin Baobao was being judged by her brother at home. You think you'll be fine if you hide in your room? You don't come out of the living room to get water? You don't want to go to the toilet? In view of Qin Zhe's determination to beat up his sister, Qin Baobao was terrified. She pushed Wang Zijin out to negotiate and expressed that she was willing to accept the punishment. After many negotiations, the court made a judgment on the case of Qin Baobao violating her brother Qin Zhe's privacy and image rights. Qin Baobao was sentenced to 1 week of cleaning and 1 week of cooking. Qin Zhe rejected the punishment of cooking and gave the reason to Chief Justice Wang Zijin, letting her cook is not to punish her but to punish us. Wang Zijin thought it was reasonable and only sentenced her to 1 week of washing clothes. At this time, her sister was sweeping the floor in the living room. Wang Zijin went back to her room to watch a drama. Qin Zhe smoked leisurely, studied the stock market and talked to his sister. By the way, the program I Am a Singer is about to end. Qin Baobao was full of resentment. Don't talk to her brother, so she snorted. Snort your sister, I'm talking to you. Snort. Do you still want songs? Snort. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he checked on the internet. I Am a Singer has indeed entered the end stage. At most, there will be 1 more episode and it will be the championship. The contestants with the most cheers are Huang Yuting, Li Shuigong, Qin Baobao and Wales. Wales has the momentum of a latecomer. His popularity in China can be said to be climbing a level day by day. He is a little fresh meat and his singing is good. Fans and online media gave him the title, Treble King, Soul Singer. Qin Baobao wasn't as stunning as she used to be in the past few episodes. She won steadily and steadily. Now that her popularity wasn't what it used to be, Even if she were to PK Huang Yuding, it wasn't like she had no chance of winning. Under Qin Zhe's training, her sister's singing improved day by day. However, just a week before the championship began, Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe, the siblings, ushered in a big crisis that they could not escape. Chapter 109. At 6:30 p.m., Grandpa Xing drove home and ended the day's classes. Although there was still a week before the end of the summer vacation, the graduate students had already started their classes. Grandpa Xing was a professor, so of course he had graduate students under him. Grandpa Xing had always been a responsible person. In order to teach the students well, he created a group and then pulled all the graduate students under him into the group. Grandpa Xing usually didn't use chatting tools. It wasn't that he didn't know how, but that he wasn't used to it. People of his age had already set their habits. Even if he could use all kinds of chatting software, he didn't like to use WeChat or QQ like young people. When he got home, the worker who was fixing the broadband was at home. Qin Ma stood aside and watched. Grandpa Xing took off his shoes and poured himself a glass of water. He stood at the door of the study and said, "Master, the broadband in my house was fine, but it was inexplicably cut off. I don't know what happened." The worker raised the half-broken cable in his hand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course there's no internet. The cable was cut off. Grandpa Xing and Qin Ma looked at each other. Qin Ma said, "There's no child at home. That's strange. Why was it cut off? Was it bitten by a mouse?" Grandpa Xing rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a mouse bite like this?" The cable was cut in half and the cut was smooth. The worker replaced the cable with a new one, dialed, and tried it. "You can go online now." Old Master Qin and Mrs. Qin thanked him and saw him out of the door. Qin Ma was still wondering about the cable being cut. Grandpa Xing was a busy man and didn't have the time to care about the details. He turned on the computer and looked at the stock market for a while to predict the direction of the stock market tomorrow. These days he had been using his phone to look at the stock market. His eyes were tired. Half an hour later, he sent tomorrow's class to the chat group on his phone and asked the students to prepare by themselves. The students replied with a series of OK gestures and then chatted with each other. Grandpa Xing usually turned off the software at this time and didn't participate in the students' meaningless conversation. At this time, a girl in the group sent a video and laughed. "Hey, have you seen it? It's so funny. My stomach hurts from laughing." Someone immediately replied, "I saw it this morning. Soy milk was sprayed all over the floor. Although I've already seen it, I've watched it again. Each time I watch it, I laugh." The old man smiled. This girl had a lively personality. Her grades were average and she especially liked to chase after celebrities. He wanted to tell her to study hard, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. This was not a school and she would be annoying for no reason. "Qin Zhe is my idol. I like him so much." Her words immediately attracted the approval of the other girls. "He's handsome and has a good figure. He can also write songs, play the piano, and play with his sister. Since he can be a domineering CEO, he can also be a funny husband." "Qin Zhe? It's the same name as my son." The old man didn't think too much about it. The moment he exited the chat software, he was surprised to see the last message. "Qin Baobao is too beautiful. Her figure is super good. I didn't expect her to be so good at playing." "Qin Baobao? Qin Zhe? This couldn't be a coincidence, right?" The old man was stunned for a few seconds. His fingers moved quickly and he opened the chat software again. He clicked on the chat group and played the video. The video jumped and automatically showed a full screen. In the video, a young man and a young woman stood side by side. They were covered in a nondescript quilt. The beautiful woman even had a white silk scarf wrapped around her head. The young woman pinched her fingers together. Her expression was exaggerated, and her eyes were charming. She sang in a charming voice, "Who said in my ear, 'Love me will never change.'" The young man's face stiffened. He reluctantly continued, "I'd rather turn into a flame with you." Ah. In the video, one's actions were exaggerated, while the other's face was expressionless. It was a sharp contrast. Coupled with the charming voice, it made people want to laugh. However, the old man couldn't laugh at all because these two were from his family. After watching the video, the old man's mouth twitched. He said angrily, "Exaggerated nonsense. Wait, why would the video of the siblings be here?" He closed the video. Ignoring his anger, he typed a message. "Where did you find the video?" Qin Baobao posted it on Weibo. Although it was strange that the tutor was interested, the students still told the truth. The old man's heart sank. He had an ominous feeling. "How did you know about Qin Baobao's Weibo? Do you know her?" Did you follow Qin Bao Bao because you know that she's my daughter? But I didn't say that I have a daughter named Qin Bao Bao. There was silence in the group. How were they supposed to respond? Miss Qin is so naughty. She's a superstar. Who doesn't know her? You're usually quite serious and you like to joke. The girl who posted the video replied with a grimacing emoji. Superstar? Superstar? Maybe I was wrong. They're not my son and daughter. Well, that kid doesn't look like them. My son isn't that handsome. They don't look like my family's genes at all. The old man watched the video anxiously. My son isn't that handsome, but my daughter is so beautiful. It can't be wrong. This pair of clowns is my family. The old man kept saying, calm down, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Qin Bao Bao. How is she a superstar? When he sent this message, he heard the little soul in his body roaring. Miss Qin, don't tease us. Miss Qin doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, right? I understand. Qin Bao Bao became famous because she appeared on a variety show called I Am a Singer. The old man didn't talk nonsense. He exited the software, turned on the computer and searched for I Am a Singer. This was the most devastated day for the old man. He warned her in every possible way, but in the end, his daughter still went to the entertainment industry and was doing well. The old man wasn't happy at all. He firmly believed that the entertainment industry was a big dye vat that would pollute his little fairy into an unwanted dog tail. At this time, I Am a Singer was playing on the screen. It happened to be the scene of Qin Bao Bao's first appearance. Because it was online, the bullet screen was full of comments. The comments that once drove Qin Bao Bao crazy appeared again. F***CK, I'll protect this girl. Civilized watching. 666, I can play with this leg for 10 years. The old man's mouth twitched and the veins on his forehead popped out. He wanted to smash the computer. I told you. The entertainment industry is the darkest and most chaotic. I can't let my daughter join the entertainment industry. The old man took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Qin Bao Bao? Aha, she must have a feud with her parents. Searched, there is no such newcomer. She got in through the back door. Identification complete. Another one who relied on connections. Needless to say, she must be the mistress of a TV station leader. The old man was shaking with anger. This time it was the force of the flood. Also, what's wrong with the name? Bao Bao is so nice. What do you mean by feud with her parents? This group of children. He continued to watch patiently. After 3 episodes he stopped. He was really afraid that he couldn't control his anger. Now he could conclude that it was not only his daughter who betrayed him, but also his son. The old man walked out of the study without saying a word and rummaged through the storage room. Perhaps it was because of the big commotion. Qin Ma, who was making dinner, came over and asked, "What are you doing?" The old man asked, "Where did I put my feather duster?" Feather duster? Qin Ma was stunned. Why are you looking for that? You haven't touched it for many years. Maybe you threw it away. The old man gritted his teeth. Then I'll buy another one. Qin Ma stared at him. What's wrong with you? Is there a problem with the school? But why are you looking for a feather duster? Found it. The old man pulled out a dusty feather duster from the corner. It was a little old and the feathers were almost all falling off. It was a bare stick with a few clusters of dull feathers stuck on it. The old man said faintly, "I'll pretend that I never had this pair of children." Chapter 110. After dinner, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe sat side by side on the sofa and watched a movie. The movie was about a loyal dog and its owner. The movie was full of tears and was very touching. After a long period of exploration, Qin Zhe found that Wang Zijin liked to watch movies with a literary theme. It could be a touching love story, a tragic society, or a boring movie that reflected philosophy and life. She liked to watch all of them. She also watched Wuxia movies, but it depended on the theme. She did not like movies that were purely about swords and knives. She also did not like movies that were about science fiction. She did not like movies that were about blood and gore. She did not like movies that did not make sense. She would watch humorous movies occasionally. The movie that Qin Zhe chose was a touching story between a man and a dog. As expected, Wang Zijin was moved. She sat next to Qin Zhe obediently and watched the movie side by side. In the kitchen, his sister was washing the dishes silently. Other than cooking, she did all the housework. After a week, she was released from prison. Qin Zhe carried the kettle into the kitchen to get water. His sister immediately looked at him with stars in her eyes. She hid her weakness and coquettishness, trying to seduce her brother so that he could help her wash the dishes. "Oh, you are washing the dishes," Qin Zhe said tenderly. "Are you tired?" Qin Bao Bao nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. She then gave her brother a gentle look. If you are tired, then wash faster. Won't it be over? Qinzhe laughed. Qinzhe, you are not cute at all. Qin Bao chased after Qinzhe angrily. While they were arguing, Qin Bao Bao's phone rang. Qinzhe looked at it and said, "It's Mom." Qin Bao Bao grabbed her brother's clothes and wiped her hands clean. She answered the phone and said, "Mom, what's the matter?" His mother's voice was stern and angry. "Come back for a while." Qin Bao Bao turned to look at her brother. "Now, what time is it? What's the matter? You don't know what you did?" His mother said in an exasperated tone, "Bao Bao, you've turned a deaf ear to my advice." Qin Bao Bao was even more confused. "Mom, what's the matter?" Qin Ma said loudly, "Your father knows that you went to be a star. He wants you to come back now, right now." Qin Bao Bao felt as if a series of thunderbolts had been thrown at his head. He almost couldn't hold his phone properly. With a trembling voice he said, "I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back." "You're not coming back?" On the other end of the phone, Grandpa Sheng's voice was laced with anger. Then came Qin Ma's voice, "Hey, don't talk, let me. It's fine if you don't want to come back. I'll go over now." The old man gritted his teeth. This time, it was Qinzhe's turn to be scared out of his wits. "I don't, Dad. Sis will be back soon. Don't come over." His sister's pretty face changed drastically. She tried to snatch the phone away from him. Qinzhe tried his best to protect it. Qinzhe covered the phone. "What are you doing? You can hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the fifth." His sister stomped her feet. "Then I'm not going back either." Qinzhe glared at her. "You really want him to come over?" Qin Bao Bao grabbed his brother's hand and said pitifully, "What should I do? What should I do? Dad will kill me. You have to save my sister. Come back with me. I've treated you well." "It wasn't that bad either." Qinzhe said, "I'm not going. You can go home and get beaten up. Why do you have to implicate me? It's better for one to die than both." His sister looked at him in disbelief as if she had been struck by lightning. Qinzhe put on a flattering smile. "Dad, wait for me. Sis is going out now. I'll send her to the car personally." Grandpa Shing snorted. "You come back with her too." Qinzhe felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Just as he was about to say something, Grandpa Shing hung up the phone. "The ball is in the sack. Listen to me." Qinzhe put down the phone and felt lost. He suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. His sister's beautiful face was no longer attractive. The brother and sister looked at each other in silence. They both felt that their lives were coming to an end and that there was not much time left. Wang Zijin saw that their expressions were strange. She stood up and asked blankly, "What's wrong?" Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth and frowned. Qinzhe said dejectedly, "My dad found out that Qin Bao Bao is a celebrity." "That's quite good." Wang Zijin tilted her head. "Isn't it worth celebrating that your daughter has become a big celebrity?" "My dad has always been against her becoming a celebrity." Qinzhe said, "My dad believes that filial sons and talents are born under the rod. Although this theory has half failed on me." "Then communicate properly. Look at how scared you are." Qinzhe said sadly, "You haven't seen how Mom and Dad beat up Qin Bao Bao. So you have to go back too. When the time comes you have to help Bao Bao." Qinzhe was even sadder. "You haven't seen how they hung me up and beat me back then. Who said that cultured people never used violence when teaching children? That was a big mistake." Reason? How could he understand a child's reasoning? Therefore, using the rod was always the most effective and direct way. Only when it hurt would it remember. Grandpa Sheng was an educator. He was different from those parents who only knew how to use violence. He knew how to combine strength and gentleness. Usually, after Qinzhe was beaten up, he would be punished to stand in the study for an hour and listen to Grandpa Sheng's long speech. Wang Zijin hesitated. She didn't know if she was worried that Qinzhe would be beaten or that her best friend would be beaten. "Why don't I go with you?" Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Yes. Zijin will go with us. If there are outsiders, Dad won't beat me." His sister was really scared out of her wits. Her IQ had plummeted. Qinzhe was speechless. When relatives and friends were at home, Grandpa Sheng would beat them up without saying anything. Qinzhe drove out of the neighborhood with his two sisters and headed home more than 10 kilometers away. His sister couldn't drive now. Looking at her uneasy appearance, she would definitely become a road killer if she insisted on driving. Wang Zijin didn't know the way. Also, she was during her period, so she was a little uncomfortable. It was rare for Qinzhe to be a driver. He got his driver's license when he was in high school. His sister forced him to go to driving school with her. Although it wasn't to the extent of being locked in the drawer as a souvenir, the number of times he drove could be counted on one hand. The new driver trembled with fear and nervousness. Not only was his sister unable to help, but she was also dragging him down. She kept pulling Qinzhe's arm from the back seat. What should I do? I don't know what to do. You are the only male in our house. You have to support me. Qinzhe's head almost flew off several times. His heart trembled with fear and he couldn't bear it any longer. Qin Baobao scrammed to the side. If you annoy me again, we'll both die together. Qin Baobao pouted. 20 minutes later, the little red horse drove into the underground parking lot of a neighborhood. They took the elevator from the parking lot. The siblings stood in front of the door, feeling conflicted. In the end, Qinzhe took out the key to open the door. The hallway was connected to a long corridor that ran through the whole house. From the door there was a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, a study, and at the end was a cloakroom. The total area of this house was 170 square meters, which was almost twice the size of the house the siblings lived in now. This was normal. How could a dowry house be compared to a wedding house? This was left for their son. In the eyes of ordinary people, a house that was probably impossible to buy in a lifetime was worth tens of millions. This house was the culmination of the efforts of the old man and his father for half of their lives. Qinzhe's family was better off when he was young. His parents had 4 houses under their name. 2 of them were sold and exchanged for the current house. The siblings lived in another one, and the last one was sold during the economic crisis. The economic crisis was a taboo in this small family and they never mentioned it. In the living room, the crystal chandelier was shining brightly. The LCD TV was on and the program, I Am a Singer, was playing. Qin Baobao's tall and gorgeous figure appeared on the screen. Sure enough, he had a vicious heart. The old man was obviously doing it on purpose. Qin Baobao took her brother's hand and walked in with 3 steps. When she saw the old man sitting on the sofa, she first shushed him, then shushed him again when she saw the program on the internet TV. She stammered, "Dad?" The old man slammed the coffee table. "Do you still think I'm your father?" The siblings were both afraid of the old man. When the old man yelled, she was half scared. Her face turned pale and she said with a sobbing voice, I. The old man sneered. "You've really grown up. Have you forgotten your surname?" Qin Baobao said, "My surname is Qin." "You still dare to talk back?" The old man slammed the coffee table again. Qin Baobao panicked. "I didn't." His sister was so useless. Qinzhe secretly broke out in cold sweat and pushed Wang Zijin forward. "Dad, Mom, this is sister's classmate." Wang Zijin understood Qinzhe's gaze and gave him a comforting, "Leave it to me, look." She smiled gently and said gracefully, "Uncle, Auntie, my name is Wang Zijin. I didn't even tell you that I was coming over." The old man squeezed out a smile. "Zijin, I've heard Baobao talk about you. Welcome, welcome." Cultured people were indeed prideful. Wang Zijin was confident. At this time, Qin Ma smiled and said, "Zijin, do you want some tea?" No. Wang Zijin waved her hand. "Have a cup. There's nothing good to treat you at home." Qin Ma made her a cup of weak tea and said with a smile, "You're so good looking. Baobao, if you're as obedient as you, we'll save you the trouble. Have a seat first. Her father and I have something to deal with." After that, she ignored Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin blinked and cast a look at Qinzhe. "The script is wrong." Qinzhe replied with a look. "Do you know what it means to be older? Treating guests and teaching children a lesson are not bad." Qin Baobao looked at them for help. Wang Zijin replied with a look. "What else can I say? I'm helpless too." She couldn't say, "Don't hit Qin Baobao." This wasn't something an outsider like her should say. She had no position and no right to annoy the 2 old men. She could only control them with the thought that it was inconvenient to hit the child with outsiders. However, cultured people were thick-skinned and turned a blind eye.